Harley Dad, it's good to see you. Oh, Lady O. Yay. So today we are doing part 5 of the justice being postponed for the execution. And then we'll also be going over some further court documents that were posted into his file. So we are going to run the intro and then we will be right back. Mwah. Welcome back to Pinky and Pinups. So we are doing When the Devil Lives Within, part 5 of the Kevin Underwood case. If you would like to come up on panel, please let me know. I will drop a link in the chat as soon as I can get to it. There we go. There is the link for chat. Yes, my baby son is also attending. Nezzy, it's so good to see you. I love you, girl. Okay. So where we left off yesterday was with the motion to declare Oklahoma death penalty statute unconstitutional and some other things. So let me make sure. Okay. Make sure I have all these closed out. I know it's a little dark. Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. Okay. Maybe that'll help. Sorry. Nezzy, it's so good to see you. You know, Nez, it's okay. You know what? I have been slacking myself just because I have been so overwhelmed with other things going on that I haven't been here either. So it's okay. I feel bad. Okay, so again, I'm moving all the documents that we went over yesterday over here. Harley, Dad, it's good to see you. I've missed you much. Oh, Lady O. Okay, so where we left off yesterday was the motion to declare Oklahoma death penalty statute unconstitutional under the New Jersey Rule 530 U.S. 466 120 South Court Street, and Ring versus Arizona 536 U.S. So it's going to be a U.S. statute. Sorry, 584 122 South. So it says defendant Kevin Underwood. Just one moment. My puppy dog is having issues. Okay, maybe he'll calm down now. Okay, so defendant Kevin Underwood moves the court to declare Oklahoma's death penalty cruel and unusual punishment. Let me get comfortable. He states that it's unconstitutional under the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendment. You know, like if we go back and think about what he did, I don't even know how he would assume that this was unconstitutional. Let's welcome up Get to Know. How are you doing?
All right, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm feeling okay. How are you?
That's good. I'm a little stressed out right now, but I'm good.
What's the matter?
Oh, just teenager stuff, you know. Teenage kids, being teenage kids, being teenage kids,
Doing teenage stuff.
doing teenage stuff.
OMG. Don't be shy. Say hi. If you're just hanging out in the bushes and chat, say hi. No shame. No shame in your game. So other than that, how's things been going?
Pretty good. Finally got fucking all the bills squared away, so I know what I can do for Christmas or whatnot and shit and whatnot.
Well,
And
we should
fucking
be
wife and
getting
I
you a
had that.
Brazilian butt lift for Christmas.
No,
saying.
right? Shit. Just saying. Like every day that goes by is another day in agony.
Right?
But
Another bony
yep.
butt day.
But we're all right, you know. So you know we're good. We're good. We all right. No.
I had so much fun. If you guys haven't connected to get to know, connect to get to know. If someone can drop your link in chat, he does tie dyes, these beautiful T-shirts, but he also brings awareness to how the system needs to change their laws on perpetrators of SA and domestic violence. Wes Robinson, it's good to see you. Landon. Mwah. So if someone could drop get to know's link in chat so others can connect to him. Let me get
Much appreciated.
wow.
Sorry.
You need to stop smoking that wacky tobacco over there.
I know.
Got
I just got this new vape. I just got this new vape today, so I'm pretty excited about it. It's got some good dab in it too, so that's good. It's probably because I got my phone. Sorry.
Sure, it's a vape.
Oh, it is. I'll show you. Oh, it's a THC vape. I ain't afraid of saying that shit.
Oh, it's a THC vape. See, I knew it was some kind of vape. Don't forget to smash that like button, you guys. Thank you, lady.
Don't just smack it. Don't just smash it. Jackhammer that motherfucker. Jackhammer that fucking like button.
Lady O was nice enough to drop your link for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mom. You know I appreciate it.
Look, I got like 2 monsters here. I'm like double fisting it.
Hey, boys.
Don't mind me. I'm going to have a cigarette.
You're going to what?
I'm going to smoke a cigarette while we go through these court documents. Landon's laughing. Okay, I got my notes.
I just realized I didn't have my hat on. I'm with sunglasses, so there you
go. It's okay. He has this long, luscious hair, ladies. I'm telling you. I had to go get, well, I didn't have to go get, but it's just so I could catch up with get to know.
Yeah, mine's all natural, baby. 26 years. 26 years I've been growing that shit out.
Mine's
I haven't had a haircut in 26 years. And it's curly as hell, man. I got my wife and my daughter tell me all the time that they'd kill me for my hair if they could have my hair, dude.
I'm so jealous. Okay. Fist. I double fist energy drinks also. You know what? They're the only thing that keeps me kicking, I swear. Okay. Well, I don't do anything else. I don't drink. I don't do any kind of illicit substances or anything like that. So caffeine is my illicit substance for me.
What is technically an illicit substance?
Anything that's illegal.
Technically.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I do then. I don't either. I mean, never mind. I'm just going to shush now. Let's go back to the case.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So where were we at? Okay, so if you are just coming in and you are not familiar with the Kevin Underwood case, Kevin Underwood was from Purcell, Oklahoma, approximately about 27, 28 years old. And he had a fetish for children, no particular sex, as far as gender went, but he had a fascination for cannibalism, and he sought out a specific young girl, and the thoughts that went through his mind about the things that he wanted to do to her were just horrendous. So he was convicted, and he chose to file an appeal, a motion on the death penalty for him because they rooted for the death penalty. They're like, no, he shouldn't just get life in prison. He should get the death penalty because of the cruel and heinous things that he did. He didn't just kill her, but it was the things that he did to her body before, during, and after. So we are going through his entire case file, going through each of the documents that were filed, signed, all the motions, all the appeals, everything. Um, everything. Everything from top to bottom, from the open to close of case. Welcome in, Susanna. It's good to see you. Yes, yes, yes. So get to know, what do you
There's
think
only
so
one.
far? So what do you think so
I
far
think.
about,
Go ahead.
were you were in here for a little bit yesterday? No, you didn't.
Nope, I didn't make it in yesterday.
You didn't make it in. So yesterday we went over the first beginning of the documents up to where we are now, which is only July 10th, 2007. So they moved to change the ruling. Hold on, let me grab the documents we went through yesterday. We went through all of these yesterday. So
Wow.
I know there's still like this many more. Okay. So yesterday, the last thing that we went through was we had the motion for discovery, the affidavit of the search warrant, the statement of bill of particulars is what we went
Can we
through.
review the affidavit of the search warrant? I'd like to see that.
Okay, the affidavit of the search warrant. Okay, I'll pull that one back out. And so the particulars are, it's basically where he is stating that he's like, this is cruel and unusual punishment. I don't think that I should get the death sentence via lethal injection. I don't even know how he could possibly think that, considering what he did to that baby. So it's interesting to go through the case step by step and see where his mindset was from the beginning through the middle to the end, and really like deep dive into it, where we're like, okay, so first he has no problem coming out and saying what he did with emphasis to this child, but then he goes in and says, I'm going to plead insanity. Well, it didn't work out very well. He still got the death sentence, and he didn't just get the death sentence, but he got like the death penalty, like not just life in prison.
Yeah.
So, I'll run over that real quick. Hera. Yeah. Okay, okay, that's I think it's in this one. Okay, that was the release of DNA. Requesting attendance out-of-state witnesses. Introduction of crime scene photos. Oh, did you hear about the part where he was like, oh, it's not necessary to have the autopsy photos? He didn't want the jury. He didn't want the jury to see what he actually did. So that kind of, yeah. So that was kind of crazy too. Like, he didn't want them to, really get in and feel what he did to that baby. I feel so bad for her.
There's only one other case that I personally know about, like happened in my own hometown, that comes close to what he did, and what this dude did to this little girl that you were talking about on this one. It's bad.
I've never
and
heard of
there's
a
only one
case
other
that's
person that's ever
this.
done anything like
I've never, out of all the cases that I've researched, studied, and everything else, like I've never heard of one being this vile. I am dreading the day, um, Summer Wells. I'm dreading the day when that case ends up closed because I just have this bad feeling it's going to be so close to what happened with this one. And it's probably one of the reasons I like stayed away from it. I was like, this isn't good. I think that and I'm just going to give my opinion. I think that baby was sexually abused and they didn't want to get caught. And so I think the mom knows about it. It's just what I feel in my gut. And she's not willing to throw anybody under the bus, if you get what I
that. Well,
mean.
I catch you. I catch you.
You catch what I'm throwing down? It's like a weird
But I have my
feeling
own.
of just having.
But I have my own. But I have my own opinion. It's not a very popular one, but that's another day, another time.
Well, what do you think about it?
I think she was taken by a stranger, man. I think somebody was driving down the fucking road, whether it be a complete stranger or just somebody that just driving by, whatever fucking have you. Like, one thing I get from Don and Candace is they're not that smart when it comes down to things. Like, it takes a lot of it would take a lot of brains and a lot of willpower to not have slipped up and made a mistake, especially with how drunk they used to get and all that shit. Like, one of them would have slipped up and said something if one of them knew something. That's how I feel about it.
See, I don't think she's willing to lose that security blanket she has with him.
But I know how drunk people get, though. You know what I mean? And like, there was time that she couldn't even fucking speak. She was so drunk, dude. Like, people make mistakes, especially when they're getting drilled by people. You know what I mean? And they're constantly getting drilled. I'm not sitting here defending Don and Candace. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I don't think that. I think what happened to the boys, I think, is probably the best thing that could have happened to them. Like, I don't think either one of them were at that point in time in their lives fit to be parents. No, I don't. That's not what I'm saying. But I just happen to know a thing or two about crime. You know what I mean? And the only way, like, TBI says that everybody's a suspect. Well, they only say everybody's a suspect when they don't have a suspect. Like, legitimately, you know what I mean? They don't have one, and there's a reason for that, because there's only two. I think, honestly, I believe that only two people know what happened to Summer Wells, and one of them is Summer Wells, and the other one is the person that happened to drive by her house when she was standing at the end of the driveway looking for her mama when her mama was going to go for a run. We all know that Candace ain't run since like 8th grade, so, like, you know what I mean? Like, we all know what run means. She was going to get some shit, some drugs, on a run, and her daughter followed her down to the end of the fucking driveway. She didn't see her. Somebody drove by and swooped that girl up and just kept on driving. And the rest,
That's
I don't believe
possible.
we'll
That's
ever.
very
I
possible.
honestly don't believe we'll ever know what happened to her. I honestly do not believe we'll ever know what happened.
That is
Just saying.
very, very, very possible.
Because in order for a crime to be successful, you can't leave witnesses. People people talk, man. People talk. If anybody, this person did this crime by them fucking self, dude. That's why there's no suspect, man.
I get it. Well, I mean, did I drop? Did I lose you guys?
No, I'm
I'm
still here.
frozen. Okay, I'm just frozen for a second. I'm sorry. I'm loading the screen.
Lay down.
Let me make. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
These dogs are driving me crazy.
Okay, it should be popping up here in a second. So we're going to do this one real quick, and then I'll find the other two so I can actually show them instead of me just audibly reading them. Okay, you can see it. Everyone can hear me? Okay.
Who's got a biscuit butt?
Biscuit.
Who
Woodley.
put that in?
His game name is Biscuit.
Oh, well, he's lucky. He's got a butt. So there you go.
I just call him Biscuit Butt.
That's what she did.
Okay. That's because I'm goofy.
Can we not
But you
talk
know
about
me.
butts? Can we not talk about butts here when I'm
Are
around,
we
please?
giving you a
Please.
complex?
No, not you're just enhancing my complex. I already got one.
Blood Dragon, it's good to see you. Welcome in. May Ann, welcome in. If I didn't say it earlier, it's good to see you. Mwah. So this is the appeals for the death sentence. He didn't want lethal injection. He didn't think he deserved it. He thought it was cruel and unusual punishment. And so now this is the state of Oklahoma, coming to him. And I believe this is the response to that. Aw, I love you, Blood Dragon. If you haven't connected, please connect with Blood Dragon, Mayanne. Mayanne has Mayanne's vlogs. Please put your links to your channels in chat. Please, please,
You got to
please. I
make them all.
cannot keep up
You
with
got
that.
to make you got to make them all moderators if you want them to do that, or you got to make somebody moderators so they can do that.
Everybody should be moderators.
I don't see no wrenches on anybody. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there is. Don't
I
confuse
don't see
me.
him.
Okay, you're distracted.
I'm not. I'm just letting you know I don't see him. I'm just letting you know I don't see wrenches on
Great
anybody. We'll just shut up now,
Great.
okay? I'll go back to my room.
Okay. So, okay. Okay, wait. This is the second one. Okay, so let me read the first one and then this is their response. Get your eyes checked. Who get your eyes checked? Oh, everyone has wrenches. Kaylee, it's good to see you. Great Pill Podcast. It's good to have you. Okay. So the defendant, who Kevin Ray Underwood, he's trying to move the court for the death penalty. He said it's unconstitutional and under the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments and the provisions. So he's saying, this is just, it's not right. He didn't do anything bad enough to get the lethal injection. It says a conviction for the first-degree murder does not automatically make the defendant death eligible under Oklahoma law. No, he didn't. But he didn't just kill somebody. So, I think that's what he's not understanding is that I think he, in his own mind, only thinks that he just killed this baby. He didn't go back and think about all the heinous little things that he did, like suffocating her 3 times.
Like he didn't just simply kill her. He didn't just simply take this little girl's life. It was puke. He's a puke.
Yeah. He attempted to decapitate this little girl, and he got halfway through the decapitation and he couldn't handle the blood. It was clogging up his tub because it was coagulating so fast. Not to make anybody sick, but I mean, and then the things he wanted to do to her body that he attempted to do.
Trigger warning.
But she, it's just how it is. Yes, Woodley said he's covering his eyes.
Yeah, I am too. Legitimately, I am too.
He tortured her. Exactly, Kaylee. He tortured her. Kaylee, did you get a chance to see any of my shorts? I took some of the video footage from being down there, and I made some little shorts. So let me go on. So it says a conviction in the for first-degree murder does not automatically make a defendant death eligible under Oklahoma law. In Oklahoma, the death penalty may not be imposed unless certain procedural steps are satisfied and factual findings are made by the jury following a first-degree conviction. First, the state, before trial, must allege the existence of one or more of the statutory aggravating circumstances. Now, as I said yesterday, this was aggravated murder. It was not just murder 1. Oh, I love you, Kaylee. You're enjoying the topic? That sounds like sadistic. But I love you anyway, Grey Pill. Okay, yeah. So first, the state before the trial must allege that the existence of one or more Okay, I already went through that part. So give the defendant pretrial notice of the same and disclose the evidence that the prosecution intends to rely on the support of the bill of particulars, which we will be going through right after I go through this. So second, the state must prove beyond reasonable doubt to the unanimous satisfaction of the jury at least one aggravating circumstance. Now, I could pull out my law book. Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me go off cam. And I'm going to go get the book myself. It is 12 OS 701. Hold on. Matter of fact, I could just pull it up on the computer, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see. CR 2001. Hold on. Let me go grab the book real quick. Oh, I think I took the other. I think my other one is in the house. We'll see if it's in this one. Okay, I'm back. Do. Okay. What did I say it was? Steer 476. 4. Hold on. Okay, I'm back.
No.
Bailey, what are you laughing at?
You got jabbed.
She's like, you're killing me, Smalls. Little weasel.
I know.
Okay.
I'm not very
It's okay. We
entertaining.
love her.
But I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna participate in the chat. I gotta turn my phone back on for my delivery and shit because
Well,
haven't
fine.
been.
Then just leave me.
I'm not leaving you. I'll be here. I just gotta jump down. I got at least switch phones.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So at least let me do that. Okay. I'm back.
He abandoned me, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to complain. I know. Okay, so here, let me pull this up real quick and then I'll share this screen. Okay. So they're stating that it has to be aggravated circumstances. At least one aggravated circumstance. So now we're looking for 476. Here's 4. Now I need 76. Right here. So to get the death penalty in Oklahoma, you have to have at least one of these scenarios. Okay. So it states, yes, he's working, Kaylee. I know. I know. Hopefully he'll be in. He normally is in unless he's working. So jury's determination of aggravating circumstances. Aggravating circumstances are those which increase the guilt. So basically, like you have a battery where like you beat someone, and then you have like aggravated battery. So it's like a situation on top of a situation, which makes it aggravated, if that makes sense. Let's see what the options are, if it gives it. It states, it says, should you unanimously find that one or more aggravating circumstances exist beyond reasonable doubt, you are authorized to consider imposing the death sentence. If you do not unanimously find beyond reasonable doubt that one or more of the aggravating circumstances existed, you are prohibited from considering the penalty of death in the event the sentence must be imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or imprisonment for life without, that's what I just said, without parole, with the possibility of parole. Sorry. What's this? What's after that? So what is applicable for aggravated? Does it give examples? In order to warrant the finding of an aggravating circumstance or circumstances upon circumstantial evidence, each of the necessary to prove the existence of the circumstance must be established by the evidence beyond reasonable doubt. All of the facts, circumstances taken together must establish to your satisfaction the existence of aggravating circumstances beyond reasonable doubt. I believe it also has to be in the jury's instructions also. Okay. The instruction adapt to the. Okay. So one, it is error for trial court not to instruct the jury, even though no request is made when all the evidence relied upon is circumstantial. Okay. Two, so this must be the three options. Two, when the evidence is both direct and circumstantial, it is not error to fail to give an instruction when none is requested. And three, the failure is given, the failure to give an instruction where all the evidence is circumstantial and no request is made, not revert. Okay. Okay. So I believe it has to be one of those three. And okay, what's next? Okay, let's go back. Or is it this? Be patient with me. Okay, so here is the aggravated assault. Okay. Aggravated battery, aggravated. Did anyone else see it? Because I didn't see it. I believe you guys have the gist, though. Okay, so murder in the first degree. But where's aggravated murder? Mm. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay. I'm all blind now from staring at the screen. Okay, so what they're saying is that what he is saying, sorry, what Kevin is saying is Kevin's saying that it wasn't aggravated. That it should have been just straight murder, where in turn it really was aggravated because he had did all these other things to her body and then moved the body into the container, etc. So it wasn't like, he just killed the little girl and then took off. That would have just been murder in the first degree. So basically, in this document, that's what he's stating, that, okay, according to Oklahoma law, that this wasn't addressed in the beginning. And I do believe the document that is right here is where Oklahoma is going to go and explain, yes, it was. So it says, now comes the state of Oklahoma by and through the Attorney General, John M. O'Connor, and notifies the court of the appropriateness of setting of the execution date for Kevin Underwood. Underwood has exhausted his appeals, and the state has prevailed his federal lawsuit challenging the execution protocol. Just let me guess, no G2K here now. Oh, you're so funny. You're so funny. Okay. So on March 18th, 2019, the United States Supreme Court denied Underwood's petition for writ. And a writ is bringing to another court. So if you don't know what the word writ means, it means taking that case to a higher court, saying they did not agree with whatever the judge was saying. And sometimes it's doable when you say you have a judge that's not listening or isn't following whatever your local statute is. You can file a writ of mandamus, and that will take that case to a higher appeals court. So instead of it just being like a basic appeal saying you don't agree with the outcome of the situation, it's basically saying, no, this judge was in the wrong, or the judge isn't following proper procedure. And so it kind of like reprimands the judge for bad behavior also, in a sense. It's not something they use. It's not very common. Only because you are basically telling a judge, hey, you don't know your shit. Okay. There's also writs to return. So for instance, for people who are, this is a great example. So say someone is like kind of late on their rent. Someone can file a writ to return property. So basically it's saying, hey, we need you to move out. It's kind of like your, what is it called? Eviction. But then like the person stays through the eviction. So then they file a writ to have their property returned back to them. So that's what it means. It's just to return or to take to another higher court. Okay. So the same says the same day, the state notified the court that Underwood had exhausted all of, okay, we already went through all that. Okay, so the United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma, the state noted that it would not be appropriate to set an execution date at that time. And so this document is the document they were complaining about. This is the reason why, matter of fact, this is the exact reason why. I know, I'm all over the place. This is the exact reason why it was postponed. They were complaining that there was too many executions done within that year period. I believe there was like 25, and they said that was excessive. So That's actually what this document is, now that I'm reading through it. Okay, should a stay of execution be issued by any state, the federal court, the new execution date shall be set with operation of law 60 days after the dissolution of the stay of execution. The new execution date shall be set by the criminal appeals, the Court of the Criminal Appeals, without necessity of application by the state. But the Attorney General, on behalf of the state, shall bring to the attention of the Court of Criminal Appeals. So that's basically what this document was about. I actually grabbed up the wrong one. Nobody tells G2K what to do. Oh my gosh. Are you guys bickering in chat? You guys are so silly. Okay. So let's go back to this. Let me not make myself big. I freaking yuck. Okay. So as far as the aggravated circumstances or circumstances found against any mitigating circumstances offered by the defendant and OUJI-CR 480. And that was what I just looked up, what I just showed you guys. .480. That is this right here. Gosh, did I freeze again? I did. I froze. Oh my goodness. Okay. So the Court of Criminal Appeals has never required any standard of proof. Okay. So basically they've never required like a set parameter of proof for saying it's aggravated or non-aggravated. A jury may impose the death penalty simply upon finding that an aggravated circumstance or circumstances outweigh any mitigating factors. So basically it's saying like if the jury believes that this was aggravated per certain parameters, then and I'm back again. Oh my goodness. Now we got multiples of me. My goodness. Okay. Why do I got to be all big and stuff? Share screen. There we go. Newman Gaming. Okay, if you guys can hear me, can you type a 1 in chat? Because I don't know. It's so wonky on my end. Okay. So it states that they only have to go by the parameters of, basic, is it aggravated or non-aggravated, and they leave it up to the jury to decide. If it's aggravated, then they're going for lethal injection. And so it has to outweigh, okay, and beyond the reasonable doubt that the death penalty is appropriate punishment beyond reasonable doubt. That would be a hard, when I was doing law, I was like, it would be very hard for me to be a defense attorney, because if for 1 second I thought the person I was defending was guilty, I would have a very hard time with it. Like, what if they really did do it and they were that convincing and they even convinced me? And yeah, that would be so rough. I couldn't do it. Yeah, I would have to be on prosecuting attorney side. Thank you, Biscuit Butt and Oladio Newman. I appreciate you guys. Okay. So the failure to require the death penalty may only be imposed So the failure to require that the death penalty may only be imposed if the jury finds beyond reasonable doubt of aggravating circumstances outweigh the mitigating circumstances renders Oklahoma's capital punishment scheme unconstitutional under the 530 U.S. and 466, the 120. The Supreme Court in appeals considered to challenge New Jersey hate crime statute. The statute required the trial judge to determine of the sentencing if at the time of sentencing if the offense that was being convicted was motivated by purpose to intimidate an individual or group of individuals. So that would make it aggravated by, it's like kind of putting them under duress at the same time. Hold on. Ruru's barking. Hey, you behave. No one asked for your 2 cents. Okay. So a hate crime enhancement would allow the sentencing judge to impose the term of 10 to 20 years, in effect, transforming the crime from just a straight second degree to a first degree felony. You never know. You never know what, Woodley. Hold on. He's being a loudmouth. Okay. Hey. I'm waiting for him to do it again. Okay. So at sentencing, the trial judge found that under their evidence standard that the hate crime enhancement was applicable. So it basically made that case aggravated, so then they were able to extend, and they were using this as like a guideline for the judge to look at and say, okay, this is an aggravated issue. So then we're going to look at the case that's at hand and ask if it's aggravated or not. Although that the New Jersey Supreme Court characterized the hate crimes enhancement and the sentencing factor, which did not have to be submitted to the jury and it did not have to be proved beyond reasonable doubt, that the United States Supreme Court held the enhancement and it was under the element of the offense. So basically they're looking at it saying, hey, is this aggravated enough? My phone died. Sorry, G2K. I know, huh? He just runs off and leaves me. About your convict telling the truth, right? Okay. Okay, so let's see, moving on. Let's get to where... Okay, so under Oklahoma's capital punishment statute, a defendant is not actually death eligible after jury convicts him or her for the first degree murder. So I think what he was getting at here in this statement was that they've already convicted him of first degree murder. They can't go back and make it a heavier sentence, in other words. So, which that does make sense. Like, it's very odd that they didn't go for the lethal injection the first time. And I think it was just because they were wanting, and you'll see this a lot when it comes to court, you'll see that they'll kind of fluff the charges. That's what I call it, fluffing the charges. And so they'll put a bunch of charges on someone when they really only want to convict on 1 or 2 or 3 of them. If there's like, say, 7, then they're really just kind of like fluffing it, kind of like you do a paper. And they're getting it to where the defense will be like, well, I don't want to be convicted for all of these. So I will charge down on these ones and say, hey, I did these specific things. So then they can still get a conviction out of the whole case. Welcome in, Canadian Entertainment. It's good to see you. Kaylee, you're welcome to come up if you like, since, get to know, like, ran out on me. Here, I'll drop the link to StreamYard. So it states, if one or more aggravating circumstances is found, then the jury must weigh the aggravating circumstances against the mitigating circumstances. The death penalty may only be imposed if the jury finds the aggravating outweighs the mitigating, even if the jury is not required to impose the death penalty. Thus, the defendant may only be given the death penalty, a punishment which is above and beyond the life or life without parole sentence for which the defendant is eligible after being convicted of first-degree murder, upon additional findings that aggravating circumstances outweigh the mitigating circumstances. However, as noted, under Oklahoma law as presently constituted, the jury is not required to find the aggravating circumstances outweigh the mitigating circumstances beyond the reasonable doubt. Aw, he came back. He still loves me.
Holy shit, I've never been scolded so hard in my life right now. Holy shit, my wife's like, damn, you fucked up there, didn't you? I'm like, damn, I better get my ass back up there.
Hey, I promised I wouldn't play any more icky, scary, nasty, gruesome stuff, so.
Man, I can't do that shit, man. I can't do that shit. When I think about a kid, that happening to a kid, man, I can't fucking do it, man. I can't do it.
I know, it was hard for me. It took me a couple of days to even get through that video. It was pretty bad. Like it was really bad. It was the worst I've ever heard.
Like I was saying earlier, like this case is the worst case when it comes to a kid happening to a kid that I've ever heard. And like it's compared to what James Wood did to Jerry Lee Underwood, it's the worst one it's the worst one, but what James Wood did to Jerry Lee Underwood was second, and it's been that way for he's been number one in my book since I heard about what happened to this little girl. So, yeah. Yeah. He did some really foul things to her.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
It's hard to, it really is. It's hard to even speak of it when like, as much stuff as we've read and we've gone through, that it's like, and they're graphic about it. They're not even like trying to make it sound nice. Like, they're really graphic. But that's what happens when you actually get down to the nit and grit, the real documents.
Yeah.
Like, the video shows some,
real.
But they are way more graphic in these documents than they were in that video. It's kind of like a movie. You read the book, it's really like a lot of detail, and you watch the movie and you're like, it seems like this movie should have been like 3 hours longer.
Yeah.
I agree, Newman. I agree 1,000%. There's a special place in hell for him. Yes. So that means Newman's been listening, or he looked him up. One or the other. I'm telling you. Oh, Kaylee said she'd come up. Give her a couple minutes. She got to go put her makeup on, get her hair did, get her nails did. I'm hoping maybe the next trip out, I could swing by and she'll give me my adopted puppy son that she has, that she's holding hostage. Yeah. Anyways, I won't talk about that either. Kaylee. I'm holding your shirt collateral. Oh my gosh.
Katie talking more shit?
Oh. She's holding my son hostage.
Oh. Okay.
Her puppy had puppies, and I told her I wanted one.
What kind of puppy she got?
I think it's a terrier, and they're Chiweenies. So it's Chiweenie and terrier, I believe.
Oh, wow. That's a really interesting combination.
Aw.
Chiweenie terrier, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Chiweenie terrier.
Newman is so sweet. He said he's listening to the best vlogger on YouTube.
That's because he hasn't listened to me yet. I'm just kidding.
He's so sweet.
He's like,
If you haven't connected to Newman, please connect to him. You guys, please remember, drop your links in chat so everybody and socialize with each other. Get to know each other. Get to know, no pun intended.
it's all good. Hey,
Drop your links. Yeah, definitely.
drop them motherfucking links up in this chat.
Yeah, don't be selfish with those links. Drop them. I gotta
Overshare them.
Yeah, overshare. I don't mind. I honestly don't mind. I think it's good. I think it's healthy. That's just the way I am.
Drop your own damn link. And people feel like you go into certain chats and they're like, oh, it's so rude when somebody drops their own link. Why?
I don't
Why
know.
is it
Some
rude for you
people
to
are
drop your own
worried.
damn link? That's the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. Well, second stupidest thing I ever heard. Anyway, first one was Vern
Yeah,
Jones.
don't let that cash app go dry. I'm just kidding.
Hey,
See,
somebody,
if you don't
somebody
ask
sent me
for it, you
20
won't
bucks
get it.
yesterday.
That's awesome.
Somebody sent me 20 bucks yesterday. I was like, cool,
You know,
I'll take it.
I never remember, and so this time I was like, okay, I'm gonna remember, and I dropped it in the little bar at the bottom. Yeah, so I have to remember to check. I should turn on my audio so I can hear it if it does it. Okay, so moving on, we're waiting on Kaylee to like get all spruced up in the back.
She's like, fuck that, Aaron's
Okay.
up there. I'm not coming up now. She's like, fuck him, goofy toothless fucking one ass, no ass wonder. Shit.
No doubt. Okay.
No ass
Okay,
wonder.
you guys. I'm trying to stay focused, but you know what? This is actually more fun. I like bullshitting.
Like, I wonder how he got no ass.
Shaved off. Your mom spanked it too much. That's how you lost it.
Shit.
Your
I
mom spanked
probably
it
should have got more spankings than I got. I should have got some spankings. I should have got spankings. My dad got me a couple times, but that was about it. He just used to wiffle ball bat on us the rest of the time. So that was cool.
So did you have holes in your butt then?
Pretty much. I didn't have a butt to have a hole in. So
isn't the wiffle ball that ball that has the holes in it? And you use like a tennis racket or something?
No. It's a hard yellow plastic bat. It's long and skinny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hurt.
Oh, it hurt. Oh, it hurt.
It stings like a mother.
Like a motherfucker.
Are you talking about the kind of bats that they give to toddlers for like t-ball?
Yeah.
Ouchie.
Yeah. My dad used that one. My dad used that on our backside a couple times. He's handicapped. He couldn't get up and catch us. So he had to get something long enough he could reach out and sting us when he needed to, you know?
Wow. I'm surprised he didn't have a yardstick.
Oh, yeah,
I got whacked a few times with a damn yardstick. Ow.
Yeah, me too, by a teacher. I looked at her like, are you fucking kidding me?
Just think now, nowadays that would be considered abuse.
The corporal punishment.
Yeah.
Stupidest thing ever.
So we know. So going back to this, so we know that the murder one. Okay, so then when it's aggravated is when they are allowed to impose the death penalty through lethal injection. So, okay, it says, so however, as noted under Oklahoma law, presently constituted, the jury is not required to find, okay, I already read all that. Okay, they're kind of repetitive. If you've ever noticed court documents, they're kind of like repetitive. Like
they always are, yeah.
Yeah, they repeat themselves. And then I'm like, oh, where was I at? Because like I almost have to like scribble that section out because then I'm just repeating myself. Okay, just as the president of...
So you know what you read.
Right? Well, I've been marking as I go along. So like, yeah. So just as the president of the hate crime enhancement under New Jersey law transformed a second degree into a first degree felony, a finding that before the Supreme Court's decision in appeals was made under the preponderance of the evidence was standard. The weighing in of aggravating circumstances against the mitigating circumstances transformed the life or life without parole sentence, which is a consequence of murder one guilty verdict. Okay, so it transformed it into the potential of a death penalty sentence. There can also be no doubt that the death penalty is an increased punishment beyond life or death without parole, which without the additional fact finding, there are only punishments available for first-degree murder conviction. It is equally clear that the determination whether aggravating circumstances outweighing the mitigating circumstances is factual determination, which could lead to an increase in ultimately the penalty of death. Thus, under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment and the 6th Amendment right to a jury trial, as interpreted, the death sentence can only be properly be returned upon finding that aggravating circumstances outweighing the mitigating circumstances beyond reasonable doubt. Blah, 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 diarrhea of the mouth. Sorry. I was having a Tourette's moment. So we know after hearing about what happened and, hearing about the evidence that they had, that we know that it was aggravated. But this was his appeal saying, no, it wasn't aggravated and that he should only get life. Okay. I'm done with that. And you wanted to hear about the Bill of Particulars. So I will skim through it really quick because there's sections of it I can't read. As old lady O knows because she was here yesterday. So I was like, ooh. And it was hard because I was getting into it and then I was like, breaks. So it's now Caswell, Assistant District Attorney, and files a more definite and certain statement of the statutory aggravating circumstances asserted in the Bill of Particulars. In repunishment, styled.
Is Diane?
Okay, I think we're all here. We that's what made it aggravating, along with him trying to avoid the so like what I don't know, hon. Here, I'll drop the link again. There, I redropped the link. Okay. Okay, so we have the part that which this is explains what's making it aggravated. So the part one was him avoiding and preventing lawful arrest and or prosecution. Part two was the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. The third part is at the present time there existed a probability that the defendant will commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute continuing threat to being a continued to society. I know. I know it was. Welcome back. Get to know.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know what the fuck that was all about.
I don't either. It like kicked me out, but it didn't come kick me off the internet. I don't know. So did you catch all three reasons?
Nope, I sure didn't. I
Okay.
caught maybe one
So,
number eight.
okay. So the three reasons were the murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest and prosecution. Then it says the murder was especially atrocious and cruel. And part three was at the present time, there exists a probability that the defendant will commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. That's why it is aggravated. And then it goes into details of why each section is the way it is. So for section 1, it says the murder was committed for the purposes
You're
of
roboting,
avoiding.
Pinky. I'm just gonna jump down from here.
Am I? Okay, let me just refresh my page. You know what? Hold on. I'll try something else. Maybe I can get it just. Okay. Can you guys still hear me? Type a 1 if you can still hear me because I switched internet sources. It still says it's like low. Interesting. Okay. Okay, well, Lady O can still hear me. Okay, so it's still working. It's just low bars up in the corner. And then the part 2 says, okay, let me finish part 1. So, as the first allegation in the Bill of Particulars, the state will incorporate all the testimony and evidence from the first stage of the trial. The defendant told Sergeant Overby and Mag about killing little Jamie Boland. He struck her in the head with the cutting board 3 to 4 times, trying to knock her out. When this did not work, he placed his hand over her mouth. So that's another way that it became aggravated. I changed my internet source. Get to know if you want to try coming up again. I don't know why it's doing that. I really don't. It's frustrating, and I might have to go back to using my box. The part 2 was saying that the murder was especially heinous and atrocious and cruel. We've already went over the details of that, so I won't go over that again. Because that's where it goes into like real detail. Okay, and then it says at the present time there exists the probability of the defendant committing these acts of violence that would constitute and continuing being a threat to society. And this goes into where it explains where he was like stalking kids, etc. So it wasn't like this was like a one-time thing. He had been really, really planning this out over a long period of time. And that's premeditated. So that was the reasons why it was switched from just murder 1 to aggravated murder. And then we already went over the affidavit of the search warrant. And we also went over the crime scene photographs and physical evidence. You'll just kick it down there in chat. If it does this way, I can couple more t-shirts done as okay. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so then Kevin comes back and says, hey, you know what? I'm not a fan of the Bill of Particulars. I'm not happy with this decision. So he files an additional appeal and says, hey, I'm filing a motion to quash the Bill of Particulars and declare the death penalty unconstitutional. So again, he's saying, nope, he doesn't accept what they've handed him as evidence, stating of why they came to that decision. And so this is what this document says. Comes now the defendant, Kevin Ray Underwood, by and through his attorneys of record, and moves the court to enter in quashing the bill of particulars filed in the instant case and declaring the death penalty unconstitutional as follows. The bill of particulars has been filed in this case alleging 3 aggravating circumstances. That's fact. The bill of particulars has not been subject to probable cause and determination by the magistrate. His argument states that according to Oklahoma statute 21701.7, is unconstitutional. It violates the 8th Amendment prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment and the corresponding clause of the Oklahoma Constitution. The process in the Oklahoma statute 21701.7, it says it also fails to adequately provide the substantive sentencing review and review of fitness of death sentence on the whole record, comparatively speaking. So he's basically saying they didn't come up with enough information that was supposed to be written in the previous document of the reason why. So Oklahoma death penalty statute incorrectly assumes the death penalty is a deterrent to future homicides and a result in arbitrary classifications based upon the race, sex, and economic class of the victim and the accused. Nor, well, if you remember my conversation yesterday, I stated, if you go back and look at the photographs and stuff of where they were at, and the housing community itself was like, when I looked it up to see how much rent would be in something like that, the rent, it stated that it was like low income housing. And I remember saying yesterday, I go, well, that's just makes a shitty situation on top of a shitty situation, because he basically took advantage of the fact that he was in an area that was already like not economically, like I don't know how to say it nicely. Like it was like a really low class area. Like it's sad that he took advantage of the dad and the baby, and he kept an eye on him, knew that dad worked all the time and that he wasn't home during the day. So he took advantage of the fact that he had sufficient, like the ability to get to her, to reach her. He kind of knew their schedules and stuff. So he just took advantage of that. And knowing that it was a lower class area, it's just, yeah. Anyways, I'm rambling on. So it says, nor the aggravating circumstances defined sufficiently to give necessary guide and discretion. The aggravating circumstances have not been applied in consistent manner throughout the history in this state. Says the statute also violates the 6th and 8th Amendments and due process and equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution by limiting the defendant's right on evidentiary grounds. So he's basically saying, like, according to the evidence, it's okay. I didn't say that. Okay. So basically he's saying, no, that's not the way it's supposed to be. He's like completely arguing with them about how it was being addressed towards him, and that he wasn't getting the sufficient amount of like defense in his case, is basically what he's saying. He's stating, by failing to protect and safeguard the rights of the economically deprived. And that's, I guess, is how I would say it was. I would say the economically deprived area that they lived in. By failing to check the abuses of, I'm sitting here reading this and I'm like, he's like pushing the envelope. Like, I don't even know. I think it's because he's complaining that he doesn't have money for the proper defense that he would have needed, but he shouldn't have done the crime. You know, he shouldn't have done the crime. I think that they gave him, from everything that I've read, I think that they gave him way beyond the scope of being able to present his side of the story, but he was so open about what he did. He screwed himself over that way. And I'm nowhere near defending this guy. I'm just saying if he wanted to get away with it, he should not have just came out and said it. Okay. So further, the statute as applied violates the 8th and 14th Amendment and it discriminates against Black and poor defendants who kill white persons. That's what it says, you guys. That's what it says. I'm not trying to be politically incorrect. That's just what it says. It says the imposition of the statute on poor people also results in court-sanctioned ineffective assistances of counsel due to the caseload of counsel, lack of notice, appropriate discovery and evidentiary hearings, and clear standards, the racial class bias, which is so inherent in this system. So that's basically what he's using as his defense is he's saying, hey, you know, I'm not getting the proper representation because he's broke. So those two should not have been together. Sorry. Motion to strike continuing threat, aggravating circumstances as unconstitutionally vague and in brief support thereof. He also had filed this one along with that document, but they're two separate documents. That's why I separated them. So he's arguing the argument and authority that they didn't have the authority to make that decision as far as him getting lethal injection. And again, it goes back to him stating that he didn't have proper counsel because the caseloads were too full. And basically citing other cases in this one. So it's just repetitious. Come in, get to know. Tuesdays and Thursdays. Be entered into the drawing for a free tie-dye t-shirt Thursday night. Yes. So get to know. He does live t-shirt, like tie-dye t-shirt making, and then he raffles them off. It's really cool. So please connect with Get to Know. I think he's making t-shirts now. I think is what he said he was going to do. Thank you, Oladio. Let me post this up. Yeah, Newman, Just Nobody is Get to Know's. His main channel is Get to Know, and then this is his sub channel. So here we have another motion. This one was filed on July 10th, 2007. He had filed so many motions. I mean, I'm not kidding you guys. Like, there's so many appeals. His file is this thick of him arguing about everything under the sun. So this one is, again, it's on the death penalty. It says, you know, that he's coming in and he's saying he requests life qualified jury. So basically a jury that is qualified enough to give that type of conviction, that type of sentencing of the death penalty. He doesn't think that the jury was qualified enough to handle that type of sentencing. So he says a jury comprised of persons who will fully and fairly consider the punishment options of life imprisonment and without the possibility of parole. So that's what he's asking for, is he wants life in prison without the possibility of parole. But what law enforcement and the judicial system was actually worried about was because he had stated that he didn't have a specific gender that he wanted, or desired, I guess would be a proper way to say it, that he desired, or that He didn't have a specific age group that he was attracted to, that he was just attracted to the idea of cannibalism and then, graping the corpse. So he really didn't care what the sex was. He just wanted to eat somebody, basically, and have sex with that body. So they feel that him being even in prison would pose a risk to the other inmates, that they were afraid that he would attempt to do this there in prison. Just nobody says, yes, I am. Yeah, go check out Get to Know's channel. Oh, thank you, Newman. You're such a doll. Mwah. So here it states, it says these questions should include, do you believe that the death penalty is ordinarily the only appropriate punishment for the crime of murder in the first degree? Now, typically, no, it wouldn't be. Now, if you recall, murder in the first degree is, 30 years life in prison. It's not typically the death sentence unless it's been aggravated. Okay. And then we have, are there any cases that you would not be in favor of the death penalty for the person who had been convicted of the crime in the first degree murder, which was done with malice or premeditation? Then the third question is, do you have any religious, moral, or ethical beliefs which cause you to believe that the death penalty is always or almost always an appropriate punishment for the murder in first degree? Fourth question is, if you sat as a juror in this case, and you should happen to convict a defendant of murder in the first degree, would you be able to consider voting for sentencing less than the death penalty? So would you be willing to basically vote, do like a vote within the group and say, is it worth the death penalty? Question number 5 is, if you convicted the defendant of first degree murder with malice and then afterthought, would you presume that life imprisonment is the proper punishment until the presumption of life imprisonment were overcome? If ever by proof beyond reasonable doubt that the death penalty is the only appropriate penalty in this case. DK Spiracy, good to see you. Welcome in, love. This is so shadow banned for me. This is the first live I've seen in months. Oh, I'm sorry. If you unsubscribe and resubscribe, then it will automatically re-update. Sometimes we have to do that. To like all my favorite people that I like watching, sometimes I have to unsub, resub back. Okay, so number 6 is if you all heard all the evidence in this case and came to the conclusion that the defendant was guilty of murder in the first degree, would you have any preconceived notions as to the penalty that should be imposed? Number 7 is, if you convicted the defendant of murder in the first degree, would you consider both the death penalty and life imprisonment in determining the appropriate punishment? Number 8 is, if you find reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree, would you fully and fairly consider a sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole? Number 9 is, if you find beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree, would you fully and fairly consider the sentence of life imprisonment without possibility of parole? In this case, is not inclined to ask if the above questions of counsel specifically request the opportunity to do so. Defendant further requests that these questions be asked in camera and the individuality of each potential juror, so it's a fair and complete record can be made to ensure that the honest and full response is given by each juror without the threat of embarrassment and without the juror's response tainting the response of other jurors. So basically, he's asking that these jurors be asked these questions in private so that they don't feel compelled that they have to agree with the other jurors. And if they don't agree with the other jurors, that they're not going to be reprimanded for it or embarrassed. Hi, DK. It's good to see you, love. So that was that. So that was the questioning that he had for the jurors. And he basically was asking, hey, I would really like the jurors to be asked these questions just so that they were able to pick jurors that were kind of like more open-minded, and I guess more open-minded on having life imprisonment or life imprisonment without parole versus being forced into the death penalty. And he's assuming that they were, subjected to choosing that option. That one was time-stamped July 10th. Okay. So, I believe this is the same document. Let me make sure. Yes, that's the same document. Okay. So we have moved on to August 31st, 2007. And this was his request for production of the motion to compel on the discovery. Now, this is the actual state coming in, and the state is asking for the production and the motion to compel the discovery. So they're asking for the discovery from, I believe, the defendant. Amos777, welcome in. Don't forget to smash that like button, you guys. It's free, no charge. Gotta love it. Now comes the state of Oklahoma by and through Greg Mashburn, District Attorney for Cleveland County, and moves this court to issue the order of compelling the defendant, Kevin Ray Underwood, and his attorney of record to disclose and produce evidence pursuant Title 2022 OS Sections 2001 and 2002. In support of this motion, the state alleges that the state also follows the defendant herein is charged with murder in the first degree and is set for trial February 19th, 2008. On July 11th, 2007, the court entered in scheduling order ordering the defendant to provide expert testimony discovery to the state by August 27th, 2007. On August 28th, 2007, the state received an unfiled notice to the court advising the court that the defendant was unable to meet the court ordered discovery deadline, claiming once again the failure to comply was due to the state's failure to provide timely discovery to the defendant. So it's like he said, she said. The defendant failed to meet the previous discovery deadline. So he's saying, hey, like, you guys didn't do it for me, so why should I do it for you? Basically being disrespectful to the court. He's holding on to evidence. Let's see. So September 12th, 2007. This document is the transcripts of proceedings. Let me see what this says before I get into reading it. So this document is kind of going over basically he's upset in the fact that it was covered on the news. So he's like, why is this being covered on the news? Like, they showed newspaper clippings and stuff in this document. So he's being bitter and angry that the news is covering this. This is big for this very small area in Oklahoma. It's a really, really, really small town. It might have 2 stoplights if you're lucky. And so he's like, here, I'll kind of skim through it. Okay. So the following proceedings were held on camera. Why did they keep putting in? On camera, Thursday, August 30th, 2007 at 2 p.m. So this is basically the transcripts from that court proceeding. The court, this is in the matter of the state of Oklahoma versus Kevin Underwood, CF 07513. Parties make present notice known for court and for the record. So, Mr. Mashburn, Your Honor, that's okay. I'll kind of like try to skip over who they are. Not like that, but I guess what I'm saying is, so if you've ever looked at a play, that's what it looks like. It's basically this person's talking and it kind of like states who it is. So, Mr. Mashburn, Your Honor, this state is present by District Attorney Greg Mashburn and Assistant DA Susan Caswell. Mr. Woodyard, Your Honor, the defendant is present in person with counsel Wayne Woodward, Matt Hare, and Lynn Birch. The court. All right. This matter comes in today on the request of the defendant for the camera hearing. So he didn't want to be on camera. So there's nothing actually filed. I am uncomfortable unless all parties are willing to proceed without anything being filed. What says the state? Ms. Caswell, Judge, they sent us a fax basically outlining things that they wish to discuss on camera hearing. So this is where he's just like, he didn't want to be on camera. He didn't want like news reporters inside the courtroom and etc. And he was also, Mr. Underwood was not happy about the newspaper clippings. I guess he was getting copies of newspaper clippings coming in that he was like, he was being bashed. He felt that he was being subjected to the community as a bad guy. And of course he is, but it was making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like the public comments. The second problem areas we see comes from public comments that attribute to the case, and that he's seeing like these documents and from the newspapers and television, which nowadays it's so easy to go in a courtroom and record it if the judge allows it. I'm trying to get to the final part. The comment justice delayed. Okay, so he was saying that this was causing, basically it's causing the jury to like look at the case differently than what he was expecting or what he was wanting. So Mr. Underwood's part in this staff is representing him, whether it was intended or not. I don't think it was affecting the effect of putting us all in a bad light. Yeah. So what he's saying is it's putting him in a bad light, but yet this is the crime that he committed and he thinks that it's okay. It's freaking absurd. Okay, the court, I really think that we are all very interested in being able to select a jury in which we can assure fairness on all sides. So his complaint is if all of this is brought out into the news and they're hearing all of this stuff, that they're going to be already judgmental as a jury coming in. And the jury is noted, Pot. Welcome in, Pot. Mwah. They're not allowed to, watch any new news after they've been selected. Or social media, anything that has to do with the case, so that they don't become jaded on it. Like, not really jaded, but they become more like pro prosecuting attorney instead of pro defendant. Is you're supposed to be open-minded and make sure that the evidence is compelling enough that you make the right decision. They believe that by this being promoted on the news channels and in the newspapers, that, it was injustice. Injustice is being delayed by them having a hard time picking a good jury that hadn't been subjected to the local news. It says, I want us to be able to seat a jury and a fair jury. And this is one of those kinds of cases that seem to lend itself into sensational headlines. So I think we don't want this case. Should there be a conviction, we don't want to have to overdo it. We want to do it right. And if he is not guilty, then he'll be acquitted. Bias, exactly. Bias. See, I need you up here, Kaylee, so when I'm tongue-tied, you can kind of fill in my blanks. Just kidding. If you don't want to, I understand. So moving on, it says, so we're going to order that we will take special precautions in this case, and that, and I will get with the Cleveland County clerk and see what kind of procedures that would be best for her, because it is a big hassle to seal filings. And that's something that they do is they will seal the files to where we as journalists or, like social media outlets, they don't have access to the documents, or for instance, like court hearings like this, where you can read word for word what the court hearing stated, and then, post it on social media, where it could potentially damage the continuity of the case. And I think that has a lot to do with a lot of the issue in cases nowadays, that they are so publicized that even the assailant is getting away with a lot more, because they know exactly what is going on in the case anyway. So if they're on the run, they know where law enforcement is. Linky Inky. Thank you, love. Darn, I'm not even halfway through with, no, I'm about halfway through with 2007. There, I dropped the StreamYard link for you, hun. I appreciate you. So on October 5th, 2007, this is the state's response to the motion to strike the heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravating circumstances as unconstitutional. So now this is going to be the response to his motion saying, hey, this is unconstitutional. I shouldn't get the death penalty through lethal injection. Baby, I've missed you.
I know, you never go live anymore.
I know, I've been preoccupied. I'll have to, well, yeah, you watched mine yesterday, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think we'll talk.
All over the place.
Yeah. So are you understanding, like, what these different documents are and what they're for? I hope I'm explaining them well enough.
Sounds like a bunch of stalling.
Yeah, basically that's what it is. He's like, I don't want social media in there. I don't deserve the death penalty. And that's exactly what it is.
Well,
like,
how about we don't want you to kill and eat kids? I mean, we could start there. I mean, what makes your wants any more, more important than everybody else's? In that small of a town, you're going to have to go to an outside court, to have anybody that hasn't heard about it. I mean, come on, he's been dragging the crap out for almost 20 years.
Yeah, 17 years. He's going to go, he probably will make it to 20, because they made it to where they can only execute so many people a year, like one, maybe a month.
Jesus Christ.
There was 25 that was supposed to be done this year, and they said that's unconstitutional.
Well, he'll sit on death row another 20 years. They haven't even decided whether he's on it, right? Or is he, or no, he's trying to appeal it?
No, he's ran out of appeals. He has no more appeals. He's done.
So then why'd the date get moved?
That is not determined yet. It was supposed to be December 7th.
But it's not because
They said it was unconstitutional for that many executions in 1 year.
oh, so not just his case specifically, just he's got to wait until it's been
Mhm.
enough days to where they're allowed to do it to somebody else.
Yeah, they don't have the new here, let me look it up. They
I
don't
was gonna say,
have
I
the
was
new
looking
list
it up.
for
They have 2
2024.
different methods. Like, are they really still doing the other way? Like, not lethal injection?
He's getting lethal injection. I don't think they do it any other way there anymore.
What would be the other way? The chair?
Chair. And I think it's because some people have survived it. I mean, there's been people that survived the lethal injection too, though.
Yeah,
It's
sometimes
weird.
just evil won't die.
I'm telling you, I've probably said this before, is I think that, you know how they say God takes his children first? And I'm like, leaves the more evil ones.
Yeah, well, he's definitely not no child of God, so that's the case. He might live through the ding process. Is the family of the victim, are they still living?
Mm-hmm.
Because I know in most states, like they let the victim's family have a say. Because like with the Chris Watts case, they were actually the Shanann's family was able to spare him of the death penalty because they opted out against it. So I just wonder if her family gets a vote on all this crap that he's doing, or they just have to deal with being drug around for 20 years before they see justice.
I know. And it's been almost 20 years that they've had to, before they've even been able to have closure.
It's just crazy. Why confess with the amount of detail that he did, if he's just gonna later say that it's unconstitutional? Like, what would have, if you would have had the best lawyer in America, that's not gonna change your words and your what you did in the way that you talked about it. I mean, how's that anybody's fault but your own? I don't understand when he's saying he didn't have proper representation. I mean, I don't think the best lawyer in America could defend that. I mean, they could try, but it's indefensible. And he talked about it like he was proud of it. Like he wasn't
did.
remorseful.
Nope. He was like, look at my knees. I got
Yeah.
rug burn. And I'm like,
And it didn't matter who it was. He just wanted to eat somebody. Like that is absolutely. Can you imagine if he would do it again?
he would. I think he would.
And
if he
he
got
just
away
had the
with it, he
roadmap on
would.
how to do it better. Yeah, because look how long he got away with that. And who knows what he's got in his digestive system? Who knows?
So for 2024, he's not on the 2024 list. So it's going to be probably 2025.
Are there really that many people in Oklahoma on death row?
I'm going to share this. Hold on. Well, it's throughout the entire U.S. Hold on.
Are you kidding me?
Hopefully I don't freeze up too much. Yeah. So this is total execution scheduled for 2024. Oklahoma, that's Wendell, James, Tremaine, Kendrick, Michael Smith.
Now, does it go by when they get put on the list, or will they trump one if the crime is more heinous, or how does the scheduling work?
I don't know. James, Clarence, Ranson, Alfred, Marlon, and then this is for 2025. Those are all Ohio. For 2026, they're all Ohio. So he'll probably be maybe 2025.
Oh my gosh, that would
And
be
see,
what,
these
20
even say
years? That
scheduled
would be
to a
20
later
years.
date.
Yeah, didn't it happen in 05?
Mhm. Yeah.
Wow.
No, 2026, because it's 17 years now. So in 2026, it'll be 20 years.
Wow.
And
That'll
it may
probably be a
be
route
that
run when they get to it. Oh, there's 2026 there. I don't see him on that either.
mm-mm.
Wow. Unbelievable.
I don't see him. And I mean, unless,
Rescheduled to a
I don't,
later date. Is he? He's not even on there as rescheduled to a later date.
mm-mm.
December 5th.
I bet you these people got moved. These were the people that were originally for 2025, and they got moved because everybody else got moved down the line.
Yeah, but he's not even on the list at all. That's weird. Almost like they're. I don't know. I seen something. Some Christian. Hold on. I gotta put it up in another tab. Some like fundraiser or whatever you call like a foundation Christian ministries that's like advocating in his behalf.
Yes, I saw that.
I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
I don't know.
Because they're saying that here I'll put the link in the back chat. That saying that he shouldn't be on there and quoting Bible verses and it's really like messed up to me because I don't bring God into that man's foolishness. Like
I understand the forgiveness, and I understand.
yeah, but they're trying to say that he was wrongly convicted. Like he shouldn't have been on death row because he had psychological issues and he was abused as a child. Like that's cockamamie.
Yeah.
Like we were abused as children too, but we're not like
I'm not out doing that. Exactly.
No, absolutely not. Like at one point, at a point, it comes to a point where you have to take accountability for your actions. And at the end of the day, I mean, it wasn't like his parents were eating little kids. So that at this point, that you can't even say that's learned behavior.
Correct. It wasn't. Yeah, and it wasn't like they were like. He didn't even have that rough of a childhood.
No.
You know what I'm saying? He didn't have like some of the extreme cases of like serious abuse, and he's using it as a cop out because he knows he messed up when he was like, this is what I was thinking, this is what I wanted to do, this is what I was daydreaming about, and he got himself in here. Let me click on that link that you just popped in back chat. Welcome up, Swarty.
Hi.
Hi, hun.
I haven't talked to you in a while.
I know.
Swarty, are you stalking me?
No, I'm not stalking anyone.
I'm just kidding. I see you everywhere now.
Like, I would never do that.
I'm
at
just
all.
kidding. You just hang out at the same places I do, which just means you're getting better taste in company. That's all.
Yeah.
So this is the page that you sent me.
Yeah, the Forgiveness Foundation. Ugh, it leaves a bad taste. Like I understand what they're trying to say, but it just I mean, I would not put this situation on that. That would be one I would not advocate for. But hey,
and I don't even understand why they are. Like, are they not worried about their own children? Like, what if this man got out? What if he survived past 30 years or 50 years? What if he made it to 80? I'm not saying at 80 years old he would be incapable of it, but still, it's just on general purpose.
Yeah, like he can ask for forgiveness, and I'm all for that. Like, and you can ask God to forgive you, and maybe in your mind God does, but that ain't got nothing to do with you being out on these streets to do it again. You can get right with God from back there behind those gates, or until you meet your fate. Dang, Sweater, you done kicked her off.
Well, no, I'm just listening. I'm not trying to interrupt.
No, you kicked Inky off.
I did?
I'm just kidding. You wouldn't be able to. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Oh. Why would you do something? You're giving me a hard time? Seriously? Thank you.
Oh, to give you a hard time. Who else isn't? Who's else is going to give you a hard time?
Yeah,
okay.
you should expect it.
So can I? So I know, like, what your channel's all about and that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And you're like against domestic violence and like that kind of like abusive like behavior,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
And so, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think maybe we've talked about it before, but do you think a guy can be abused?
Yes. Men can be abused just as well as
Absolutely.
women. Yeah. Men, women, and
Okay.
children.
Well, and
Animals.
I don't mean to be like a how do I say it properly? I don't mean to be like a pussy. Like, seriously.
That's a stigma.
And so it was like when I went over to my girlfriend's house this last weekend, she got so upset at me because I was on YouTube at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and she just started piling up and smacking the shit out of me. And
Why
I
would you
was
let a
like,
woman hit you?
That's abusive.
yeah, and I was like, what the hell's going on? I was like, I was just like watching a YouTube channel, like, big deal, right? And she totally piled on to me. She
For
did
being on
apologize.
YouTube?
No, she didn't do it live. Um, I was like, what the fuck did I do to deserve this shit? Like, I'm not even kidding. I was like, I've never laid my hands on her. I didn't do anything like wrong. Well, she did tell me to pull her hair and like that kind of
Pineapple juice.
stuff.
Pineapple juice.
I was like, what did I even
Only in a
do?
good way, right? Only pull her hair in a nice way.
Right. No, she
Me. Can't hear you.
no, she wanted it like that. And I was like, okay, I guess. All right. And but no, other than that, like, I have never like laid hands or did anything like that. Like,
And so
seriously,
so
in my life.
basically she's allowed to physically abuse you, and the moment that you go and try to defend yourself, she's going to be like, "Oh, you did A, B, and C," and then you're going to end up locked up in jail.
Right.
No, like, she even told me, she was like, fucking asshole and squirting, and I was like, what?
She does not call you squirting.
She,
She does.
she calls you swirty.
She does call me swarty. Well, that's my name.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's not squirty?
It's not swarty. What?
Stop it.
Are
No.
you sure it's not?
Okay. Like, she, honest to God, like, smacked the shit out of me. And she was like, when we woke up in the
Lord
morning,
save me.
it was like 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever when this happened. And she told me,
Squirty.
no, I'm serious. She told me flat out. She was like,
I think she said,
I'm so
never mind.
sorry.
Kaylee will probably jump down if I say that.
Pineapple juice.
Pineapple juice.
That her exit stage left.
I heard
I'll rage quit.
Okay, now I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that pineapple juice makes your cum taste sweet.
Wow.
That just went from 0 to what the fuck real quick.
I know. Isn't it insane in my life? It's crazy,
Wow.
isn't it?
I want to smack you, so now I don't feel like you. Now I think I'm siding with the old Chief Red Hand over there.
But I didn't even do anything wrong.
Well, was there alcohol involved?
Oh no, she drank like
She did
2
it stone.
full bottles of
Oh.
tequila.
Well,
Really?
see,
Yeah.
tequila makes her clothes come off and makes her pimp hand get itchy.
Well,
Well, what's the
all right
problem? Is it
then.
just she didn't want you on YouTube in general, or was it because of whose channel you were watching?
Well,
I mean, not
no,
saying that it's
no.
okay regardless, but what triggered her to that level?
Well,
Be
I think
honest.
that she won. Oh, okay, I'm gonna be flat out honest with you. I
Yep.
really will. I
No, it
think
wasn't me. I
that
wasn't on at 4 in the morning.
she. Well, I think she wanted me to like, kind of like cuddle up next to her, and she
And you
didn't
were busy
want
playing
me
around on YouTube.
on YouTube.
Oh,
playing
shame
around.
on you.
And so I did get on YouTube, and that's when she like piled onto me. Like, I'm not even kidding. She like literally just like smacked the shit out of me. And I was just like, you are so fucking lucky that I'm not an abusive guy. And like if anyone else ever did that to me in my life, like I swear to God, like I would just be like, ugh.
This is what I'll say, and this is
I
to
would drop
any woman on the
no,
planet.
I would drop the hammer on him. And
No,
she
listen,
did that
listen,
to me.
Swarty. This is what I'll tell any woman. I know men are supposed to be gentlemen. Women, don't ever put your hands on a man
You're
unless
robot,
you
Ninky.
expect to get. Am I roboting? Unless
Yeah.
you plan on getting hit by a man.
You're good. You're clear now.
Okay, so I would tell a woman, don't put your hands on a man unless you plan on getting hit by a man, because you cannot expect every man to be a gentleman. And then secondly, when you do that, you're provoking that fight and you are being abusive. Now, women do get arrested for domestic violence more now than ever, because women are coming out in the open and doing whatever they want, and men are actually saying, hey, I didn't deserve this, and I'm not going to be treated this way.
Well, I actually thought like if the cops showed up, like the guy always goes away. Even
That
if
depends
it's
on where you're at. Because
And
in
not
Florida,
necessarily.
they will take, by law, they have to take, if both parties, like if there's evidence that you were physical with, y'all were both physical with each other, y'all are both going. Or
oh
if and y'all
wow.
are both claiming like I hit him and he hit me back, y'all are both going. By law, they have to, and then they'll let the judge sort it out.
No, that actually makes sense.
But for the most part, in most places, if there's not substantial like physical evidence where you're not like bleeding anywhere or have any marks, they will just take the women for being the victim and the man will go. But that is kind of starting to shift, because now, like women have taken advantage of it so much for so long. The law enforcement has no choice but to acknowledge,
Well,
when the guy comes in, he's got his teeth hanging out and the woman's over there like, oh no, but he beat me first, and she's got a couple of red marks. It's kind of obvious what happened.
no, honestly, I didn't even do anything wrong. I really didn't. Do you know what I did though to negate this situation? Right? I just left. I
That's
was
the
like,
best thing. Yeah, because
like
especially with the alcohol, it would only escalate and get worse.
Yeah, no, I totally just left. I was like,
And that's the
you know
healthiest
what?
thing to do.
I don't deserve this shit in life. And
Puff muffin.
like
Sorry,
I
Puff muffins here.
like I actually kind of love the girl. I really do. It's like, why would she treat me so bad? Like,
And if she's doing it now and you guys aren't married, how long have you guys been together?
since July. So it's only
It'll
been like 6 months, I guess.
it could feasibly, I'm not going to say definite, but it feasibly could get worse.
Oh, I
Is that the
know it
first
did.
time she's ever done it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, she always kind of does treat me a little bit shitty, but like
I
she's
mean,
never.
physical.
No, like that's never happened before, and it got like it got intense to where I almost cocked back and fucking punched her in her face, and I was like, I don't want to do that shit. So I was like, I'm
Yeah,
out of this mother.
you shouldn't put yourself in a predicament to to get out of
Yeah,
character.
no. I was like,
'Cause-
I'm up out of this motherfucker. Like, seriously. Like, I jumped in my car and just fucking drove away.
Yeah,
So, Kaylee,
you
do
might
you
want to drive away
remember
from the relationship.
do you remember a story I told you about my oldest son and that his wife was abusive to him?
I don't think
Mm,
so.
yes,
So
I do.
I think yeah, I think I did tell Kaylee about it, and he finally did
You
get
never
away from the
told me about it,
situation.
though.
Okay, well, I will tell you then. So, it was my son called me up. He was living in Florida, and he called me up and he was crying and he's like, "Hey, mom, I don't know what to do." And I'm like, "What's wrong?" And he was explaining to me, that he thought initially it may have been like, just pregnancy hormones or whatever that was making her really irate. But I watched that relationship when they moved to the West Coast. I watched that relationship as it progressed to the point that they did end up, going through a divorce. But she was very abusive. She destroyed all of his electronics, computers, electronic devices. She was just a very, very aggressive woman. And I warned him then. I go, now keep in mind, if you go and try to defend yourself against her, you may end up in jail. So you have to like really tread lightly when you're around a female that is very open about, being physical. Only because it's a lot of times, the men will go back and go to defend themselves and the girl will get hurt or she'll end up with some kind of bruise. Like, say, for instance, like a female is attacking you and you go to
Right.
hold her down, it's going to leave marks on her. And then guess what? Now you're the perpetrator. So the best,
Sure.
in my opinion, what I would tell you if you were one of my kids would be, you need to be like, hey, if you're going to put your hands on me, I can't be in this relationship. And
Well,
just deal with it that
I'm
way.
not.
Yeah,
No,
create boundaries and stick to them.
Yeah.
like, I'm not one of your kids. I'm actually only 5 years younger than you. I know how old you
You're
are.
45. I'm saying
Yeah.
if you were one of my kids, that's what I would tell you. That's
And
what I
So,
told
just a
like,
friend
I
too.
was
She would
like,
say that to you
yeah.
because it doesn't matter
I'm
I'm
about
not
age.
saying
like, I
like
was
if it was
honestly
Kaylee, I
just
would tell her
going
the
there
same
to
thing.
have a good time and
No,
hang out.
she'd say,
And, like,
"Girl, you better get yourself out of that.
Yeah, I would.
Don't you settle for that shit."
Exactly. Like
yeah,
I don't even tolerate someone raising their voice to me.
Yes.
Like if a guy raises his voice to me, that means he has no control over his emotions. And when that is an issue, it will propel itself into physical violence at some
so
point.
you've never had a yelling match before?
I will not.
No, she would change. She would get a new boyfriend before she would be yelled at. She's
Yeah.
the opposite of that.
Okay, well, no, fair enough. I was just asking the question.
Like
Yeah.
it will. Some people just with traumas that they have from when they're younger. Like she is the type. Like she's not gonna be yelled or like you. She would leave over almost to some people petty stuff just because she felt like she was yelled at or and for me like I would have like been more lean would cling more to that type because it's normalcy but people deal with trauma in different ways
Exactly. And
but
I was
it can
abused
be the same
too.
amount of trauma right but
And
it's
I was abused too, but I chose, well, the only person I was abused by was like, my parentals. So I was like,
no
I don't
thinker
want to raise my kids that way. I don't want to be treated that way. So I got away from that situation. I got married, I moved out, moved on with my life. So when
Sure.
I was in a situation where I was being treated disrespectful, I was like, nope, I'm not going to have it because I dealt with it as a child. So then as an adult, when I was in a
Oh my.
situation that was a million times worse than what it was when I was a child, I really didn't know how to deal with it. And I'll be blatantly honest. So
Okay,
my
let's
my
go.
ex
Let's do
my
it. Let's
my
just do it.
ex-husband made me feel like I would not be able to accomplish anything without him. So when I was going through that really abusive relationship, I was almost afraid to tell anybody because I didn't want to look like a failure. He knew I wouldn't tolerate something like that. So for him in his brain, he's like, there's no way someone's being this abusive to her because she would never tolerate someone even raising their voice to her. So it was hard for him to chew when he really did find out the truth. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it I didn't stay in the situation because of other traumas. I stayed in that situation from being afraid to even expose that part of my life to my ex, knowing that I had utterly failed after leaving him. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
mine was on a totally different ball game until the situation with my daughter came into the picture. And then I was like, well, nope, now I have no choice. I have to leave. I'm going to have to, face this head on because I can't subject her to that. So if it was me, I would have tolerated probably getting my butt whooped all the time just because I'm an adult. I can deal with it. That's how I
Right.
thought in my brain. And that's not a healthy way of thinking. That's not a healthy way of keeping security in your life. Security comes from compassion and knowing that you're surrounded by those that love you and appreciate you and would not want to see you in that type of situation. So, for
Well,
instance, like I said, if Kaylee was in that situation, I would tell her, nope, you need to get up and get out of that, like immediately, because it's not healthy for you. Um, it's just not. And it could
sure.
potentially hurt her in the future, especially having children. You know what I mean? And your
Yeah.
children come first, and you have to think of them before yourself. So that's what I did. I'm done.
Well, I don't know if I've ever even told you this about me in like life. Like I've never even been married and I don't have kids. Even though I'm like 45 years old, like going on, like I do like hardcore like oil field work and like I try to work my ass off. I mean, my house is pretty freaking
Do you
clean. Like,
and a wife?
huh?
Do you want to have kids and a wife?
I would love to have a kid and a wife. I really would. Like, not even kidding. I really would.
Or
And
do you have you been with women that already have kids, or what? How have you been filling that void?
yeah, there was a couple of times, but this last girlfriend, she asked me on an email not to bring up her name. But I know you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. Well, you go ahead. You
Yeah.
can talk about it without saying her name. I got you.
And like I totally cum dumped her this last weekend. You know what I mean by that?
Now, okay, with that being said, okay, does she have a desire to have kids?
She does. And so
I
like
mean, as long as it's not invading her right
no,
to,
not at all.
okay.
She was like totally cool with it.
I
She was
think that
just
we're all on the same page. I'm not sure what you meant by that, but I think I know what you meant by that. So I'm
it's called a cum dump.
I know.
All right.
Okay. I don't need the visual. I got it. I think
All right.
I think I'm on the same page.
And this girl's only like 5'4", and I'm like 6 foot, like tall and like kind of halfway muscular, but this like yeah, 5'4". Like that's crazy. I'm just like, okay, I'll do my best, I guess.
Well, listen. I don't want to know. I'm so confused on this height difference and where the relevance. But I don't want you to explain it to me. So,
Oh, okay, sorry.
but what I mean, what does that? What does that have? So, are you going to be a dad? I mean, what is the moral of the story?
Well, I'm trying to actually have a baby with her.
Yeah, but does she want to have a
Height
baby with
difference
you?
is what
No,
what is?
she told me
I'm so
flat
confused.
out because she's only 38 years old, and she
Okay.
was like, "I'm running out of time, and
They
I
have
would
IVF. You're never running out of
totally
time.
like to have a baby with you." And just like me, like I got my own house and
Okay,
like my
here's an
own
adult question. Okay, Swirty,
what?
are you ready?
Sure, let's go.
Okay. What are you going to do with a baby? What does it mean to you to have a child? Because I wish they would have asked me that question when I decided to have my first. I
Okay,
wanted babies.
I
I
think
wanted like 6 kids running around, climbing the curtains, making noise and all kinds of racket. And then I had 3. So I'm just going to ask you, what
oh,
does
you
it
have
mean to you?
3?
I have 3. I have one that's almost as old as you.
What? Are you
I say
serious?
she's got one that's my
He's
age.
almost 30. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I did not know that. You never told me that before.
Hmm. Yeah.
I
She's full of all kind of mystery.
I have
think
4 grandkids.
I think like okay, since we're getting real with each other, I think I would honestly kind of like to have a family and
But
just be
what
a
does
good.
a family mean to you?
Well,
Like,
no,
Now,
are you
it
paint
willing
the
to
picture.
be
What does that look like?
no,
What
seriously.
what
I
does a
just want to
Tuesday
have a
night look like for you
family
with a baby?
and
yeah,
be a good
no sleep.
person, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, what would tonight look like a Saturday night if with a baby or a pregnant girlfriend?
Oh,
Like
I'll tell
would
you
you be
what right
behaving
now,
differently?
like honestly, if okay, here it goes. I told you, let's get real together.
Okay.
We're gonna
I'm
do
all
Get
it.
real
ears.
with yourself, Swarty. We're
If
gonna break this
I
barrier.
had a baby and like my gal was there for me and like I would not be drinking at all
So why don't you
because
stop now in preparation for children?
And that could be a lot of why you don't have a baby yet, because that also has something to do with the misfiring.
Sperm count.
Just saying.
right. And no, you're right. You're
You
right.
got a bunch of little drunk sperm swimmers, and they're not.
But I think like I like self-sabotage. Do you know what I mean by that? Like
Have you thought
self-sabotage.
of having a baby sober, or
And
is it something
because
that's still a good idea?
I've tried to like think about it and I'm like, where does
Well,
this even come from? And I think it becomes from my early childhood
look
because
at
I was
Newman
like,
Gaiman. Look at
no,
Newman
I was
Gaiman.
like,
I am a single father of 4 beautiful teenagers, and he wouldn't change a thing.
well, no, like I was like highly abused.
Yeah, but because of that, you would never abuse your child, right?
No.
Right. So
Like, why would I
what's
ever
holding you
do
back? Just
that?
do it. Just do it.
Yeah, but
Before the clock runs out.
sure.
I mean, the worst. If you're unsure about it, then I wouldn't do it, because having a kid, there's no going back from it, and there's something that you got to be all in about. And if you're on the fence, then I would say that you're not ready.
I'm not on the fence. I'm saying I wanted to have a kid.
Then just fucking do it. Just do it. Just do it.
I think what I was getting at was like what was like so exactly like what Kaylee said. So like what does your Saturday night look like with either, a pregnant
Oh,
girlfriend
what does
or
my Saturday night look like?
right.
Okay.
So you have
Not
to
right now, but
imagine
with a baby.
Do you
yeah.
see this? Do you see this Christmas tree right
Oh, it's a
here?
little
Aw.
baby Christmas tree. So cute.
It's so cute.
Yeah. Check this one out.
Oh, he
I
has one
got
on the
another
kitchen
one.
table.
Okay, so instead of one big one, he's got 10 little ones. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah. Well, that way I don't have to put up so much shit at the end of the year. Okay.
Yeah, but then you have to decorate 10 little ones. So aren't you doing the same amount of work?
Well, no, I even have like Christmas decorations out in my front of my house, and like I've like tried
What?
to, yeah, straight up.
Wordy's all
Look,
festive? Okay.
yeah, like I've tried to do a good job in life, but like I freaking suck. It's terrible. And I don't like being fucking abused and smacked on either, by the way.
Well, then maybe that's not the woman you should be trying to get knocked up, okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah, what the heck? Well, I mean, was she gonna? What sounds
Because
like if
she ain't
y'all are
gonna
gonna
be
do
any
that,
nicer.
y'all can't have to kill the drinking for sure.
She ain't gonna be any
No,
nicer pregnant. I can guarantee you
she
that. That's what I was getting at.
actually
And
wants to have a baby with me.
she gonna be smacking around on you when she's pregnant? Because like Inky said, everything that you are. It's tenfold when you're pregnant, and the worst person in your life you're gonna take it out on is baby daddy. I mean, they can almost do nothing right. The more pregnant you get, the more it's just everything is their fault. I'm just being honest.
Newman says it easy to make it hard to raise it. Thanks for you to leap into bed with a commitment that never has to be born. Oh, raise it. Think before you leap, I think is what he meant. But yeah. So I get it.
Oh. Why
Growling at me,
me?
sir?
Fuck my life, man. Like seriously.
I mean, having babies is fun, but you need to make sure that you're in a committed relationship that you don't have to worry about, filing for child support or filing for custody rights or
Well, no,
say one
we
parent's
were
being abusive and the other parent's not. And then now you're battling over the abusive relationship now with your children, because if she's going to be abusive with you, then she'll probably be abusive to her kids. So it's probably not the best idea to have someone that's abusive, having your babies. And I don't know what you're doing. Can you please find a spot?
what?
He walked all the way around me. He walked all the way around me just to get
I'm
back on the
always
couch.
like
He's
walking
needy. He feels like you're getting more attention to us on here. So do you see me now, Mom? Do you see me now?
Mhm.
around. I see you now.
There you go.
Wee.
I know. One just went off. That's why I had to keep muting because when I was reading, because he was like,
It's the best thing ever. It's pitiful.
It's terrible, isn't it?
No, have you heard what her dog does when he hears a fire truck or a police car?
see, did
What?
you see?
It's pitiful.
Okay, what happens when the dog hears a fire truck or a police
Listen. Hold on.
car?
He's grumbling at me.
I'm not grumbling at no one. I'm really
He's
not.
grumbling.
I am not.
He's cold
So
shouldered.
yeah, I am all about having kids. I love kids. I wanted like at least 6, and I only had 3, but that's okay. And I had my oldest at 40. So I mean my youngest at 40. So,
Really?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
I still got 7 in the freezer. I'm good.
Wow. Okay, great. Wonderful.
But what I'm saying is, make sure that you're in a position, one, to provide for them, two, to make sure that they
Yeah.
have that loving environment. And if you're in a situation where it's already abusive, it's probably not a good idea. Just saying, unless you want to raise them by yourself.
Well, no.
And that's
I
not
really
easy.
don't.
And if that's the case, you could just get a surrogate.
Mhm.
Like, I make, like, honestly, like, this is between you and I. I actually make, like, a shit ton of cash in the oil field.
Amen, Newman. Newman says,
Like,
walk
it's like,
while you
Well,
have
my
a
Cash
chance.
App is dry, Swarty. What the fuck?
it's almost like over
Yes,
100.
Swarty, our Cash App is
No,
dry.
My Cash App's dry. What are you talking about? You rubbing it in? Let's see it.
No. I'm not trying
Show
to
us
be
the
a
money.
fucking jerk. I'm really not.
No, it costs money for
Oh,
me to
I
be on
feel
here.
But
triggered. Yeah,
Like, I
better
make
drop the
over,
Cash App.
That's why he's not
like,
on here every day.
Bougie ass.
seriously, I make over like $150,000
Hold on.
a year.
And okay, well, I want $1.50 right now.
I'll give you whatever the fuck you want. What do you want?
Cash App. It's dry as fuck over here.
Okay, then I'll do it. I don't care. Like, I've always supported my girl over there. You know what I'm talking about? Like, seriously. Like, just because you make a couple of fucking dollars doesn't mean that, like, you're fucking rich or gangster. But
So
I
like,
always supported you. And you know that.
me? You ain't sent me
Yeah.
shit. You full of it.
Oh, I've never sent you anything. Are you
No.
serious?
Do you know who you're talking to, fool?
Did you just call
I'll
me a
send you.
freaking fool?
Yeah, because you haven't sent me a Cash App. I'll accept it though.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about.
Dude, you confused me. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Go ahead.
Why would
Well,
you?
you were
even-
speaking to me like you're talking to me because she's not here. So sorry, that was on me,
Oh.
I guess.
Okay, well, my fault then. Sorry. Whatever. Shit.
Yeah, so if you want to donate, Swarty, my Cash App and Venmo are scrolling across the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't go back to being monetized until the end of January.
What do you
So
mean
feel
you're
free.
not going back to monetize?
Until the end of January.
I'm like
So, like, if you make
75% monetized, almost.
So, Kaylee, you know how much dumb stuff has been put all over YouTube, right? That you would think, oh, well, that person should be monetized or they should lose their channel. Do you know what happened to me was because like I would have a short and I would repost that same short or something, and it's called reuse of material.
What the fuck? Good to know.
Yeah, don't post the same shorts or videos over and over and over again.
See, Dan Rice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, you actually have some good shorts.
Mm-hmm. So
You know,
anything that did not originate by me or anything that I had copied twice, I took off. Oh, also anything from TikTok or Instagram, they don't want you promoting other platforms either.
Yeah, no,
What?
I don't get into TikTok talk at all.
Yeah.
I have
Like-
only recently started using it because
YouTube is my shit.
So
I
Newman Gaming
collaborated with
says,
the creator. That it actually worked though, because she posted her a version of Alex's story. Literally, like within 4 hours, she had 20,000 views, and they were like big media outlets reaching out to Ashley, Alex's mom. So knock it, but it works. It reaches places fast.
So Newman Gaiman says, while you have the chance, DV is real and a child don't need to be in that situation.
Facts.
Well,
DK, you shouldn't drink to deal with your teenagers.
okay,
Facts.
then okay. Then since I got like fucking abused and all this other shit, then I guess I'm gonna have to look for a new girlfriend.
There you go. Now you're catching on.
That or send her to counseling or like some kind of DV, just so
Anger
she's
management.
anger management.
Yeah. Or
Dude,
realistically, if you just set boundaries and stick to them, it would probably do the trick, because it seems like she just thinks that, that you're going to take it, and she can, if you set boundaries and say, listen, this is what you're not going to do, and I'm not going to settle for this, and if you do it again, we're done, and stick to it, then that probably could be the easiest solution, because it doesn't seem like she thinks that you have too much self-respect,
I don't even think she gives a fuck about me, to be quite honest.
Well, you don't want to have a kid with somebody that doesn't give a fuck about you anyway. Babies are supposed to be out of love.
And that's what I'm trying to do, but like,
if you got all these big bucks, just get a surrogate.
Okay, so check this out. You're gonna love this one. This is a funny ass one, but actually, it's really not that funny. When I first started hanging out with her in July, she was like, I'm having a hard time with my bills and I gave her $500 fucking dollars just right out of the gate.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah. And she was like, thank you so much. No. And then this last month, I sent her another like $250.
Cash App is dry.
Yeah,
not even kidding.
King Inky's dry over there.
And so I think she's trying to fucking play mind games with me, or maybe not.
And you don't even have kids, and you're paying out the rear.
Fuck yeah, I'm already paying out the fucking rear.
Come on, Swerty, you being a sucker.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
I mean, it's total fucking
don't be playing,
shit.
what do I say? Don't be playing the husband role unless you plan on being husband.
Put a ring on it, yeah.
Role. Yeah, don't play the wifey role. Ladies, don't play the wifey role. They're not going to buy the cow if they're getting the milk for free.
Yeah, what the hell? Can you imagine what she's going to expect for child support if you're just giving that for on the house to be smacked around?
I'm going to be paying up the ass for child support.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. And low key, like you're going to you could say you don't want to, but I've been a child of it, and that you'll resent the kid.
Right.
Because it's the reason why you can't even afford to buy cigarettes or anything, because she's taking you over the.
You know what? Maybe I don't need to take the psychological and physical damage to my body ever again. She actually bruised my freaking hip.
How'd she smack you in the face and bruise your hip?
Was that from her thigh bones?
No, she did smack my face, and she kicked the shit out of me too.
Well, he said she was only like 100 pounds and 5 foot tall.
No, she's 5'4".
Okay, dude. That's like Inky's height.
Yeah.
No, I'm only 5 foot.
Okay. So, here's my problem. I don't
Newman.
I don't hit back unless it's some guy or some shit, And so I did not even lay a hand on.
How did your hip bone get hurt?
You want to see it?
No, I want you to tell me.
Because she kicked me, and then she smacked the
footprint
shit
on it?
out of me, and I was like, "What the fuck did I even do to deserve that? That's insane."
So why didn't you file a police report?
Because I'm not a cop caller. Seriously, I'm really
I know we
not.
got into that before. But what if
do
it was
they-
a knife in your neck? Would you
what are
call the
they gonna
police then?
do?
Oh, no,
Huh?
you wouldn't be able to. I said, what if it was a knife in your neck or something? Would you call the police then?
Dude,
I'm
I
saying,
got a
I'm asking you a question.
fucking knife right here.
I'm asking you a question. So this time she only kicked you, but what if she tried to knife you next time? And you're in bed and you don't have a weapon.
I
Oh,
don't.
wait, if you used a weapon, then you're just as guilty as she is.
Right. No, I understand that. I really do.
So what would you do if she knifed you then?
Probably die. Fuck off and die.
Listen, that seal that the ice has already been broken. It'll only continue to escalate from this point forward because she'll do a little bit more because now she knows what she can get away with. If you don't set boundaries now, it's going to escalate, and next time you'll have a black eye, or next time you'll have a broken rib, or she's going to pick something up off the freaking side of the
Well,
dresser and chunk it at you and take your freaking head off.
I actually like seriously. If you want to really get real with each other, I think she actually just like wants my money.
That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like she's a gold digging little trick.
Yeah, and like
It's
I
got
was
some
like,
serious deep-pounded anger issues.
yeah, and she's like, "Oh, I got all these problems with my bills and this and that," and like I've sent her so much fucking money, it's stupid.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that, and see if she still wants to be in a relationship. Just humor for me for shits and giggles, and don't say no one time about something, and see if the relationship just suddenly ends.
Okay,
And that'll
Exactly.
tell you where you stand and what it's about. Just say no one time. See if she and watch her true colors really surface. She'll probably. I wouldn't do it while y'all are face to face because she'll probably beat you up.
oh, don't, she'll totally fucking screw me up.
So Newman says, to tell you the truth, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Take the advice and get stepping.
Right. All right, I'm gonna do it then. Screw it.
Yeah, just test the water and stop, shelling out the dough unless it's to Inky because her Cash App is dry. Kaylee needs some too. Sharing is
Yeah, what's
caring,
up?
and then we'll vet her. We'll vet this girl for you.
We're saving you hundreds of dollars on therapy.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
You
That
can look
was
at us as your therapists.
That was actually the funniest shit I've heard all night long.
Well, thank you. I write my own jokes.
I'm saving you hundreds.
Kaylee is very smart. So anyone in chat, if you haven't connected to Kaylee, please do. Let me go grab her link. Kaylee, can you type your link in the back chat and then I can copy and paste it into the regular chat? Or can you type in chat?
Yeah, I can type in chat. I'm on my laptop.
I'm scared if I open anything, it's going to make me freeze again.
Hey, you've seen these like Sennheiser DJ headphones, right? You know that I like do DJ work, right? Like on the side, just for the hell of it.
Oh, we're also have a GoFundMe. Kaylee, do you remember this? We also have a GoFundMe if you would like to donate to that. And that is to get to know Brazilian butt lift, his BBL. Yeah. No, for real, we do. We have one.
Okay.
That's going to be tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream is going to be about the BBL. Just hanging out BSing. I'm trying to lighten the spirits of my channel. I know it's so serious all the time. And
yeah.
I enjoy hanging out, chit-chatting with people.
That's why I'm talking about like going into like some DJ stuff.
Hey, we can't see you.
You can't go wrong with music. Music is always pretty good. It brings people together, even though I've seen it where people don't like each other, and a channel that's doing music, like they'll all come in and get along. Like it's amazing. the
Mhm.
barriers that you can overcome over with with music, because people from all different walks of life, everybody listens to music.
Music gets the
Very healing.
people come together. Okay.
It's kind of
Newman
hard to be
says, I
mad
was in law
whenever there's good
enforcement for
music on.
3 years, and I have not seen many cases where DV ends. Well, a lot end in battery or murder. Exactly.
Did he
100%
just
truth
put us
right
in
there.
his pocket? What the fuck are you doing?
I think he did. We were going for a pocket ride.
No.
And Newman is right.
I
All the
was
research that I've done and in the law that I have followed and anything that's had to do with DV, hence why I started the nonprofit, is that it never stops. DV is one of those things that is progressive and it's a cycle. And so it could start out with just, you don't look good in that shirt, or those shoes don't look good, or those pants don't look good. And then it gets, into being more aggressive, until it becomes physical.
So you're saying it gets all nasty and like violent?
I will tell you this, the first time. So say I'm in a relationship with Kaylee. I won't use
Okay.
you as an example. You take
Sure.
things personally.
Yeah, and that's fine.
So
Whatever.
So say I'm in a relationship with
I'm good
Kaylee,
with it.
because I'm swampy. I'm simpy for my swampy anyway.
Sure.
And it goes from, God, it's hard for me to say she doesn't look good in something because she's really cute. But okay, we're just gonna go with it.
I've never actually seen
Hey,
her
be
face
like,
on
Kaylee, those
camera.
shorts don't look very good on you. And then it would turn into being derogatory.
Does
Like
she have
you're
Does she have like some tight booty shorts on and stuff?
I'm sure she does. She has some sexy clothes. Come on, she has a ball gag. Okay.
What? A ball? Are you so? You did not just say
So
that.
it goes from that. It just goes from like those little demeaning things
Oh, that's
into
fucking
name
really
calling.
Okay.
And when it gets to name calling, hear me carefully. When someone
Sure.
can look at you and call you a derogatory name, the respect is gone. So say for instance, say I had a boyfriend, or say B was my boyfriend and he called me, you effing B word. I'm not really good
Okay.
at cussing. But if it was like, you effing B word, that right there shows me that the respect between him and I is gone, and it's only going to progress from there. So it's the first time you call someone a name is when you've lost respect for that person.
Oh.
So always remember that in the
I
back of your
never
mind.
actually thought about it like that.
So if you've ever called her you're a raving CUNT word, or you're a raving B word, just remember in the back of your head, you're like, you really don't truly respect that person anymore. Because it would physically hurt you to hurt them, whether it's emotional or physical.
Well, the only reason. Yeah. Sorry. The only reason that I ever actually called her that
Welcome in, Shaquille Oatmeal.
is after she like smacked the shit out of me, and like I was like, what the fuck is your problem, bitch? And,
Yeah, that means you have no respect for her anymore.
well, no, I actually care about her. Like
You may care about her, but you don't respect her. So I don't know who started the name calling first, whether it was you or her.
no, she totally smacked the shit out of me. She totally started like everything. Like she totally piled onto me. And to be quite honest with you, it should have been a domestic violence. Like she could have gotten locked up and gone to jail if I would have called the cops. Like seriously.
And the police would have showed up and said, have you been drinking? Has she been drinking? How did this escalate? They would
Right.
have taken both sides of the story.
We were both actually drinking. So I'm not gonna lie about that part.
Now, did you call her names before she hit you? I'm not saying that's a reason for her to hit you,
No.
but it would have provoked her to hit you.
What happened is I got on YouTube at like 4:00 in the morning, and she got so freaking mad. Like it's like crazy. And I was like, I didn't even do anything wrong. Yeah.
So I have a little treat for you guys.
What do you
So
got?
warm up your vocal cords, Swirty.
Okay.
La 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 la. Kaylee. La 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 la. We're gonna sing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh, you're gonna start singing to me? Cool. Let's do it.
Is Kaylee still muted? Are you guys ready?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
I think it's so adorable that you think I know the words of this song.
Okay, well, hold on. I'll pull them up for you.
I'll participate, but I need help.
Okay.
You're running off your freaking chat. And we ain't even started yet. It's really gonna get bad. Got a bunch of Grinches.
Are you ready?
Sure. Let's do it.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen. Come on, Swarty, you're not singing.
I'm trying to because all right.
Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen.
Jensen.
The most famous reindeer of all.
Rudolph the
Rudolph the
Red-Nosed
Red-Nosed
Reindeer
Reindeer had a very
was the most
shiny nose.
famous
Like a light bulb.
reindeer of them all.
And if you ever saw it,
Saw
you would even say it close.
Like a light
Like light bulb. All of the other reindeer
Reindeer.
used to laugh and call him names.
Like Pinocchio.
They'd never let poor Roo join in any Doberman games. I mean, reindeer games.
Like Monopoly.
Oh my goodness. You weren't singing Swarty, you're fired. Now you have to cash out
I
me 20
said
bucks.
that I was trying to sing along.
Now you have to pay for your sins.
Hey, at least there was a good thought involved.
Repent. Repent.
Hey,
Then one foggy Christmas Eve,
like, do you
Santa
see,
came to
No.
say,
do you see my Puma hat and my Puma
Rudolph with your
shirt?
nose so bright,
Tell me I'm not.
won't Squirty
No,
glow tonight?
Honestly, tell me I'm not like
Then how the
finest,
other
but
Kayleys used to
Like,
laugh
Is
and
it?
call
Wait, how is it
him.
daytime?
what?
How's it daytime? I think that's a light in his kitchen.
Holy shit, that is the light of all lights.
Oh, this one? Okay.
Oh, is that
Well,
the
check
garage?
this one
Or
out.
might be the laundry room. Oh, that's the kitchen. Okay. It says Swirty. Wait. Oh, wait. I missed some chats. DK Spears, he says, I hate Christmas songs. Oh, he'll be back. Let's go. Christmas tunes. I know. I love Christmas music. And I'm Jewish.
I didn't like Christmas songs. I was trying to sing along, but obviously it was
We can't hear you, Swarty. I don't know what happened. Newman says, Swarty, as long as you know you're sexy, as you say, that is all that matters.
Can you hear me now?
It sounds like you're talking through a tin can tube. Like a tin can, like you're far away.
The phone is doing like that fucking robot. Shit.
No, it's not roboting. It just sounds like you're talking like this. Did you take us off speakerphone or something?
Yeah. Like I'm still
I don't know. How about going out and coming back in?
here. Okay. Well, thank you.
Kaylee, that was good. That was fun. I like singing Christmas music.
Well,
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
cheese and rice.
Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Come on, sing, 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 sing.
Do you think I know the lyrics to these songs?
I don't know the lyrics to that one either. That's all I know.
I know the ones they sing in The Grinch.
What song is that? He's the Grinch.
No, well, yeah, that one. But no, the one the little Cindy Lou Who sings when she says,
Oh, Cindy Lou Who was nothing but two?
yeah, the little,
Okay, let's see.
where are you, Christmas?
Okay, hold on. Isn't that like a slow, sad song?
Yeah. Because she can't find Christmas. And I feel that way because how do I know when it's Christmas in Florida? Because it's not all like snowy and stuff. So where are you, Christmas?
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Oh,
Like we got the AC on. Got to
Yep,
go to Gaylord Palms if you want to see a white Christmas around these parts.
right?
And Christmas under the dome.
Okay. There you go. Oh,
What does that even mean?
hold on. Let me go back.
Hi, Johnny.
Johnny!
What the heck?
It's because I have more than one open.
Dang, YouTube is like, they ain't playing.
Oh, let's
That's
see.
crazy. I didn't even know that. Like, do you have more than one tab open on YouTube? It'll only let you play one of them?
Now let me try it. I closed it. I bet you my little monkey is probably. Maybe if I just go to YouTube, huh?
Oh, yeah. What were you on?
YouTube on the web.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that's yeah, because it probably thinks you're on two different locations because you probably have a VPN or something.
Let's see.
That's weird though, because I have it on my computer, my phone, and my
We'll see if it'll let me play.
TV, and it's on the same account. Like, super strange. You need to clear your cache, girl.
I know. Let me let it load first and then.
It's not even showing up
Settings.
over here. It's still doing the spinning.
Let me know if it shows up. I'm going to look for my cookies and stuff real quick.
It'll be on the little three dots in the corner of your browser.
Let's see.
Okay, it just showed up.
Oh, okay.
And it's about quarter of the way loaded. The little
Johnny,
light.
it's good to see you. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Are you Christmas?
See? Now you're gonna have it in your head. You're welcome.
Aw.
I can picture her in the little post office place doing the packaging and right before she wraps herself up. And then puts a big bow on her head.
Aw.
Cindy Lou Who?
Sing it, Kaylee.
Oh, no, not the business.
I don't know this song.
It's very like you have to have that cute little like I'm 6 years old and innocent voice, or it's gonna sound like oh
Let's see if I can find another one. Is this it?
yes.
I hope it
No
has the
sound.
lyrics. I don't know them.
There's no sound though.
Okay.
Her hair is so cute.
I know. I love her, Cindy Lou Who. Okay, hold on.
I was gonna say, did you click the little thing at the bottom that said share audio?
It's probably going to freeze me.
Too much cookies in your cookie jar, girl.
Mm-hmm. See, I should have cleaned them. Let's see.
And then it'll boot you, and you'll have to type your passwords in.
Oh my gosh, no, I don't want to go through all that.
Yeah, you need to do it when as soon as you click off a live, you need to do it. And then you'll be fresh and ready to go. Because all the gaming and stuff you do, like that really does take a number on your, the memory, your server, and it'll hold all that stuff and store it by default unless you clear it. And
If it boots
eventually,
me, I'll be right back.
oh, because you're clearing it.
I did clear it, and then it like,
I'm surprised you're still here.
I know, me too. Like I have a white
Must-
screen. Like you guys can't see it, but I just have a white screen. I can't see a StreamYard at all.
Did you clear just your cookies, or did you clear your cache too?
everything.
Oh wow, it must be really full because it hasn't even caught up to StreamYard yet, or you wouldn't still be here. You probably haven't done it since the last time I was up here and made you do it. Oh, there she goes. I knew it. Oh, she'll be right back. It's going to take her a minute because she's going to have to start all the way over, and it'll make her type in her email and password. It won't have anything saved. But she'll be less laggy. Sorry, guys. Some technical difficulties. Well, I'm not going to sing to you guys because I sound like I got this weirdo thing going on with my sinuses that make me sound like a weirdo, but I can tell you on my not sinus days, I'm not a beautiful singer, so I'm going to spare you guys. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Yeah, I learned a lot of these tricks. You're back. Well, we don't see you. Sorry, y'all. She was in the backstage or the back chat. How are you backstage but not here? Or back chat but not here?
That was awkward. I signed in with my name and then it like had me in backstage and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, how does that even happen?
I don't know. It was weird. Okay.
Well, yeah, you're much clearer now. You're not all laggy. Look at that! Holy crap! Instantaneous reaction.
I know. Okay. I cleared everything out. So it took a minute.
For your
Okay.
poor computer.
I know.
Oh,
There you Sweet. I like the little dog.
Max.
Never showed
Yeah.
no place like
My favorite part is where he's like, his echo's talking back. He's like, "You're an idiot. You're an idiot." And then the echo says, he goes, "I'm an idiot." And then the echo comes back, says, "You're an idiot."
Oh, that was such a cute song.
But he steals all the presents, and that's why they're all like not in the Christmas spirit. And then he hears the song and feels like she makes his heart start beating because he had a cold heart. And then he comes and gives them all their presents back.
Oh. And how about Max?
Max was pulling the sled,
Oh my gosh.
so he's accessory to robbery.
He's going to the
He
dog
he
pen.
had his little red nose on and his antlers, so he was disguised as a reindeer.
Oh my gosh. I remember seeing that cartoon as a kid. I think I've only seen that version once, but it was like a long time ago. Like that movie is old.
That's the only version I've ever seen. I've actually never seen the cartoon version, and I watch it every year at Christmas, and it's like I don't like the Christmas movies, but that is like a classic. I just really like it because it's not like super over the top cheesy with the Santa, it's more like, I don't know, maybe I'm just a Grinch and maybe that's why it's my style. But
Wow.
he's like
No, you're not you're not a
he's a little
Grinch.
baby Grinch, and he gets bullied and picked on because he has a crush on the mayor's wife, and he tried to shave his face and he didn't. He got all the little shaving bumps, and they made fun of him, and that's why he went up to his little mountain and was like, "Screw all of you."
Oh my gosh.
But at the end of the movie, he got
was he still
he
green
won his
then?
girl back. Yeah, he was a little green, plump little munch. He looked like one of the lollipop kids.
Did he really? I'm gonna have to Google now.
He was but I think it's Michael Myers that plays him though, so it's almost like because I think he did the Cat in the Hat too. The I guess it's based off the cartoon, but it's the real people. I love that movie too.
Is this him? Is this wait, let's see. Share screen. Wow, it really is loading faster. Is this him? This one?
No, look at the one with the striped shirt. That's what he looked like as a baby.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, that's him.
Looks
And
like
okay,
hair-
the one on the second row is him in school when they picked on him. It's the third one from the right on the second row. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He looks like a boss back then, like a president or something.
Yeah, and then he put a bag on his face and pouted and ran up to his little mountain of trash and said, "I hate Christmas and I hate all of you who's." That's him.
Aw. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Look at as a baby. Look at those little wrinkles.
Oh god, look at his little toes. Will they look like peas?
They do look like little peas. Oh my gosh.
Green butterball. Oh, it's Jim Carrey. Well, that explains why it's so funny.
I love Jim Terry. I love Jim Terry. Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey, yeah, not the other one.
Yeah. Not the other Grinch. Okay.
Yeah, I
He
watched
did
the
say that.
documentary about him not too long ago, and it's really like almost hard to grasp. Like the ones that are so funny comedian wise, like they're so sad in real life, like, and you would never know it. Like
And Jim
they
Carrey.
really, like, well, yeah, just it put into perspective, like Robin Williams, like the ones that hide behind humor are ones that you carry the most pain, and you never know it because I guess my simple-minded self are like, how could you be sad when you make everyone else laugh? But it's a coping mechanism.
But think about it. You're funny and like you have a great sense of humor. Arkansas has a great sense of humor. Um, and I think when we're dealing with so many of our own stresses, we try to make everybody else laugh because it's like it's more
Healing,
yeah,
right?
it's more uplifting and it makes us feel better and then we don't dwell on the dumb shit that's going on in our own personal life. I think that's one of the reasons why I got into like advocating because it helps me heal by helping other people get things done that it seems like it's impossible. So it's kind of like
Yeah,
it kind of like makes you feel like you're doing something worthy of like it's a gratitude thing.
like therapy. Yeah, therapy for sure, therapeutic.
Yeah.
But he, the way that he explained it, though, I mean, it made sense and with my own way that I cope. It's just like I never thought of it that way. And the way he broke it down is like, it's a defense mechanism because as long as you're laughing at yourself and laughing at your own expense, people can't hurt you because you have that wall up where it's like, okay, well, if I'm laughing at myself, then you can't, there's nothing you can do to me. And in a sense, it's like a shield of protecting yourself, and it might be bothering you deep down, but on the outside, it's coming off as, oh, you don't take anything seriously. And in a sense, if you can laugh at your own expense, then
Mhm.
everybody else is kind of hard to laugh at you when they're laughing with you.
And if you think about it, think about all the people that have come out, like, when Arkansas came out and was talking about her past and her childhood. And I think that by them expressing what happened to them, and when people were like, oh, when how someone likes to take digs at it and then try to use it
Mhm.
against them later. And they
Mhm.
were just like, it doesn't bother me, bro. Like it's, that happened years ago. It's done. It's over with.
Yeah,
Because
you like take the ammunition, right?
yeah, yeah, and that was their way of probably, like, just putting it out there, like, getting it off their chest kinda thing, you know?
Right. Yeah, because if you go ahead and put it all out there and that's like their ace in the hole, then what can they do? I mean, they can do things, but the mindset is if I go ahead and put it all out there, then there's really nothing. There's no shock factor. That's you're not going to catch me off guard, or it ultimately have me like and your beck and call because you have something on me. If I go ahead and just put it all out there myself, but that
Right.
doesn't change people from still putting salt in the wound. Because I mean, I just heard her on Johnny's show the other night having a breakdown, and it absolutely broke my heart listening to it because it's just she's everybody has their limits, and I
Wow,
definitely
for
say she's
Arkansas?
reached hers. Yeah, she was like literally
Wow.
in tears, like almost hyperventilating because of
Did he private that show?
I don't think so because I just watched it yesterday, and it because I don't know if you heard, but he got porn bombed,
Yeah, I
um
did.
and it was literally the next show after that, so it was the next day after that.
Oh, I didn't
And
catch that.
it was she just was overwhelmed, and just had enough, and it's affecting her real life, her her family's seeing the stuff, and her son seeing the stuff that's being said about him, and it's just she doesn't uh
Didn't
provoke
her
it. She's
son
not
come on
out
one
there,
day?
on her birthday stream.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
so.
and he's been at he's been the one at the ass end of a lot of the most recent jokes and digs, and
Yep,
it's just not necessary. And any mom or any human being has their limits, and usually it's when their kids get involved. I mean, that's only natural instinct is to want to protect your kids, and you feel helpless in a sense with stuff like that because you can't make him stop doing it because It's almost like the more you try to not give it, not pay attention to it, the more they'll do it. And she doesn't bother, she's not one of the ones that's on talking trash about everybody. She really is the most out of all everybody. Like she's really one of the more neutral ones for sure.
She is. And
And
she's
it
really
made
good
me
at
sad.
staying Switzerland, like
Yeah. And it
it
just
was
made me
even
sad.
the shittiest part is I can see good in all sides of this messed up situation. And you can see good, but then that person will turn around and do something completely just that goes
Over the
against
top.
over the top. And then you're just like, well, you know what? I can't defend you in this situation. So it made it really hard, even on me, who I'm pretty good at just being kind of neutral. And even me, I got fed up. I'm like, I just can't, because I can't agree. And if I agree with some things and then you say something that I don't agree with, then I feel stupid for being there. I
Right.
just can't. So I kind of just stopped and just hung out with myself, you know, or went to other Switzerland channels that, are places that nobody from that circle hung out in.
Right.
So, I mean, it was kind of nice. Like I got to meet, Newman and quite a few others, Ryan, and it's been really nice. It's been nice not to be around that. Like check your ego at the door, be on your way in, and don't try to take digs at anybody and stuff like that. It's just not welcomed.
Right.
And those people will never have a place on my platform ever. So no one, if they choose to come and chat, that's their thing. And I think most of it's probably blocked off. Like you can't even type those names in. So just to keep the riffraff out. But I'd rather grow slowly and have people here that enjoy the content than a bunch of bush watchers and them talking smack. So
Right.
you
I
know
mean, I've learned that they're going to talk crap regardless. So, the only thing that you can do by feeding into it is give them more
ammo.
ammunition and give them more content, because as long as you're reacting, they have a reason to keep responding, and then
Yep,
it'll never end. So I've learned
exactly.
a lot probably the last month with certain ones that I won't name, but not the ones we're talking about. The other side of it has just really been hardcore, like doubling down on every night of their show, just having my name in the title and just trying to provoke a reaction. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I'm mature and I'm above it. The only reason I haven't is because I promised someone that's very important to me that I wouldn't. And if not for that, I would
For your
probably
own
be embarrassing
sanity.
myself. Right. But it's just ultimately it's not worth it, because I always regret when I have those streams and I lash out, and they don't regret that behavior. They enjoy behaving that way. So I'm not going to
And
stoop to their level.
that's part of narcissistic behavior and sociopath, that they don't have remorse for their behavior. And that's too bad.
But now he can't get a reaction out of me, so he's resulted to attacking Ashley in her son's case, and that's just a whole level of messed up that I can't comprehend it, because why would you be willing to hurt somebody that's already grieving and going through the worst thing you can ever experience as a parent, and because you're mad at me? That has nothing to do with her and her missing son. That's just mean.
I can't relate to physically losing a child, but I can only relate to the fear I had when I just spoke with my son in the last couple of weeks. Um, because he moved, going through a divorce, she moved back to Florida, took the babies with her, and he was on the verge of, well, he did attempt to um, take care of himself. And the thought of that just provoked a fear in me that I don't ever want to feel again. And it was heartbreaking. I'm like, over a stinking woman. And a lot of times it happens because of relationships, because you are so emotionally bound to a relationship. And if you think about it, I know a lot of people in here
Yeah,
aren't
but
God
it's
people, but think about
he
this.
probably didn't know how to be without the kids, though. You got to think about that
That
aspect. Like
too.
when you put yourself into something and you're invested, and then you just because the relationship doesn't work and that's snatched from you, that can take your will to live. You know, because why bother? Because you didn't do anything wrong. It's not like you
Right.
are incapable of having them. You just disagreed with your significant other, and now you're no longer allowed to be a part of these kids' life, and that's messed up.
Yep.
That is
Yep.
not right, and I hope he fights to keep his rights, and
Yep.
and doesn't just let her
First thing he
do him
said,
like that.
he's like, that's the first thing he said was, Mama, I need your legal advice and I need your legal help now. And I was like, okay.
Because the fact that she doesn't want them to have a healthy relationship with their dad says that she's just an evil, that
Well, the judge is,
that's
well,
not
she
right.
packed up, she packed up and, she packed up the kids and left the state, which is illegal, especially in the state that I'm in.
That's
Um,
kidnapping.
it's kidnapping, it's parental kidnapping, and
It is. Hmm.
um, it is illegal. It is still a convictable felony offense. And so I let him know all the ins and outs of that, and I told him to pursue. So, he's got to get there. And I told him, I go, take all that. He goes, I just want, yeah, blah, 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 that I can't say, on channel. And I go, take all that anger and frustration that you're feeling right now and use that in your court case. That is the best place that you can use it. And, like redirect that anger and frustration to where you're being, what's the word I'm looking for? You're getting things done, being
Productive.
productive or constructive with it. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So
And I would do nothing but keep track of everything purchased, anything done from this point on while you're separated, because trust and believe she's going to be doing the same thing, but in a negative light. So I'm not
oh
even
yeah,
saying like things that she says nasty. I'm saying every diaper you pay for, every meal you pay for, keep document of it, because you do not want to look at like a deadbeat dad in front of that judge.
and now that he's out of the military, there's nothing she can do. Because as long as he was in the military, he wouldn't have been able to have primary. So by him getting out of the military, he can get primary. So for those of you that don't know this, that if you are in a relationship and you're going through a separation, divorce, whatever, if you are active duty, you will not get primary because they need someone that can be at home with the kids. And when you're active duty, then you have potential of being shipped out. So someone else would have to have basically guardianship over your children. Um, so one of the benefits of him getting out of the military was, he would be able to take full guardianship of his kids, which I think he would do a lot better than she would. That's just my personal opinion of what I've seen when I was there. So Newman says, yeah, laughter to someone else is sadness to the performer. Oh, that breaks my heart.
Yeah, I think Robin Williams was a big eye opener for that,
Mm.
because you would never know that he was suffering so much, because I mean he brought so much laughter to so many people,
Oh,
like
Miss
even his own,
Doubtfire.
even his wife was clueless, but his was a more like a neurological thing that they didn't find out until way after the fact, when they did like a autopsy on his brain, and he had this disease that's kind of like it puts off the symptoms of having a Parkinson's or whatever, but it's actually like a really really bad depressive state. And if that would have been caught earlier and would have been treated properly rather than doubling down on the Parkinson side of it, I think he could have been things could have been different for him. I think
What
it's
did he?
called lose what's it called, lose Garrison or something. I just watched it not too long ago. His wife did a documentary, like trying to advocate so that
Oh,
people know the
Lewy body
symptoms, and
dementia.
there it is. Yeah, and he
It
was
says,
really like that. He did not. He would be in the middle of a sentence, or doing like a take or whatever for a movie, and would literally just lose his train of thought, and that like he lost his sense of self and his pride, because that's all he had was, that's what he was good at. And when he couldn't do it anymore, he just got so depressed and, felt like he lost his independence like almost overnight, because he would wake up in the middle of the night and do stuff and then not have any idea why he was doing it. Like just it came on really, really aggressive and really fast.
Do you know how he passed away?
Yeah, he unalived himself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Went and gave his wife a kiss and walked by her and got the tablet out of the nightstand and said he was gonna scroll on the tablet or whatever for a little while and didn't want to keep her up. And, gave her a kiss, told her he loved her and, smiled and everything, and went in and did that in the bathroom.
Wow. I'm reading about it now. So
Yeah,
he
it's
was
really
originally misdiagnosed, like you said. He said he was initially diagnosed with Parkinson's, but the telltale signs of the Lewy body dementia in his brain were not discovered until the autopsy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a documentary on YouTube. I'll send you the link to it. It's about an hour long. It's very, very like not necessarily interesting, but it was very, it had a lot of stuff that I didn't know that I was like, oh wow, I will definitely, it left an impression on me. Like, I'll definitely remember the symptoms and stuff, because it everything about it was spot on with Parkinson's, and and met the criteria. But it was, you don't know about something like that until after the fact, and that's what his wife is advocating for now. Is there's got to be some kind of there's got to be a way to find out before it's too late, because usually people only find out about it because they've done something crazy like that, like like something so outrageous that they're having to have an autopsy on the brain because they're not here anymore.
Well, I think I remember telling you that I was like, I had never seen my son so angry ever. He was always funny and laughing and cracking jokes, and he's like his mama, like the life of the party, and just doing silly, stupid, oh yeah, the baby talk, just funny. And he was so angry, and he had been put in the brig, not the brig, like, little white coat office, twice, because he was like, I just can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, because she would keep him up fighting with him all the time. And then he would be late for work, and then he'd get trouble at work. And you can't be late in the military. You cannot. It's just, they don't allow it. And for instance, like if you're doing a 3-year tour, say Florida or San Diego or something, like you only get 3 missed days. That's it. And he got in trouble because he had 6 missed days, and he had to go to the brig for like 10 days. And the whole time that he was gone, the things that she was doing was just, yeah, like sending pictures of herself to guys and stuff like that. And he was just livid when he got home. So it was just really, he really had a hard time, like emotionally hard time. Oh, thank you for that link here. I'm going to copy it. And when I talked to him a couple of days ago, well, it's been about a week now, he told me, that he had taken his whole bottle of Adderall. And I was just like, you know what, right now, you need to just be humble that you're still here, and take all that negative energy that you have, instead of, wishing anything bad on her, just take that negative energy and just be constructive with it. Use that toward your case.
Yeah, because she could use that against him as well and say that he's not
unstable
enough to be around the children. So he's just got to be very careful moving forward. If he, very strategic on how he outwardly expresses his emotion, because everything is going to be under a fine-tooth comb if he takes it to the legal system, which looks like that he's not going to have a choice. She's not going to do the right thing.
Well, when you are California is one of those states, it's kind of like Maryland, that you have to go through a like a certain time period of separation, and then there's a certain time period before they can sign the divorce papers. And so, like, he's like, there's not even any divorce papers yet. Like, they're still in separation mode until March. They don't get their first hearing for divorce till March. And so he's like, she's already packed up the kids and disappeared. Like, he didn't even know where they were. Her
Oh,
brother finally,
that's against the law anyway.
yeah,
You
and
can't
that's what I
not know
told
where your
him.
kids are at. That's
Yeah, exactly. And
big
so I'm
no-no in
like, you need,
Florida. So it might be better just to go
that's,
ahead and take it to where she's at, because they definitely have.
oh,
I
well,
know from.
there's a jurisdiction thing. So because the babies, um, that would be their home state because that's where they were the longest. California would be their home state for jurisdiction, and that's where their divorce case is already at. So for him, it would be better. Plus, California is a pro-father state, and
I
I
was gonna
think it
say
would
because
be,
Florida is they lean they're like a it's known
a,
as mother state. They'll lean
yeah,
more towards the mother, and it's messed up because I've seen a lot of cases where the dad's actually trying and the mom is, and bad stuff ends up happening because they leave him with the mom, but and it's almost impossible to prove a mother unfit unless it's something that's like DCF does.
yeah,
But as far as like a parental, a father against the mom, they're going to lean towards the mom anyway because for whatever reason they think that the mother should be the one with the kid, and that's not always the case.
right,
But yeah, that is definitely the case in Florida. The stigma for sure, for
yeah. And
sure.
so he's been going through it, and he's my little guy. I love him to death. Well, he's not little. I mean, he is 28 years old, but it's always going to be little to me.
So is she going to travel back and forth when the proceedings start? I mean, how's she going to get divorced in a whole nother state?
She wasn't even going to tell him where she was at. She's already packed up and moved in with some other guy with my grandbabies. Just
So
saying.
he's not even like in contact with his kids on the phone or anything?
I don't know.
Hmm.
But she has nothing nice to say. I'll say that much.
Is she like outing you too, like cutting you off too, or y'all? Will
I
she
tried
talk to
talking
you?
to her, and she was just like, "No, you can go F off with your son," pretty much. So,
Are
but
the
she,
kids little, or are they old enough to have phones?
no, they're not old enough to have phones. Well, no, they're not old enough to have phones yet. One of them is only 4, and the other one is 5.
Hmm.
Of the 2 littlest ones, the 2 girls.
Babies.
The 2 older ones, it's a little different. They're, by marriage. So I
Yeah,
don't
but he's
know.
took them in like they're his own. You can't tell him any different.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, but the 2 little ones, no. That's why I was saying, like, jurisdiction wise, the 2 little ones, he could definitely get custody of.
Yeah,
Um,
the other two.
yeah.
Did he
The
ever
other,
legally adopt them?
mm-mm,
Yeah, she
no.
could fight that one, but
But
the
he
right thing to
raised
do would be to let them have a relationship with it because it's only going to hurt the kids
the babies. Yeah.
ultimately because it's the only dad they've ever known.
Well, the oldest one, he frequents conversations with his dad. The middle oldest, he raised him since I believe
Hmm.
he was 5, 10, 9, 8, maybe 8, maybe 7 or 8. So
Yeah.
they were together for almost 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah, I can only imagine the culture shock they're in, just to completely change state and no more, the kid, that's very hard for a kid to grasp, especially if,
Especially okay, so the middle, no, so the oldest, youngest, the oldest out of the younger ones. Um,
new
grandma's
school,
twin.
everything.
Grandma's twin. We'll just say that. Grandma's twin, mini grandma. Um, she's very, very, very attached to her dad, so I'm sure it is destroying her.
Yeah, new school, new, and ultimately to have no reason why or no, okay, well, this is only going to be like this for now, and you'll see daddy eventually or whatever, that can have a constant fear of okay, well, am I going to get comfortable and you're going to uproot us again? And creates an anxiety at a very young age that ultimately can if not dealt with or overly dealt with, it can cause very emotional, it can stunt their growth mentally.
Their mental growth.
And
then that
when you have a constant fear and anxiety is fear, you're a shell of who you could be, because you're gonna be scared to get close to people, because why bother? Because if that was my mom's worst thing that she could have done. We didn't go to the same school 2 years in a row because it was different boyfriend and different school every
oh,
9
and
months,
I don't even want to
and
think about it. I don't even want those grandbabies to start living that lifestyle.
it's embarrassing, and to have to constantly be the new kid and be like, oh, well, why is your dad in the military or something? No, my mom's just a hoe. Like, it's not fun.
Well, and it's crazy you say that, because that's something like that she's like kind of proud of. She's like, I was like yeah,
Hmm.
she never mind.
Well, clearly, if
Oh,
she's not even out of her marriage yet legally, and she's already laying down with someone else, she doesn't have a very, her moral compass isn't intact.
and that's not going to look good in court either, that they're not even divorced and she's already shacked up with someone else. And yeah,
And eventually, when it comes to
the,
that, they'll ask the kids who they want to live with, and if what's happening, and that's not going to look good when they say, "Oh, well, mommy's boyfriend number 5,"
gosh.
because it
Well,
shows
I
that she
told
has
him,
no sense of stability. She has to live off. She has to whoever she's being supported by it has to be the flavor of the week. She has no sense of supporting herself, and ultimately, that doesn't look good as a parent, because it goes to show that why
she's
can't you
not
just be
taking
by
the kids into
yourself and taking
consideration.
care of your kid? Right. You're just going to
Yeah,
jump into someone's bed to support your kids. And that's not something you want to teach them.
right.
And then if they take it from you, then what? You're on the streets? Yeah, that creates anxiety, because don't think the kids don't pick up on that. And what if
I
the kids
know.
don't like him? Is she gonna be willing to lose her sense of
I
financial
y-
stability over what her kids' wishes are?
and I was more worried about, like, no one's even vetted this guy. We
No,
know what I
like
do. We know what I do for a living. He knows what I do for a living. My son knows everything. And
if
I'm
he's
like,
willing to bed up with a married woman and all of her kids, he can't be too
well, no, it's not even that. It's like, you don't even know this guy and he's around your kids, and like,
exactly. What if he's a
if he's a pedo?
diddler? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Would she know? Would she care?
I don't even know. I can't even tell you. All I can say is, from what I saw when I was there helping with the babies, it's just not safe for the babies. She doesn't watch them. She's too busy sitting in the mirror picking at her face, and you know exactly what I'm getting at. And yeah, just
Oh
not
gosh.
you know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Um and it's just not a good environment. I'll just say that without spitting out too much. Um yeah, talk about stress. Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god, what can mommy do? What can mommy do to fix this?" Cuz I'm a fixer, and I just want the babies to be okay. I want him to be
Him to
okay.
do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just an ache that, unfortunately, until he
Ugh.
gets some kind of resolution, that he's just going to be sad, and that breaks my heart for it, because I know he's a good dad, and she does too.
Oh
That's
my
what's
god, them
shitty,
them
is why
girls
make
were
him
so
suffer.
spoiled.
Yeah, it's not like he's a bad parent, or it's just it's out of spite, and that's just it's not right at all, because
Ugh.
bitter parenting is not the way to go about it. You
Bitter
should want
parenting
to
is
get
not parenting.
no, and the kids suffer.
And I've said it a million times. I'm like, I'm always pro, families sharing the kids. I'm always going to be like, nope, it takes two to make them. It takes two to raise them. It's not easy being a single parent. And, me being a single parent is not by choice. So I would never promote being a single parent. But if one parent is even feasibly damaging your children emotionally or physically, then you need to single parent. I mean, that's just
Right.
the way it is.
Right.
And it's
But
just,
encourage the other parent to get better, to get help.
yeah,
It just it should
in
never
some
be
cases,
like, yeah,
in some cases.
that's my mindset, is because that it just there's certain things that a mom can do that a dad can't, and vice versa. And you can be a good single parent, but there's going to be things, especially with boys, that they're lacking if they don't have a dad in their life. And usually it'll surface itself when they're older, because it just they lack, they feel like they're missing out on something, and then they're going to go looking for it. And then if they find out that their dad is a POS, then they get angry or something, or vice versa. It's
Yep.
a lot better to try to create at
As
least
much
where the
harmony.
kid can see that you tried, and didn't make that choice for them. Because I know, being that kid that's like, had it shoved down my throat that I wasn't allowed to like my dad, it made me resent my mom 10 times fold, because it's like, who are you to make that choice? And if, in my opinion, having the both of you up for comparison, he's better than you. So, it's just, bitter parenting creates.
You'll also notice when one parent is constantly nagging on the other parent, like,
Mm,
this person is this way, they do this, they do that. 90% of the time, it's the parent that's being accusing is
yep.
probably 90% worse than the one that they're accusing. Um,
My
and that's
dad won't
that
speak bad
bitterness.
about my mom in front of us. Like, he won't. And he'll say, "Okay, oh, that's your mom. I'm not going to say that." And I'll talk trash about her, and he's like, "Oh, that's still your mom." And my mom was the opposite, and still the opposite. It was nothing but bash my dad, and you would get in trouble if you even said anything that was nice about my dad, and you were like betraying her.
Right.
And and my dad, he's got every reason to talk trash about her, but he won't do it. Like, and I'm sure he does in his own time, but he won't do it in front of me and my brothers, and we're all adults now.
Mhm.
So it just shows, the.
It shows respect, and that's what the kids need to see is no matter if the parents are together or separated, there still needs to be a level of respect between them, just for the children's sake, just for their mental state, like knowing that they're not a product of hate. You know what I mean? Gemini guy, welcome in. Mwah. And I feel bad for those that went through that. Like, I didn't get raised by my mom or my dad, so I I can't mentally relate to that. And my grandmother never spoke bad about my mom. So, um, I didn't
That's a
learn my
blessing
mom's
in itself, though.
yeah, I didn't get to learn about my mom's mannerisms until I was much, much older.
Yeah, and from the stories or newspaper articles I've read about, it it probably a good thing you didn't get raised by.
She was a little tyrant, my mom.
Oh, freaking have a horseback riding
Oh,
and
yeah.
cheese and rice.
I'm surprised she didn't deliver me on the horse.
Oh my goodness,
I'm telling you. Oh.
it would have been fun.
Newman, right? I did come out butt first. I came out telling the world to kiss my ass. Newman says, my kids' mama left them when they were young and never tried to contact them. I begged her for years, but I just do my best with them. Amen.
Aww,
I'm so sorry, Newman.
that's sad.
And in a sense, maybe mom doesn't feel that she is adequate enough to be a mom. And so she's preventing emotional damages that she could cause um, to them in the long run. But at the same time, if you have babies, at least, be there for them somehow. Let them know that they're not hated, you know, because we do think about that things as kids when we're growing up. Like, when
What
I
did I
found out
do?
what did I do? Did my mom, did she not
Yeah,
like
was it
me?
me? Yeah.
Did I cause her to drink? And, yeah.
Yeah, like a Christmas
So,
card or birthday card or something. Even if you don't stay in contact, you can just mail it, and it literally costs less than, just let them know that, hey, it wasn't you, and I don't resent you or hate you like that. That's sad.
yeah,
Poor little guy.
I know. I I hadn't brought it up, but that was one of the reasons why, like, between that and the medical crap, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, my own court stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so overwhelmed. I can't even get on YouTube, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get back in to the swing of things. Gemini, it's good to see you. Long time no see. You're welcome to come up if you want. Wow, this is the longest stream I've done in a minute. It's 3 hours and 37 minutes. And I appreciate you coming up, Kayla. It's always fun to have you up.
Yes, yes. I don't know where that little butt get to know went.
I know. He just vanished on us.
Better have 10 tie-dye shirts or oh no, he surprise date, remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right. He did say he was going on a date with, I always want to call her Flying Squirrel, Sugar Glider.
Sugar glider. It's a flying squirrel.
I'm like, where's my little flying squirrel at? Yeah. Gemini, how's things going with you? Gemini, don't forget to drop your link to your channel. Newman, drop your link, please. And I know there's bushwatchers because there's 10 of us in here. So I've been dealing with that and working with that and, trying to give him the best, how would I say it? Legal advice without being close to the situation. So I'm trying to look at it from a legal perspective instead of like an emotional perspective. So, when he gets in his emotions and stuff, I'm like, okay, you got to take a step out of the emotions and think logically with this when it comes to dealing with law, because it's harder to get things over, through your head when you're thinking emotionally about law, because law is not emotional. It's all logic. It's all fact. And that's it. I'm like, you can't deal with anything with hearsay. And he goes, oh, don't worry, Mom. I got hours of video footage. And I was like, okay, good. Because when it comes to hearsay, it's going to be a shit show and a judge isn't going to want to deal with it. They're not going to want to hear it. They're just want to deal with facts and that's it. And that goes with any type of case. I think that's why I don't really like getting into the middle of cases when they're still in the process of it. Because there's so much evidence that we don't know that could really change our way of thinking if we knew it. And so we're out here speculating, and then it causes to me, I think it causes a lot of emotional damage. And when the situation arose with who, and her son and her husband, I was like, this is not a time for a shit show, period. We already have, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Without
Right.
dragging
Yeah.
anyone through the mud. So I think maybe it was Gemini. I can't remember who it was that I was speaking with that I said, I really hope that everybody kind of like takes a step back and starts looking at these cases a little differently and how they could truly affect the people that are like involved in the case, because if we're running around saying, for instance, we could use Dylan Rounds, for example. Think of what his mom's been through and his dad's been through.
Oh
Not
yeah,
saying
I
she's a
speak
great
with both of
person.
them, but it's unnecessary suffering when they're already hurting. And I was guilty of it. And I had, it was probably one of the hardest things I've had to do was to find the words and articulate the right wording of it to go and apologize to his mom, because I was one of the, and I think it put in perspective for me that we just keep your comments to yourself. It's not necessary. And if it's negative like that, you never know when your comment is going to be the one thing that they're scrolling on YouTube and see. And if you feel good about making them feel bad when they're already suffering, that's just not something I want to do.
Correct.
And like with Sodium doing it to Ashley on purpose, it just
I just
What?
realized what you said. I'm like, what? It took a minute for it to like register. Newman says, I agree. If you split from a marriage or relationship, I think the parents should work even harder to protect each other. So the kids love both, not just one, or hate the other. It's sad. Very much so.
Oh,
Just
good to
nobody
know,
says
still
they're
here.
still watching. Yes. Girls need the moms and boys need the dads and vice versa.
Yep,
Yes.
that's what I was trying to say earlier, with all the mumbo jumbo. Just it you need both of them for a healthy,
Mm-hmm.
it just
Well,
and
little
I
girls
understand
still
that there's
need to know.
situations where there can't, and I'm not saying that they're lacking, but inevitably they are.
Exactly. I can attest to that because girls, so I'll use girls for an example. Okay, so a little girl needs to know how to be a lady. She learns that from her mom. But then she needs to know how to be treated by a man, so she needs her dad to show her the proper way of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable behavior from a man. And because
And
I
girls
was
are
raised by a
different when
woman.
they have a dad that protects them. They have this
Mhm,
sense of, they don't put themselves in as dangerous situations because my daddy will kill you.
mhm.
And
My
it's
daddy said
just,
this is inappropriate behavior.
and yeah, this is bad. Like, and ultimately to know that your daddy will have your back like that, because and with boys, it's the same thing. Like, oh, my mama will mess you up. Like, and certain things that's like your mom won't settle for. And a kid, that's how
Yeah,
as weird as it sounds, their relationships mimic what they see as normal at home.
yep,
Right. It's not to be weird and say, oh, they're attracted to people that remind them of their parent, but that they look for that sense of normalcy, and they want to feel like home. So if it's a
yep.
toxic home, they're gonna migrate towards a toxic relationship.
Yes, they do.
It's just
90% of the
natural.
time.
Right. Because
And
everybody
then,
just wants to feel normal. There's no place like home.
yeah, if dishes weren't flying through the house, things wouldn't be normal.
Right. And almost like if they're treated nicely, it's like, ew, what are you doing? That's weird.
Yeah, it took me, when you're raised by a older generation, like when I was raised by my grandmother, so she was raised back in the 20s and the 30s, where corporal punishment was a thing, comparatively speaking to now. So it was like it was just starting to change to where corporal punishment was not a thing back in the 80s. And I distinctly remember my teacher going, I guess called her, whatever, and was like, if that baby ever comes to school again, because I was in junior high when it happened. And she had, you know what a switch is. And she had whipped me from my head to my ankles. So I had these, bloody welts from my neck down. And I had to dress out for PE. Well, needless to say, my nana must have forgot that I had to change clothes and I would be in shorts. And so you could see these little whip lines. And the teacher had contacted her and was like, I don't ever want to see her come back to school like that again. And of course,
Newman.
my grandmother was just like, well, if I can't keep her under control, then maybe you can. Go ahead and call. Instead of being like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that, because that's not how she was raised in her brain. She's just ADHD was not allowed. They just whip it out of you. So, you know,
Yeah,
yeah,
come tell her about her parenting and she'll get that freaking switch on you.
exactly.
You definitely don't insult and say there's gnats in the fucking eggs.
No, I no, it was ants in the potatoes. Yeah. Oh my God. And she would wait too, because she knew I got good at ducking. So she would wait till I wasn't paying attention. She'd be like, that was for earlier. I'd be like, damn it. I thought she forgot by now. No, no, she would remember.
Worst thing you
Somebody
can
hurt
do to
my
a
daughter, and it's going
southern
to look
lady
like
is
the mob rolled over the handled their business. Exactly. Oh yes. Switches suck. I've had a few of those throughout my life. Damn mean. They suck. Don't pick the little green flimsy ones, because you're like, oh, that's cute and small. That won't hurt. Psh, yeah. You'd rather have a broomstick. That would hurt less.
broomstick.
A broomstick. I'm just saying. I'd take a broomstick over a switch. Yeah.
Have you ever had to go pick your own switch?
Yeah, I had to. As I picked a
Yeah,
green
that's
flimsy one.
yeah, and
Never do
that's the
that
worst
again.
because she's like, oh, you got jokes. Okay. She go back and freaking get the whole tree branch.
I'm telling you, it was for 3 California blocks, and those aren't small. She had a hold of me with one arm and switched me with the next one, with the other one. It was a
The
long walk.
small and flimsy
It
ones are worse.
Yeah. Oh, it was bad. She's like, "Oh, you wanna walk away from the house again?" And I was like I was in junior high, so I was like 13. and I had walked to the little park they were building a school there. And so I had walked to the park and she was like, nope, you're not allowed out of the yard, because she was worried, a worried parent. And when you're young, you don't realize the dangers, and it's way worse now than it was then. Woo. She would have had a stroke if it would have been like this then. But yeah, I walked away and I was like picking flowers, and I kind of like my ADHD, like, ooh, look, squirrel. Yep. I didn't walk off no more though. Broomstick, coat hanger. Don't forget extension cords. Don't forget the little metal hangers. Plastic ones break. Yardsticks. Yeah. Anything she could get in her hand. Craziness. He goes a broomstick, a coat hanger, anything but a damn switch. I hear ya. No doubt. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Never again. Anyways, Kaylee's being all quiet over there. We've all had trauma. Everybody's had some sort of trauma. None of us are perfect. And we just have to accept people for who they are and, just be selective on the relationships we get into, swarty. Because things can go left field very quickly, especially when kids are involved.
Yeah, what the heck happened to Swarty?
I don't know. He vanished. He probably hopped on someone else's live.
I don't. I'm
He's
sure I'll
cheating
see
on-
you.
He's cheating on Inky.
Probably sending Cash App still. Chief Red Hand.
Yeah. Don't forget, there's a Cash App below. If you feel free to donate, it goes to Tainted Ink. It's what helps run the channel. Yes. Wow, that was a crazy story.
Speaking of
too.
that, I just seen him in a chat.
Who?
GS Vlog.
Did you really? He's
Yeah,
banned
over on
from here,
Marissa's
so-
channel. He just got banned from over there.
Is he still pulling his like whip it out MO?
Oh, don't you know it? I don't know. I haven't seen him up on panel, but he's starting to like try to, surface in the chat, and everybody's like, nope, skirt.
I will never forget the day. So be careful, you guys. There's a gentleman called GS Vlog. And for those that don't know who he is, one day we were having a discussion and I had brought up the situation with my daughter, and he was like, well, I want to see her or something, right? Yeah, he was like, well, show me her. And so it just caught me off guard, and that's why he was banned, because one, he shouldn't be asking to see little girls. So, there is a red flag on GS Vlog. That's why he was banned from this channel.
Amongst many other things. He's been way more weird on my panel, so he got super weird with Ranger.
We have 8 people watching. Where did Gemini guy go? Newman, you're such a champ. Been hanging out
No,
with me this
GS
whole
Vlog.
time.
The one that everybody says yes, everybody yes.
I know.
He
that's
acted
what
like he
Bobby's
didn't
saying,
speak
yes,
no
yes.
English, but that's just an act.
It was kind of funny though when I tried to get him to do a hula hoop. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a crush on Ranger.
Really?
Yeah. And that was before I even knew Ranger was a. Yeah, apparently everybody knew. I didn't. I mean, I guess I just
Wow.
don't look that. I don't really care about what your sexuality is enough to be like, oh, I can detect it. I don't care.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. I don't know. Ranger's cool. I don't really
He's not a like a Robbie. There's definitely differences between.
so he's
he's
not
not.
lipstick wearer.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's just not flamboyant like that. Like he's very. You wouldn't, in my opinion, like you wouldn't know unless he told you.
Well, I think Robbie is the lipstick wearer, basically. He's the femme of the relationship, and normally the femmes are more flamboyant.
Right.
So,
I mean, I love him to death,
Robbie
but
Robbie is actually funny in person, like in real life.
right. He's
Like,
very
because I met up with him. Yeah.
what?
Yeah, I met up with him and we went to Taco Bell and yeah,
Did
it
y'all
was
was
funny.
he in a Spider-Man suit?
He wasn't in his Spider-Man suit that day, but he'll tell you, he'll be like, you know, okay, so I'll tell you what happened. Okay, this is kind of funny. So we go into Taco Bell and I order from the register. I'm not one that likes to order my food from the phone, from like the apps and stuff. So he orders his food. I get my food and he's like still waiting, still waiting, still waiting. And I'm like, "Where's your food?" He goes, "I don't know." And so um I go up to the counter and I was like, "Hey, my friend still hasn't got his food yet." I kid you not. And the guy goes, "Oh, well, the computer system, it didn't come up on their display until later." And I go, "Well, you still have to make it." And they're like, "Oh." He goes, "Well, we already canceled it." And I go, "Well, did you give him a refund? Like, he's still hungry, you know?" And the kid was trying to argue with me and he was the manager on duty. And so I go, "Well, can I speak to your manager?" And he goes, "Well, I am the manager." I go, "Well, can I speak with your manager?" And he goes, "Well, he's not here." I go, "Well, you're the manager on duty then. Get him his food, you know?" And so they did. They finally came back with it. And Robbie was just like, he was like, Inky's over there like, douche, douche, flexing her man muscles. Yeah, it was funny. It was more funny if you would have been there. Because he was like, "Damn, Inky."
Everybody expects you to be like all, vanilla.
I know. Well, I am to some extent. I am vanilla, but
And you're never mad.
I do get upset. I do get upset. I
But
mean,
even
I've
when
gone
you're
off on
upset, you're
Jim.
like, well, let's talk about it. And, you're not like, beep, there's levels to it. Like,
Yeah, there is levels to it. Like, I got onto Jim before. He said I said something that I didn't say, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. If you're gonna repeat something I say, make sure that shit is verbatim. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't say something I didn't say. Don't twist the story. Just say what I said. And so, because everybody calls me on my business phone, all the calls are recorded, and I go, I will be more than happy to play the phone call. So, I did. Yeah. It is what it is. If you're gonna repeat something I say, it better be verbatim.
yeah, or don't quote me.
Yeah. I don't even like repeating what people say unless I really like it's burnt image in my brain, because if you misconstrue something, then people get offended.
Yes.
Oh, Lady O says, she goes, "I'm still listening." You're such a sweetheart. Have you gone over to Newman Gaming yet? Have you seen him fly around the little planes? Oh my God. I can't wait for
I've
him to
been
go
to
live again just
his.
so I
I
go
think
pick
I've
on
been
him.
to Ryan's and OFG, and
You've been to
they're all
OFGs too?
Mm-hmm.
Does he get all excited when you say
He
hi?
does. It's so it's the
I love it.
best. He's like, oh my god. He'll stop. He'll pause his game, and he's like, oh my god, Kaylee's here, and I'm like, oh my god, like almost like a little pseudo celebrity.
Yeah.
Ryan does the
I
same
love it.
thing.
Ryan told me to tell you thank you. He said thank you. Well, he said thank you to me. He goes, "Thank you for introducing me to Kaylee. She's great. I was just over at her show today." He has such a good heart. He does.
Yeah,
He's
they
a
always come over whenever I'm live, and Blood Dragon is
Mhm.
another one. Like if even and if they don't catch it live, they'll comment on it and be like, watching it afterwards. And they always share my streams. Just very, very supportive and very welcoming. It's definitely refreshing compared to the
It's a
community
breath
I'm
of
used to. Yeah.
yes, it's a breath of fresh air. That's
And
how
they're
I
like
met
they're not like
Newman.
fighting over views, and they're all like, oh, connecting people. It's very different.
Yep.
And OFG, he's so giddy, like it's so freaking adorable. He's like, "Oh my god, she doesn't even play games, and I can't believe you're here." I'm like,
I know.
"Stop it!" Like I almost want to hide in the bushes.
Yep. The first time he
And
did that to me, I was like all embarrassed too. I was like,
yeah, me
I
too.
was
I was
just
like,
trying
"Oh
to
my
sneak
god,
in and say hi.
is it too late to like?" He's like, "Oh my god, everybody, Kaylee, she does true crime, and go check her out. Like she
Mhm.
doesn't even play games, like." And then he's like,
Yep.
"Yeah, she's a friend of Pinky's. If you don't know Pinky, then you have to go check her
Mhm.
out. They're a hoot
Mhm.
together."
Mhm. He'll be like, sometimes she's talking about serious stuff, but if you get to know her, she's sarcastic. She's
And he's serious
saucy.
about that sponge bath.
I know. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what brought that up that day. I was like,
There's a
he goes,
list.
I don't even know what triggered me to say it, but I said it, and ever since then, man, they're like, I'm
There's a
first. No,
waiting
I'm
list.
first.
Yeah.
How about that G2K guy? Yeah, he's great too,
He's
just nobody. So you better not pick on him.
I don't know. I don't know. I heard that guy got monetized. I heard he was like the freaking like the coolest things next to sliced bread.
G2K got monetized?
I think he's over 500.
G2K, are you monetized? Amen, sister, preach. Yeah, so what I was saying was I love jumping into their chats. And you know how like when I would go on drives and you got you, Marzi, and Kayanana would be fighting over who has the back seat, who has the front seat. So I do that same thing when I go over to Newman's. I'm like, what's today's in-flight movie? What's our in-flight meal today? Yeah. Or if he's trucking, I'll be like, I gotta pee. Can we pull over? Yeah. It's so funny. I like being interactive like that.
What do you need? Aaron, what do you need? Watch hours? Because I seen you were over 500. Usually, like Inky, everybody else, they had the
Yep.
watch hours first.
Oh my god. No, I didn't have the watch hours first. Oh wait, no. No, I didn't. No, yeah. I had people first. Thanks to sodium.
Mm.
But I think the majority of
And
those are gone. So
yeah,
but I think
you
it
need
kind
the
of
little.
skewed. I think it really skewed up my algorithm though. So I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I'm
suggest
learning
it.
that was not as on the up and up as I would thought.
Yeah. Yep, watch hours. Oh, so
Where
it's watch hours he needs.
how many do you have, or how many are you short, if you don't mind me asking?
Man, it took me forever to get to that freaking
Yeah, but they
4,000
lowered the
watch hours.
bar now.
Holy shit. I know.
They lowered the bar now. You only
I
have to
think
have
it's
500
3,000.
subs, and it used to be 1,000 subs, and I think 4,000 watch hours, and now it's only 3,500 subs.
Wow.
To be,
He said, "Do you need watch hours? Just nobody?
still need 1,000.
How about you, Newman? You know, because sometimes he says, I still need 1,000 hours. Holy snaps. You better do longer live streams.
I'll have to do his like I did yours, Inky, and just have it
Yeah.
like looping in the background.
Yep. But
It
you know what
works.
I found out? When it loops in the background, you have to have the volume on and you have to have all the windows separated because for a while there, I was running like 20 windows. And unless that window is active, it's not counting.
Well, between all my devices, I can trick it. I'm fully monetized with YouTube. Good. Congratulations.
That's what I thought because I think I'm a member over there. I think I am.
I think I got gifted a membership at Ryan's because I got an email saying something about like a members only. I'm like, members only. I was like, when did I don't even remember being gifted. It might have been one of the times I popped in and like maybe after I left because I didn't even know. He's
So
like,
you
yeah,
know
you're a
what?
member. You have to come participate in the monthly contest. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he does these little giveaways too. It's
Two
really
two
cool. But
two. Yeah,
I've
I didn't
never
even
I've
know.
never I've never made it to one. And I don't even know how to like cash in my points because he has like these little point system that he does. It's really cool.
Yeah, too bad I have no idea what's going on.
I just like going over there BSing and playing video games with them.
Yeah, and it's just
I
really refreshing to like, be acknowledged and just everybody's so welcoming and they're like, "Oh, I just connected, and it's like they're not fighting over subs and views and everybody like, there's room for everybody and that's how it should
and there
be.
is. We have an unlimited amount of people that we can be sub to. So,
And
you
it doesn't
know,
take from one to be sub to another.
yeah. And it's and
It's
they have
so
like really, really
competitive.
funny stuff. He said in Ryan's 222, I have 77,000 points. I don't even know how many points I have, Newman. I have no idea. I don't even know how to find them.
What the me neither. But yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make sure to ask him that next time because he'll explain it. I've always been like, oh, I don't want to ask, but
I think
now I
he's
got
I
to.
think he's I think he's told me before on how to uh what does he call it? How to retrieve the points or something. And I've just never done it because I don't know. I save it for people that are like just really the viewers and not the people that, play with them and stuff. I just enjoy playing with them.
I thought the
Like
points
I
was like
really want to
something to do
try.
with the game that he's playing. I didn't know it was. I have no idea.
No, it's
I'm
something
gonna
that
have to
has
get
to
him to
do
give me
with,
the rundown.
I think it has something to do with Nightbot. Oh, it says exclamation point team wipes.
What the heck?
Is that what we type in to get our points? Tells you how many you have. Oh, let me write that down because I don't even know. Because Ryan always has to do it for me because I have no idea. And then I have never used them.
Oh, it's the command that because I know the exclamation point like that in my name, it'll drop my link. I do know that much.
Yeah. Isn't that sweet? Like I have Nightbot, but I don't know what boxes to check and what boxes to uncheck.
I
And
I had to
OFG
ban
told
that
me
little thing. He kept freaking timing out my people for using too many emojis. I said, "Oh no, you gotta go."
that's exactly why I turned him off
he,
too. Because
he
he was
timed
like
out
standing
pencil artist. He said, "You're using too many emojis." I was like, "You're being mean to my friends."
also he said also to see who's in the lead is exclamation point top.
You
The
writing this
only one
down?
I know, Newman, is exclamation point cheeks. And it says I'm coming after those booty cheeks. That's the only one I know.
You wouldn't know that.
I think it was Nezzy or Queen. Maybe it was Queen. I think it was Queen that taught me that. I think it's Queen's. When you type in exclamation point cheeks, it says I'm coming after them booty cheeks or something. Yeah, it's really funny. Again with the ass. Oh, I know. Tomorrow we'll promote your BBL. We have a GoFundMe for just nobody's BBL. Yeah. And I said, if his turns out good, then I'll get one. I want a butt like Kaylee. Kaylee has a nice butt. I've seen it before.
It's the cornbread.
I know, cornbread and buttermilk.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gents, I should hop off here.
4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4 hours and 6 minutes, and Call of Duty's calling my name. I got to get Kaylee playing Call of Duty. Uh-oh. I hear
Listen,
a
I'm too
siren.
aggressive.
I hear a siren. Do you hear it?
You think that's his PTSD? Like he's traumatized by the police? Oh my god.
He said, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. He has his own couch. He should have his own show. I love you. He kicks all his blankets off. He has like 3 blankets up here. Spoiled rotten. And then he goes like right back to sleep. You all have an amazing morning. You all are awesome. So are you, Newman. I love you. Mwah. Nightbot doesn't like capital letters. Oh, doesn't like caps either?
He's mean.
Wow. Well, there's a bunch of boxes. I would have to show it to you. So when I log in, it like there's like a bunch of settings that you can turn on and off, and I don't know what to turn on and off. So I'll have to go through it and check it out so I can turn it back on, because then you guys can do things like those exclamation point thing, and then it just types in like your channel or your last video. So every video gets views. And then like there's games and stuff like what Ryan does that you can play. I'll have to learn from somebody how to do it. Robbie told me
Yes.
he would help me a couple of times, but I always like forget or he vanishes. You know him. He's like squirrel.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but thank you very much, Kaylee, for coming up. It's always awesome.
Yes, yes.
I miss my Swampy.
Yes, yes. I will. I don't know when I'm gonna go live again because I don't. You're trying to let the steam of my aggravation kind of wear
Your
off
anger-
before I.
Your anger, what?
My aggravation.
Your aggravation.
Like, you know, like I don't want to. I can't talk about the case and not want to punch him in the throat. So.
So wait. You sent me something about that case. Oh, my phone died. Dang nabbit.
Which one, Alex?
Yeah, remember you sent me the screenshots.
Sodium
No,
or TikTok?
I think it was TikTok.
Yeah, that just happened yesterday. I collaborated with she's a true crime creator on TikTok. She's
Mhm.
got like 180K followers, and she covered Alex's story. Like, and I collaborated with her like with all my stuff. And she did a video yesterday. In the first 4 hours it was up, it had like 20K views.
That is freaking awesome.
And like major media outlets were reaching out to Ashley and stuff already because they seen it. But she reached
That
out to Ashley
is
because she's seen one of my videos on YouTube. So it was like, you know, just that little confirmation, like finally, you know, it's finally reaching, you know, bigger audiences and ultimately, you know, getting people outraged about it. And the more people that are outraged about it, and then the more people that, you know, the more likely that they'll be pushback, because you know, me and Ashley could keep calling every day till we're blue in the face, but they ignore us. It's kind of hard to ignore 200 people from all over the United States, you know?
right. And
Power
if
in
the news
numbers.
is that, and think about this, if the news gets a hold of it, that the judicial system isn't doing their job, law enforcement's not doing their job. And if I don't know if she has gone to the attorney general about law
I got to
enforcement.
forward you this email. I forgot because I didn't know what you had going on, and it's kind of like a lot to take in. But
Okay.
she got sent it anonymously, and when you read this and realize like how far up and deep this corruption goes, it's almost terrifying that she's even talking about it, because it's almost like how do you go above these people's heads when they're that high up and they're involved in it?
Exactly. So
You have
you
to
know
go
how
outside of the state almost, you know, and it's hard to get them to care if it's not their state.
so has she tried talking? Well, I'll ask some simple questions. Has she tried talking to the attorney general that that's in Mississippi, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, hold on. Let me go to their website real quick. Okay, so let me move this back over here so I can see it better. Okay, wow, they have a very hold on. So they do have a Bureau of Victims Assistance, and let me see where you would find complaints. Okay, I think this is it. Oh, wait. Ooh, I clicked the wrong button. Back. Okay, so she needs to go to ms.gov. So I'm going to send you this link. Copy link. I'm going to put it in back chat. Okay.
All right.
If she has not done yet. That is to Mississippi.gov. Let me confirm that before you click on it. Yes, it's the portal to Mississippi.gov, ms.gov. So that is a complaint form. Okay. She can start there. There's also a commissioner's place, but the attorney general's over the commissioner. Okay. Or the county attorney, the attorney general's over them. So she needs to file a complaint. If they don't do anything, then she needs to turn that department in to the FBI. That's the next step, is the FBI that she would go to and say, hey, law enforcement is not doing their job, et cetera, et cetera. Newman was in law enforcement, so he would also be able to tell you. I don't know if it's per jurisdiction area that you would file that complaint with, but that's typically how it works. Yeah, because that's exactly what the FBI told me when I contacted them in my situation. And I said, hey, the judicial system's not doing their job. This is the evidence. And she has the evidence, so that's good. That he's of age. If he's alive and they know that he's alive, then they should at least tell her that. If they don't know and he's been missing this long, yeah, there needs to be like some serious work put into it, and doesn't need to go cold, especially when people are actively trying to assist them and help them. You know what I mean?
Right, and they're
Like,
not doing their part and not getting search warrants, and and there's crucial evidence that is on the verge right now of being lost that won't
From-
be able to be obtained from this point, like cell phone data and stuff that has to have a search warrant, by law to be able to be obtained. And there's just it's at the point now where there's nothing else Ashley can do without sign-offs, and at this point she's willing to do the footwork. Just do your part and sign the freaking warrant or write it up, but it's almost where it becomes, it's not laziness, it's almost like they're just not going to do it because they have more reason to keep the corruption under, like they benefit more from the heroin dealer being on the streets than they do, holding them accountable.
And that's a problem when it comes to, like, a lot of law enforcement agencies are too proud to go back and correct their wrongs. They would rather be like, just brush it under the rug, call it a day, and move on to something else instead of actually going back and fixing it. Because it makes the sheriff look bad, or it makes the,
Right. Well, I just sent you I forwarded it to you on Messenger. It's super, super long, but Ashley got this probably like a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. And by, like, how you can send an anonymous email or whatever. So you can't like reply to it or anything. But she took this email to the attorney general, or not the district attorney, the attorney general. But she kind of gets the feeling like, because Mississippi is in such a state of distress, and with water, the water not being clean. I mean, everything that could be at, going wrong is going wrong. So it's just kind of going to be thrown in the list of files on his desk, and how can she feel like, oh, my son, and it's almost minute to the bigger problems that are going on in Mississippi. So it's just a matter of when it'll be addressed. But she's took the step. It's just a matter of when it reaches his attention, and he's got a
Right.
lot on his plate. So she's very humble, and she's like, I know Alex is the least of his problems, but it's not. If that email, there's so much more than just a missing person. It is so.
I
It
still
is
think out of everything that I've watched that you've done on that case, to me, it always goes back to that house that she left him at. Something
absolutely,
happened there.
absolutely, yeah. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And the fact that he doesn't want to, he's not. The fact that he was willing to make a deal with the devil, as she calls it, to say, okay, if you take all the posts down about Chucky off of Facebook and say this narrative that he got drugs from the Shell station and not Chucky's house, Chucky will tell you where he's at. So she held up her end of the deal, and she took everything down. And TikTok, they still haven't told where Ashley's at, or where Alex is at. But that, if nothing else, that's the sheriff
that's
admitting that he knows.
Wait, so who said to take that down? The sheriff's department
Yeah, no, the sheriff, Willie March.
told her to take that stuff down, and then they would
Yeah,
tell her where
did
he's
a
at.
bargaining. Yeah, that
No.
Chucky said if she took everything down off of Facebook and all this stuff, and agrees to the narrative that he didn't get the drugs from Chucky, that he got them from the Shell station across the street, because he doesn't want that charge of, if he did OD, that's
She
20,
needs to
20
contact
years.
the FBI. Does she have
Yeah,
that on
well,
paper?
she's got it recorded.
Okay. Is Mississippi
Nothing's
a
on paper.
one-party state?
I don't know. She don't care. She just, the way that this is going, she won't have interaction with that sheriff and not have it, some kind of documentation of it, because he's done left her with her, what in her hand so many times. But the fact that he was willing to negotiate like that.
Mississippi recording laws stipulate that it is a one-party state. In Mississippi, it is a criminal offense to use any device to record, obtain, share communications, whether they are wire, oral, without the consent of at least one person taking part in the communication. So she can actually use that. She can send that documentation. Mississippi's a state that she can do that. So she can take that documentation to the FBI and say, hey, I have this recording. They promised A, B, and C. They have not delivered A, B, and C. This is the case. And if she shows them all of that evidence, they are going to be in a lot of trouble. So if
Right,
I
and
was
there's
you,
a personal connection to the sheriff, to Chucky. He calls him nephew.
okay, yeah. So that is it's very biased. It's a
Right.
conflict of interest, and the FBI can be involved, especially like in things like that, like when you have law
Yeah, because
enforcement.
he's aware that Chucky's dealing drugs, and he has an obligation to do something about it, and he's not. He's
Right.
it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. Okay, well, that's really, really fucking smug coming from the position that you sit. Do something about it. He's peddling poison, and there's way more blood on Chucky's hands than just Alex. Even if it was an OD, why hide him then?
Right.
And who knows? Alex could be in the freaking paupers field, where they're just burying people without consenting or even telling the family, and the families are finding out months later that they're just in a tagless, nameless grave that's just a piece of paper with nothing to identify them. That's what's happening in Mississippi.
Oh my gosh.
Called a pauper's
He
grave.
He could be in, yeah.
Hines County, it's a big thing right now. They're making a big stink about it because they're literally just burying people and not even attempting to let their family know. Their families are actively out looking for them. They're missing person cases, and they're just burying them, saying they couldn't find the family. But the family's calling every day, trying to get updates on them. The one, I just covered it on my show like 3 or 4 days ago. He was hit by a off-duty police officer and killed walking, and he had his ID in his pocket when they buried him. And his mom filed a missing persons report, actively looking for him. They buried him in this pauper's field. She's going for the Hinds County Police Department for a civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
And they buried him without her permission, and then they were supposed to excavate him, and wait for her to be there so that she could at least be a part of that. And they agreed for it to be happen at 11 in the morning. They got there at 8 o'clock in the morning and hurried up and did it without her there. And when she got there, it was already done. And she was distraught. She's like, how many more times are you just going to disrespect me and just tell me that I don't have no rights and that I don't get a say so? Like, what are you trying to hide? And they didn't embalm his body, so it's just think of that. And it was missing his leg had to be amputated. He was completely ran over by the off-duty police officer, like completely run over. Like it's really suspicious, the circumstances. And she had an active lawsuit against the same police department for their mishandling of her brother, which would have been her son's uncle. And they like slammed him on his head and he died. And the officer got charged for, overuse of,
Force, overuse of
yeah.
force.
And he's currently in jail. And she feels like this to her son was pushback from that.
Wow.
And that's the reason why they didn't, because they knew who he was from the minute that the autopsy this happened on the 5th of March, and on the 9th, the coroner had his belongings and had found his ID in a prescription bottle with his name on it. They knew who he was 4 days after the incident happened, and his mom was actively looking for him, had GoFundMe, search and rescue teams looking for him, and they had him in the morgue the whole time, and then they just put him in the pauper's field without even telling her. And it took from March until August until she caught up with it, and that's only because a news outlet found out about it. Whenever they took their records and matched it up to the missing persons report to the paupers, the list of the list of people that are buried there. He was number 649, so there's at least 600 people that are nameless out there that probably are, their families are actively still looking for them.
And is this a cemetery that's just for people?
It's behind the Hinds County Jail. Yeah, it's people that because they have such an influx of bodies that the morgues and the crime who does the autopsies are overwhelmed. So they can only, by law standard, they can only hold the bodies for so long with them being unclaimed, and then they put them in this cemetery, which is literally right behind the jail, which is the penal farm. It's the freaking plantation.
Wow.
It's like, what in the...
But if you think about it, they could put them in any cemetery.
Right, but they're putting them here, and they're not doing it in a respectful way. They're literally in body bags. Most of them aren't even embalmed, and they're they're not even in like caskets or anything. Because it's just it's Mississippi. That's the least of their problems. It's so bad there. Like, there's no way. I mean, it's the poorest state in the United States. Everything, poverty high, crime high. I mean, it is like the wild, wild west out there. It is just a common thing that if you go to Walmart or the gas station, you're going to witness a drive-by or possibly be caught up in it. It's just everybody's in a gang and they're all out there just shooting people and just asking questions. It's like a freaking madhouse. No way you could feel safe and live there. No freaking way.
Well, isn't that where the blonde that used to be on Jim's show, isn't that where she's living? Not JD Jenny.
No, Lacey, that's Louisiana.
Oh, she's in Louisiana.
But it's not far off from it. I mean, they're close in like actual distance, but I think Louisiana is like second or third as far as crime, high crime, and very high, low, super high poverty, and just it's very, very well. It's not managed well. That's where it starts. Bad government. And when you have people like Holmes County, which has got Sheriff Marsh, that's been the sheriff since 1986, it's just, you get a bad seed turns into a bad garden, and before you know it, it just becomes a normal way of life. I mean, 30 years, he's been sheriff longer than I've been alive.
Wow.
So it's just expected. You get this kind of mentality when you reach out to other agencies where, oh, you knew what you were getting into when you went on them side of the tracks. I can't help you if you over there fucking around in Holmes County. That's the reaction you'll get. They won't touch it with a 10-foot pole because they know how it's almost like you're going back into the Amish days or whatever. The way that they do things is like, dude, do you not? How is it 2023 and you don't have records of your arrest and everything? Like, I'm not saying they're still in filing cabinets, but I'm telling you, there's no way to digitally access a court case or a court file. Holmes County is like the dinosaur ages, and they benefit from that way because there's no accountability when you're like that.
Right. There's no way to track it.
Exactly. And there you have it. You got a bunch of, I mean, the nepotism is start there. The undersheriff and the sheriff are blood brothers. It's not legal anywhere else.
Wow.
It's very disheartening because it's like everybody just has this. The local news is all, it's like, oh well, Holmes County is Holmes County. Like, yeah, you don't go to that side of the track and expect to not come out
And
the other side.
is that where she lives, or is that where he went
That's
to go
where
visit that?
That's where Alex lived, but that's where he got caught up in due to his addiction.
Okay, so where did he go missing? Is that in
Holmes
the same
County.
county?
Yeah, Holmes
Okay.
County, which is the city is Pickens, but it's overall Holmes County, which is just riddled with crime and murder and bad policing and no policing and drugs and very, very. Ashley, that's why she dropped him off at Chucky's and so willingly because she didn't want to, she didn't
Smoking
want to.
dank.
She didn't want to drive into Pickens after dark because she'll tell you straight up that's not a place that she needs to be with her newer car. After dark, it's like she's just a moving target. You leave your vehicle or anything with a Cadillac converter on it overnight, and you won't have it the next morning when you come out. It's just that's just the type of environment it is, and nothing's done about it. And if you report it to the police, not only will nothing be done, but you'll be retaliated against for being a snitch.
So holmescounty.org, it says Holmes County is a great place to call home. We are home to a thriving small businesses and great school systems and entertaining culture. Come visit our community.
Yeah.
Smoking
my
Dank,
way.
it's good to see you, baby. He's another Smoking Dank. Does he have a wrench? Does he have a little coat?
Yeah, I see it
Or
on
jacket?
on my TV. He's blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Drop your link, Smoking Dank. He's another cool cat. Wow. Yeah. So see if she's already contacted them and where they are, because they do have to notify her where, like, what the progress is.
Right.
Yeah. And
She
see if
has a
that
couple
helps
of
move.
agencies that are involved. They just the way that they are operated, they have to be invited or asked by the sheriff, and the sheriff refuses to do that.
Well,
there's
not
just
if
certain
they're
things that they can't do without her completely burning the bridge. And right now, with the way that she hasn't really gave up all the evidence that she has yet because she doesn't want to burn that bridge entirely, because she's holding on to hope that they're ultimately will give her Alex, and she's willing to even to let him walk on the criminal side of it and to walk with the charges. She just wants Alex home, because and I don't know how she's able to do that, and God bless her for being so humble, but she explained it to me in the way that I makes sense when she put it that way. It's he'll pay for what he's done, whether it be in this life or the next, and it's not really up to us to make that decision. So she doesn't really care if he's held accountable in that aspect, because she believes in karma, and and it'll catch up to him if she's willing to let that go, if she can properly give Alex a proper burial and have a place to go. But she just wants, she can't do anything else knowing that he's out there somewhere in the cold, or she just, and the odds of her finding him without somebody telling her are slim to none because he could be anywhere. Mississippi is a marsh. It's almost as swampy as freaking Florida. The possibilities are endless. It's nothing but backwoods and creeks and rivers, and not to mention the mysterious fire.
And just so for anybody that's watching in the bushes that thinks this is hearsay, I am posting this from Fox News. It says Mississippi family discovered missing relative thrown away like trash in Poppersfield.
Yes. Yes, that was the one that really hit me because his circumstances are a lot like Alex's, and he was found in the, died of an drug overdose in a motel, and literally, like, he was reported missing, and they are actively have a missing persons report, but while they had them in their morgue, and somehow they're blaming it on a miscommunication, and it wasn't my fault, it's the coroner's fault, and the coroner's blaming it on the police, but just no accountability at all. And he was missing for, I think, a year.
It says May 2022.
Yeah. Alex went missing in April, so a month after Alex went missing.
So this is what this article says. 3 Mississippi families had no idea their missing loved ones were buried in County Poppersfield. According to the recent news report, one grave was labeled 645 for Jonathan David Hankins, a 39-year-old Rankin County man who disappeared May 2022. The mystery wasn't what happened to Hankins. He was found dead in a hotel 3 days after he left home. It was likely an overdose. But his mom didn't know anything about her missing son until December 4th. So this article came out December 4th. That was only like a week ago. Almost 19 months after his disappearance, when the NBC News reporter investigating the case told her that her son was buried in the Hines County Penal Farm. Disturbing revelations about missing Wyoming woman estranged boyfriend revealed in court documents. Hankin was buried in Poppersfield, which is typically used for deceased individuals without surviving family. So have they bothered investigating this, Kaylee, where they went in and checked to see if he was in there?
Oh, he's in there.
No, investigated her son if her son is in there.
Oh no, she's working on that now, but there's no way, like, you'd have to go digging up grave. There's no record keeping. That's what she's trying to get, changed now or something, where y'all have to at least be putting a record of the people you're putting in there, and they're not.
I don't know. I'm sure you guys have already thought of this because you guys are great at grouping up and coming up with ideas, but they could basically go back to the time that he went missing and see how many people were buried there within, say 3 months. Were they male? Were they female? How tall were they? What did they,
Yeah, she's working on that list now. I think she's having some kind of outside, but they don't have anything like that readily available. You have to have some kind of connection with MBI, to be able to get that, and that she's waiting on that, but no guarantee that it's going to be, it's going to be accurate because they're not making it where it's public, and almost like they're not even keeping file of it. She's having to go get it from the actual morgue because there's nothing, the cemetery, like, how you can go online and visit visit a cemetery and know which grave and what plot they're at, and there's record of this is not done that way. It's just a big clusterfuck. I'm sorry to say, excuse my language, but that's what it is. You don't even know. And this family, the one you were just reading about, they don't even know where he's at. They just know he's one of the 600 and something there. And they don't know where to start or who to go to or how to go about getting him exhumed from there to have a proper burial of him. They just know that he's buried there. They don't know where, which one. They just know he's there.
Oh, when's the last time you checked out anything on? Hold on. Oh, let me go back. Shoot. A third Mississippi man's death allegedly concealed from family for months. Following Dexter Wade and Mario Moore, the family of Jonathan David Hankins is now seeking answers about what happened to. So they've made a habit of this.
if they've done 3 like that, can you imagine the ones that are just the possibilities are endless because all 3 of them were completely different scenarios, but they were actively being looked for. That you're only supposed to be put there if you have unsurviving. You just read it. No surviving family. When you have actively you're being looked for and missing persons report filed in that same county, that's just shitty. And who gives you that right to do that?
Especially if he had his ID on him. And okay, think about this, Kaylee. Now, I watched that video where, the police, where they were going through the forensic evidence and all that stuff that she had recorded. I distinctly remember that the one female officer was acting very strange. And if they did do this, that's probably why they're acting strange, because they know where he's at. They know where they put him, in other words. And they're trying to figure out a way to cover it up. Now, yep, that's very conspiracy-like, yes. But you have to think of the mannerisms, and you're good at this too, thinking of the mannerisms and the behavior of the law enforcement when she was questioning them about, like, hey, why is, like, how the video was, like, the timestamps were off? Remember that? So, like, that's the things I think about. I was like, okay, so why is the timestamp off? Like, where's the missing sections? Why was it done this way? And it was, huh?
Yeah, it was clearly, altered. They didn't even try to be discreet about it. Almost like they are used to doing it and dealing with people that, how do I say this politically correct, that are more, especially technologically speaking, very, uneducated and easily will just take the police's word for it and don't look at things
Mhm.
and catch things like the timestamps and would have no idea. They
Mhm.
didn't see Ashley coming at all. And she is like a bulldog, and she has been a thorn in their side as far as being held accountable, because you could just tell by the way they do it, that's just the way they're used to, and they're not challenged on it. They're not asked questions. So when they get asked the questions, they start stuttering and they literally are like, almost mad that how dare you ask me something like that, because they've never been, they just get away with it and they're just taken for on their word when they say, "Oh, this is all I can do." And Ashley's like, "No, this is not all you can do. Like, you're not doing anything."
Is he even on their missing persons?
He's on Namus and because of Ashley, and he's yeah, he's actively missing person in Holmes County because they did a news conference on for like a minute and 14 seconds, and they have like a Crime Stoppers number that go, but other than that, they're not actively investigating it because he was 30 years old, and it's in Sheriff March's word, it's not a crime to go missing and not tell your mama where you're at.
Well, okay, well, unless they're really crooked, they wouldn't have him missing. I'm trying to think of the FBI website would have him missing. Is it not on there?
The FBI, I know he's on NamUs, which I think is law enforcement, but I'm not sure about FBI. Mississippi
Yeah, but
don't
if
have
she
stuff
put,
like that.
the FBI is nationwide. If she had to put him on there, that means the law enforcement's not doing their job again. What's his name? Okay, filter by year. So 2022.
Yeah, April the 20th of 2022, and his name is Robert Alexander Easterling.
Robert.
Alexander Easterling. Easterling.
He's not on there.
Mm-hmm.
Why
I
hasn't he
bet you
been put
there's
on?
not anybody on there from Mississippi. They don't do that. They don't even
but
have a
they have
protocol for a missing like a missing person. That they don't even have a procedure. Like there's no set way to handle it. It's a clusterfuck. I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like it.
yeah, but if he's missing, he would be in the FBI missing list.
Yeah, it's because
You
nobody's looking
know
for
what
him
I'm
except his
saying?
mom. Mhm.
It doesn't matter if they're looking for him or not currently.
Yeah, that's what I'm
If
saying.
someone
It's
is
there's
missing, they go to the FBI. They go directly to the FBI missing persons list. He's not on this list. I went all the way back. I know the baby's screaming. Say, I love you. Yeah, he's not. Okay, he's done. What I'm saying is, like, the FBI, if he was missing, they would send that information to the FBI to put him on, keep a lookout at least that he's missing. That should be standard procedure.
they have no standard procedures. That's the word I was looking for. They don't, that doesn't exist in Mississippi. These three, the Poppersfield crap, that just now created where they wrote it into policy that they have a procedure or a standard procedure to notify families of when you have someone deceased. You need that in writing to do something that most people would think is like, hey, that's just the right thing to do. Common sense is not a common thing there, and decency is one of the many things they lack as a whole. And most of it is in one short shape or another. It leads, what it boils down to is because they're involved in some type of corruption, because they make very little money in Mississippi, so they're willing to get paid under the table by these goons to look the other way. And that's what it boils down to, is money.
They don't even have him under seeking information.
Doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised if there's anybody in Mississippi on that list.
Okay, yeah. So if I was her, I would definitely contact the FBI and say they're trying to basically embezzle money out of her. Not money, but you know what I'm saying? Like getting her to remove certain statements about law enforcement with stating that they would tell her where he's at. And as long as she has that and she turns
No,
it
not
over.
law enforcement, the heroin dealer. That's who the deal is to take the post down about. Chucky.
Okay.
The place where she dropped him off.
Right. But you said that law enforcement told her if she took
that Chucky said if she took those posts down that he would in return give the location of Alex's body.
So if he knows where he's at, then why don't they just go find out? I don't know. I would still have her contact the FBI.
That's a good question. Good question. Because the sheriff will say, oh, well, it ain't about what you know. It's about what you can prove.
Blackmail. Exactly. Lady O. Yeah. So give her that link. Give her that link that I put in back chat.
Okay.
That's to file the complaint. And then have her reach out to the FBI and say, hey, I've given them all the information, et cetera, et cetera. There's not even there's nothing missing even.
I thought about contacting like one of the, the investigative journalists, like the ones that go like the, not so much the Nate, the one that did it for Dylan, but he does it on the East Idaho News, like somebody like that. And that's kind of far away from it, but and maybe like just putting pressure on it and getting more people to talk about it, and then maybe the outside agencies will be interested in it then, because it just seems like nobody wants to touch it, like it's just it's not worth it. It's away from us and it ain't bothering us, so just stay away from Holmes County.
I think the only reason why is, like, if you've noticed, larger YouTube creators only go after hot topics that are gonna get them clicks and views.
Right.
So, it
And they
needs
they kind of turn their head when they hear that Alex has a criminal background and he had an addiction, and it's almost like, well, it's expected, or he asked for it, or something like that, and it's a stigma,
but
one
he's
of the
still
many.
missing. Who
And he's
cares
still
if he had an
somebody's
addiction? He's
baby, and
still
it was
he's
her only child, and he has a child that Ashley's now taking care of. And she's only 5 years old,
wow.
and she's still
He's still
asking
someone's
what
child.
actively, what, and she still doesn't know what to tell her because she only wants to have to do that once. So right now she's still just, I don't know, baby, I don't know.
Wow. I don't know, the only thing we could do is just really I mean, you already do, but, I mean, just, doing a live stream every day, just bringing it up, bringing it up, bringing it up, you know, um adding, Holmes County
Putting
Sheriff's
pressure,
Department, flag it.
right?
Yeah, flag
Yeah,
their
he
office in
won't
there.
even take my call. I've called him probably whenever I first got involved with Ashley, at least twice a day for 6, 7 months, and his secretary would tell me he doesn't talk to press. He doesn't do press conferences. He don't, but left and right, he's on the news. Just say, oh, we've done all we can do. Well, why won't you? Like he wouldn't talk to the one that did the podcast either, and he's actually like an investigative journalist, like does it for the news outlet in Jackson, and told him the same thing, that he doesn't take press conferences. And like how are you the sheriff? And just, I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna. It. Ugh, it gets me fired up. Fuck you, scroungy. Yo, you're not gonna talk to me? Well, I bet. It's just
Wow.
how arrogant do you have to be like, I'm gonna do nothing, and then I don't have to be accountable for it. I don't have to give you an explanation. Just get over it. The fuck?
Yeah,
I'm not used to that. I'm used to Grady Judd. He loves a fucking camera in a press conference.
I love that guy.
It's really hard to even put into perspective like that. Is that even possible? Because when I have it the way I'm used to it here, and it's like, holy crap, how is that even? That's almost like a third world country. Like, how is that only a couple states up? What the heck? Grady Judd had that shit cleaned up in less than a month. I've even thought about contacting him, but I know that there's jurisdictional boundaries. But hell, just him talking about it in front of a camera could do something.
Oh my gosh. It trips me out.
It is. It's like the Wild Wild West, or like it doesn't seem like it's a place that's a go. We pay their fucking salary is what it boils down to. Like, public servant, my ass.
I feel bad, and I can relate because I'm a mom and I get it, you know?
It's just a helpless feeling that you can't. I mean, all the
I
things I've done, and I still don't feel like I'm feeling helpless, just because what can you do to help? Because she's done everything. She's checked all the boxes. She has all the evidence. It's heartbreaking because there's
I
not
think you
much
guys
you can
nailed it.
do.
As soon as you said graveyard, I think you guys nailed it. And you know me, I'm a skeptic. And
Right.
for some reason, as soon as you said that, like, all my hair stood up, and I'm like, I wonder if they did. And they don't want to admit it. And they know he's in there.
That is where her focus has been since she's heard about that. And and she's got some kind of bad feeling in regards to it too. She said almost like the same thing you said when she read that article, or I think she's seen a video that was on the news, because it's local for her. And she said her heart just sank, and instantly she just had this feeling of dread, like. And same thing that you're saying. And mothers have intuition, and that's anything that she can do to find out will be done. But it's almost one of them things where, what do you do but go digging up a bunch of crate. Like it just, that's terrible to even think about. And you're not going to get any help from them or
Well,
because
they would
they
only
don't
have
want,
to,
they don't want
technically,
to be
they would only,
accountable.
well, I mean, I guess they could dig them all up, but they would only have to dig up really the ones within that time frame.
Right.
You know what I mean? So say for instance, and I know this is hard
Well,
because
yeah,
it's
because
not
all
my
three of
child,
these
but
has happened in the period that Alex has been missing, so it's absolutely a possibility. And Hines County is only a 40-minute drive of, I think it's 60 miles, 59 miles from where Alex went missing at from point A to point B. Very possible. Because if he overdosed and they hauled him off and dumped him off in a field somewhere, which is what is typical for Mississippi.
and they found him.
Yep, and
They could have taken his wallet. They could have taken anything with them. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And so then
I
he
mean,
didn't
they're
have any
burying them with their
ID.
wallet in their pocket. They're clearly not doing anything. They're being very sloppy. They don't care. These people mean nothing to them. They're just in their way.
It's so absurd. Oh, it's under my skin. It's the same thing. Remember when I went off the deep end about the Idaho 4 and I was like, man, I got to do a card reading on this. It's like my little spidey senses are like flaring right now. For real. Like I'm over here looking on the internet. I'm like digging for stuff. I'm like, okay, what else? Oh, it's just crazy.
Maybe do a reading on it. I kind of thought about that. Somebody just did one on YouTube the other day, and Ashley sent me the link to it.
I have my stuff. Hold on.
Because
I don't know. I just don't want to get the hopes up kind of thing, you know.
yeah,
We just have
well,
to be
just
careful
say
what
the
we ask.
disclaimer. That everything. Yeah, right.
Okay,
The
hold on.
reading that was on there is, I think it's called Mama B Tarot or something. You couldn't really hear her because she had the background music too loud, so like I had to have the closed caption on. But a lot of the things that she got, for her to know nothing about the case or the situation, was really like spot on. Like just with people turning on him, and she even
Okay,
made a couple of like statements, kind of like, oh, the people of power, or maybe even the government officials being involved. I'm like, how the hell would she know to say that?
well, some people pay attention to, what's going on the YouTube streets.
Right. And so it's like, yeah, she says she doesn't know about the case, but how do you know what she knows, right?
Exactly. That's why I, like when I would do readings for people here on YouTube, I'm like, I don't want to know anything. Don't tell me anything until after I'm done. Doesn't matter to a mom what their child did. No, exactly. It doesn't. Our babies are always going to be our babies if they're 5 or 25.
Even when they fuck up. Doesn't make them human, and like they should be discarded like trash just because they were living
a risque lifestyle.
Right. And and that's another thing. They're not addicts because they thought it would be a good idea to get addicted to drugs. Usually it's because they have something they're numbing or trying to mask, and it doesn't make them a shitty person or incapable of recovery. They just gotta have support.
At least that's a recoverable offense. Like,
right. And usually they become criminals because of the things they do to feed the addiction, stealing, and things pertaining to that side of it.
You know who's been my new favorite recently? You're gonna laugh. Is Nancy Grace.
Really? I thought about reaching out to her too, because she retweeted one of my posts that I did on Twitter about Alex, and I was like, dude, maybe she'll cover it, but I'm like almost kind of like, oh God, when almost how would I even get her attention? Because she did a segment on Dylan when Dylan first went missing.
You should reach out to her. Never hurts. She has a huge following. I mean, this last video from 3 weeks ago already has 51K.
She'll ask the hard questions.
And she's like blunt.
Yeah, like hurt your feelings.
Okay, my first card is the High Priestess, which is going to God. It's
What
a
question
higher
like
power,
did you have?
like the higher power. If he was in the graveyard cemetery, then the Hierophant popped out. Both of those are maybe cards. Hangman popped out. That's another maybe card, which is looking at things from a different perspective. It's the Hierophant card and the High Priestess card. So it's maybe, and maybe. They're all maybes. Gaining things from a different perspective. The High Priestess is like the women of all women. She's the woman in control, power. The Hierophant is like a religious leader or a leader of some sort. I think of it as a religious leader.
That's interesting.
The first one I pulled out on my own, the last two fell out. They were all maybe cards. And then the one I just pulled out is a yes card, and it is the Eight of Wands, which is information coming in quickly. So I wonder if by, what's at the bottom of the deck? The bottom of the deck is a non-usable card. Is the Two of Wands, making a decision. Okay. Having the whole world in your hands. You have a hold of one staff, and so this person has made a choice. They have a hold of one staff. The other staff is sitting in the background, but they're looking out at the vast sea, the ocean, the earth. Like they're like, I have the earth in my hand. What kind of choice do I want to make? Where do I want to go? What do I want to do? So it's like a decision needs to be made after these messages come in, because the messages came in first, but it was like gaining a different perspective. So I think like the Hierophant, I would think of going in with your gut feeling, gaining a different perspective. But there's fast moving messages. So there's information that's coming in about a decision that needs to be made, or maybe it's seeking something. This could be seeking something. Okay. Making sure let me make sure they're all facing this right direction. Okay. I haven't picked these up in a long time. I don't think I picked these up since I moved. No, I think the last card reading I did was on the beach with the doggy, and he flipped me upside down on a live stream. I had him hooked to my foot, and he ran off, and Mom went bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, so we're clarifying the High Priestess card. So who's this woman? This woman in charge. It could be his mom. Who's the High Priestess? Was there another woman involved? No, he was with a girl. He had a girlfriend and a baby.
Well, no, him and baby mama were separated.
Was there another woman involved? Wait, hold on.
Not that Ashley knows of, but he got arrested with 3 females when he went to jail. And that's up in the air about that, because he was in jail and did 2 60 days, and the day he got out, first place he went, after that's where he had his mom take him after he spent time with family, was there. But one of the females he got arrested with, she got out the same day he did, but like 4 hours before him, and she went to the first place she went was to Chucky's.
Was
and
that
she got there
house?
before Alex. Yes. So who knows, like, if they told him that he was a snitch? I mean, who knows what was said or how it went down, because they all went to jail, and Alex had outstanding warrants, but they had drugs on them when they went.
So the card I pulled out was being stabbed in the back by that woman.
Yep.
That was the clarifying card.
Yeah, that's who Fast Eddie and I, we call her the hooker, because she's Alex's age, and she's married to a 71-year-old man.
Oh, sugar daddy.
Or the dope man.
Yeah.
Because he's friends with Chuck, and he owns a trucking company too. So does Chuck. Transporting.
The Hierophant could be a lawmaker. I'm just throwing that out there before anything pops out.
Chucky's uncle is on the board of board of aldermen, however you call it.
Who's the Hierophant? So there's a woman that he was backstabbed by. Who's the Hierophant? Hierophant. Who's the Hierophant? Could be a Leo. It's the Sun card.
Like a Leo as in a cop, or like the zodiac sign?
Like Leo is in like the zodiac sign.
Gotcha.
The Sun card represents Leo.
Yeah, because the term, battery on a Leo, so Elio.
Oh.
Yeah, law enforcement officer.
Could be. It is somebody of power. The Hierophant is someone of power. This is the Hierophant. But I didn't know that term. You did.
Right.
Clarifying the Sun card. If the Justice card pops out on it, it's definitely law enforcement. And you're watching me, so I'm not like picking cards out. Like I can't see them, see? So. Eight of Swords. So they're bound by thoughts. They're controlled. So this person is controlled.
Could be controlled like by Alex, by his addiction.
No. That would be the Devil card.
So what do you mean thoughts? Like
So,
anxiety? Like stuff like that?
Like what's in their head. So it could mean that this person is controlled by this person. Like this person. This person's controlled by this person.
So the female is controlled by?
The Hierophant could be controlling the Sun, the Leo. So.
Oh.
So I don't know what the Leo stands for. Like you said, it could be law enforcement. But this is someone that is they're bound. They can't make decisions.
I wonder if it's the one married to the creepy old husband that doesn't like Alex.
Maybe they're not allowed to speak.
Dude, listen, did you hear the interview? The only work that JT did on the case for Ashley when he called her and her husband, and they got into a big fight on the phone while Ashley and them are on the phone, and he's flipping out on her because he didn't even know that Alex was in the vehicle when they got arrested. Because yeah, definitely much so would have had to hide the interactions, and she had his phone. And then when she goes away from him and she's like, yeah, he didn't know that I was with him, but yeah, and she was all crying, talking about I didn't hardly know him, but I'm crying because he didn't deserve what happened to him, and Chucky had to have done something to him.
Hmm. So the hangman, is clarified by the Four of Swords. So the the hangman is gaining from a different perspective. The Four of Swords is being at peace.
What was that clarifying on the?
The hangman. So
And the
being at
hangman.
peace with, maybe it means like trust in your own intuition, like trust in your own, yeah, trust in your own intuition. Like you're like, okay, so the question is, I already said it. Okay, so trust in your intuition. There's something that is being bound and gagged, basically. It could be a
Him?
Leo or a sun. The sun, it could be the sun. Him as a son. He's a boy.
Oh, wait a second.
Okay, what about these messages? What are these messages coming in? Okay. What are the messages coming in? Is the Five of Swords.
Is it just me or is there a lot of swords?
They're all swords. You have the Ten of Swords, which is being stabbed in the back. The ending. It's an ending. The tens are always an ending. Then you have the Eight of Swords, you have the Four of Swords, you have the Five of Swords. So it's like going backwards. So the Five of Swords is taking what you need and leaving a situation. And that was clarifying the messages coming in. So you're going to take what you need from the messages and you're going to leave the rest. Okay, the Two of Wands. It's all wands and swords. And that was the Nine of Swords that just popped out. Oh, and the Three of Swords, which is the heart one. So this could have been, we were just talking about this. This could have been a third party situation, and it was keeping him up at night. It was something that was really bothering him, and he had to make that choice. Somebody had to make a choice because it was keeping him up. And their heart was broken over it. What's at the bottom of the deck? Is a victory, a Six of Wands. It's the victory card. Then you have the Hermit. What else? It's those wands again. So, okay. I see a heartbreak. I see someone being up all night thinking about a decision. Okay, that's the decision. I see someone taking what they need of a situation and leaving the rest behind. Here with the Eight of Wands, this is the fast moving messages. This could be text messages, email, social media. Maybe they got some messages that maybe this girl he was interested in about something. But whatever it was, it kept them up all night, and it hurt them. And that could be his mom we're talking about. So in the beginning, it says, this person feels stabbed in the back. And they feel stabbed in the back by a woman, the Hierophant. The High Priestess. They feel stabbed in the back by the High Priestess. The High Priestess, or the High Priestess feels stabbed in the back by someone. So this could be the mom. She feels like she's been stabbed in the back by somebody, like, she's been put on the back burner. Like she's not getting what she needs, the help she needs. Okay. Then you have the Leo card, the Hierophant, and that Eight of Swords. And the Eight of Swords is like you're bound up. You're unable to see what's going on because your eyes are blindfolded. Your arms are blindfolded. But she could very easily take one of those swords and cut all that off and move away from what's going on in the head. But what's going on in the head is because of the Sun and the Hierophant. The Sun is typically wish fulfillment. It's normally the happiest card in the deck. But the Sun is also a little boy on there riding a horse. So this could be her being trapped in her head about maybe her son. The Hierophant also represents God. So her son being with God. Does that make sense? I don't know if you can see them.
Yeah, like you mean as far as like her being at peace with,
Right.
not so much the what, she just wants the where.
And she wants to be at peace because here's the Four of Swords. So she's trying to look at things from a different perspective. I think this is about his mom.
Yeah.
And she needs to make a decision. And she needs to make a decision.
She did. She has to deal with because right now it's a matter of severing any chance of being told where he's at and taking, nailing them to the cross for their corruption or giving them the benefit of the doubt to hold up their end of the deal. And that deadline day is Christmas Day.
So the Five of Swords is taking what you need from a situation and leaving. She
just wants his body and she don't care. Mm-hmm.
There's some fast moving messages. It's going to either be through text messages or emails, phone calls, but she's going to take what she needs from that. Okay.
Yeah, that might be the email, the anonymous email.
And
maybe there'll be more.
She's going to be in pain. It's going to cause pain, and it's going to keep her up about it. But I think that she is going to be at peace because you have the Four of Swords and the Hangman and the Decision card.
Yeah,
and there's going to be a victory because
he's gone.
And at the bottom of the deck was the Six of Wands, so that's being at peace. This is victory over it. So maybe she's going to get the information that she needs. Maybe that is going to come out, and she's going to be able to let all that pain go. But there's nothing in here specifying where he's at other than with God. That's the only thing I can imagine from the Sun is with God. These two cards right here.
I hope that's not the worst case scenario because there was a mysterious fire. And I hope that doesn't mean there's...
I don't see fire.
Okay, good. Because that he was burning something, and with an active burn ban statewide, it pretty bold. Like I just hope it wasn't Alex.
There would be remnants. I don't know if the law enforcement has sifted through the ashes or anything, but there would be some fire.
They haven't even done a search on Alex or on Chuck's property.
Why?
I could speculate corruption. I mean, I have no idea. They haven't even warranted for Chucky's phone records to prove that him and Alex were talking the whole way up until Alex, that he knew Alex was coming. Alex was texting with him the entire way from Madison, to there. That Ashley got his phone records by her getting them, by knowing his, knowing his information and being able to get him that way, but not anything being done through the Holmes County, like nothing they have gave a warrant and they've done. Geofencing, that could be done. Very useful. They won't do it.
That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I get it. He's an adult, but I mean, there's elderly people they look for.
Yeah, It's almost like they're protecting Chucky. I mean, he calls him nephew.
Okay, I'm going to ask yes or no questions. Let's see. I started reading cards and everybody left. They're like, okay, we're out. Okay, let's see. It says that he's alive. But I got that card too with Dylan.
What does that mean, though? Like, witness protection? I mean, how would that even be possible?
No, because, well, then he would have had to have been rearrested or something to do that. Now, if he is in witness protection, they would take him, they would forewarn him, you can't contact family, et cetera, but that would make sense of why he wouldn't be on the FBI list, missing list.
Is Dylan on that list?
The FBI list? I believe so.
Yeah. And if that were the case, they wouldn't be able to, like, they wouldn't tell family, right? Like, that's how it works. Like, if the FBI knows, like, they can't tell you because it could jeopardize the investigation, right? Whatever it is that they're witnessing. I don't really know how that works. It seems a little cruel for if like they're hiding him and to let his family suffer. Like, but I guess if it's for like a big case, that's I don't know. Still mean.
Let's see. Wow, you don't want to Google missing persons in Idaho. There
He
was
went
a
missing
kid-
out of Utah.
There was a kidnapped Idaho baby, 10 months old,
What the hell?
found dead near naked father on side of road after mom's death. Kaylee Lee Birch. Oh, he's cute. He's missing. Dominique Michael Lusion. Mason Smith, 17, 6'4", 190 pounds, strawberry blonde hair. Been missing since September 1st, 2015. Wow. It's so hard to. There's so many, Kaylee.
Yeah. We're in a such a big epidemic with that that it's almost like where do you start? who deserves this spotlight and for how long. You know, there's just no way to be fair about it because it's such a big problem. And the news will only cover the ones, you know, that fit that criteria. And there's so many
yeah.
that don't.
They have people on here missing from like way back, 92,
Yeah.
1960. Oh, missing since 2004.
Hmm.
He's another good-looking dude. He was 41 at the time he went missing. Another 6'2" person,
Yeah, these
born
are
in
like how
1963.
they ain't just disappearing into thin air. Like,
It says missing endangered adult Jeffrey Dale Nicholson disappeared under suspicious circumstances on June 8th, 2004. He was supposed to meet his ex-wife and 7-year-old for breakfast at McDonald's, but never arrived and hasn't been seen since.
I bet you he did arrive and didn't want to pay for McDonald's. What it sounds like to me, ex going to meet up with ex-wife, never seen again. Sounds to me like they couldn't agree on alimony or whatever. 2004, like that's sad because if there's anything found now, like what evidence is going to be left?
I don't think Dylan Rounds is on here because he's no longer missing.
Because he's considered
Deceased. Yep, so he's been taken off the list.
Well, that's it's weird because they keep moving, pushing back Brenner's court date. It just got moved back until like mid next year
Why?
again, and it's still like preliminary shit. I feel like because they don't have enough to convict him, and they're holding off, thinking that they'll wait him out and he'll cop to a plea deal or give a body. Because you know it's very hard to convict somebody with no body, especially if they're not willing. If there's no physical evidence besides, they don't have a very strong case, and you only get one shot. So if they don't do it right, then he'll get away with it.
Yeah, I can't. He's when you type it in, he's not on the missing list. Craziness. Anyways, I was supposed to jump off here. We're now into 5.5 hours.
Yes, I sent you some stuff on Messenger, so just read over it, like, and just I sent you the anonymous email, and then I also sent you like I think it's called a crime chart that an anonymous like chart reader, whatever did, and I don't know what most of it means, so maybe if you can like translate it into terms like that
So
makes
you had a
sense.
card reading done, and you want me to interpret it?
Well, no, it's like it's like a crime chart that based off of like the where the moon and the sun were at, based off of the. I don't know how they do it. It's all explained in there, but I don't know what most of it means. So maybe there could be like a bunch of clues in there, and or you can make it make more sense, or see if it kind of corroborated with all your wands and swords, because
Okay.
it sounded familiar. I don't think it was cards though. I think it was more like horoscope.
Like ruin stones? Oh.
Like horoscope, and based off of the sun and wherever this position was at, and the way it's worded is like, I'm like, what the heck? Like the impression of the chart due to the degrees being at 4 and 16, like 28 degrees, and I'm like, huh?
Oh,
Pluto.
That's like a Danny thing. Danny's way better at astrology than I am.
Really? Okay,
She
I'll send it to her too. Then maybe she can make it make sense. Because I'm like, what the heck does Pluto have to do with what happened to Alex?
Danny is really, really good at the astrology part
astrology
of it,
part?
where I can do the card reading, or like more like an intuition thing, like how I feel it or how I sense it.
Well, right. Yes, kind of what I was asking. Like reading it, if you could get like just your gut says, oh, okay, well, I interpret this into that, because it's very, very specific. I just don't know what it necessarily means, like, because it's like the Cancer degree. Like, I don't know if that means that the person was like a Cancer, or if that means something different, like in astrology.
Cancer, okay, well, think of it this way. So, for instance, like you're an air sign.
I think
and
Earth. I don't know. I'm a Virgo.
You're a Virgo. Why was I thinking Gemini? Oh,
Danny.
no, she's a Leo.
Yeah, I'm saying Danny
Okay,
and
so
Gemini, maybe.
maybe. So like you like to be grounded, stable. Um, you like to have control of the situation. So I guarantee you wear the pants in the family. You'll share that control, but you still dominate it, kind of thing.
Hubby's a Virgo too.
Oh, he is. Oh, that's
Yeah,
gotta be
his birthday's
interesting.
2 days before mine.
Are you
Very.
in August?
September 16th, and he's September 14th.
Oh, my son's a Virgo too. He's a
Yeah, we both
he's a
got the
very
witchy hand.
emotional. Very emotional. He has it on both, Kaylee. He has it on both hands.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Um. Anyway, so like when you think of when they're saying so many degrees in this, just remember that sign and its mannerisms. So like cancers are emotional, they're nurturing, stuff like that. And then you think of it how many degrees. So it would be kind of like how much into that sign, how much characteristics it's holding. I guess that's how you would look at it. But I know for a fact Danny could explain it to you a lot better than I
Okay,
can.
I'll send it to her on Messenger. I was talking to her
Yeah.
earlier, so I don't even
Oh.
know why I forgot she does like the birth charts and stuff like that because she hasn't done it in a while, so I completely slipped my mind.
That's why I didn't understand why JT and I didn't get along better because I'm a Cancer and he's a Scorpio. Typically, we would get along better, but Scorpios are also known for their investigative skills. Like they don't trust anybody. They investigate everybody. They investigate their girlfriends. I mean, that's just their nature. And they just wait for someone to fuck up. It's plain and simple.
To
And
have
then
a
they'll be like,
reason.
yep, and
Aha.
to have a reason. That's the way they think. Like I've dated Scorpios before and it's really hard because you're like kind of like walking around on eggshells forever. And you can never trust them. They're shady and they're hoes. Every one of them I know is a hoe. So yeah, for real. Like slut city. So but you think about that. So if you were like say like I don't know, like 120 degrees in Scorpio, that means it would be like halfway through. Like a 180, say 180. So you'd be like
Unless like
half,
halfway through the month or like
well, like halfway through that sign. Yeah. So it depends
oh
on where that sign is in the sky and how much influence it has on a situation. That's how Danny would explain it. It's how where it sits in the sky. It gives you how much influence it would have on what's going on that day. It's kind of like your birth chart. When you have like so many degrees in this and so many degrees in that, that's how you have a little bit of everything in you, but it's the predominant ones that are the ones that are in control. God, I wish
wow.
Danny was on right now. Or at least in the chat or something, because she could jump on here and like freaking spit it out. Like, bleh.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
has a way of making really difficult things like dumbing it down for me, to where I'm like, oh, why didn't you just say it like that?
Well, that's, like when I was into reading those documents, I'm like, why am I reading all the mumbo jumbo? A lot of people really wouldn't understand it. So I'm going to have to like, just be like, okay, according to this document, this is what it says. This is what it means. It'd be much easier for me to do it that way than actually reading through all the mumbo jumbo and trying to decipher it or know if you guys can understand it or decipher it. You're sitting over there with the law dictionary, flipping through pages like, what does this mean? What does that mean? That's why I kind of like started skipping through it at the end to make it to where you guys kind of knew what I was talking about. This is all I've gone through since we started, right?
Holy crap.
Just this. This is all I've gone through. Are you ready? This is the rest of the file.
Holy shiznit.
Yeah. And I have
Well,
it.
you
It's
got to
all
think
in.
it's almost 20 years worth.
Yep. And yeah, and they're in chronological order. So like this is the most recent stuff. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, this is the most recent. It's in order. So, like the last things were the appeals on changing the date for the execution from, because it was changed from July to December, and then that portion, the reason it's not in his case that it was changed, which I should have caught on to earlier, was because it was actually done by the Attorney General's office or something in the state. They were having an argument about it. So it's a whole different caseload that he was just involved in. That's why it wasn't in his case. Because I was like, no, it's the last document in his case was stating that it was going to be December 7th. Sorry, not 8th. December 7th. Yeah. Anyways, so all that documentation I'm still going to go through with you guys. I just wish I wish I could read all the big, good, juicy stuff, like explaining stuff, but some of it is just so outrageously just bleh.
Graphic, yeah, and it just
Graphic. I can't even handle it. I'm like, it's that bad. Like, I could screenshot some of it and send it to you, and you'd be like, yeah, I wouldn't be saying that either. Because he
yeah,
gets into
it's
grave detail.
oh, just the
Like,
shit I
way
heard
worse
from
than
his
the video.
interview. I can't imagine anything worse than that.
Oh, it's worse.
Yeah, I believe you. I'm just saying that that is incomprehensible. You know,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's why yesterday I was like, I think I'm just going to skip over this part. You guys got the nuts and bolts of it in the video. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's most people don't even let their minds go to that people are capable of stuff like that and can't handle it.
The last person I could think was capable of that was in a movie, Hannibal Lecter.
Exactly. It's sick.
It is. I don't know why it grabbed me. I came across a video on it, and I was like, there's something about it that just triggered me, and I'm like, I'm going to print up the whole file, and then I'm going to go there. And that was the weirdest feeling. Okay, I will tell you this. I'm like, soon as I hit the concrete, and I remembered it. So when I went back and played the video yesterday, I was like, I knew it. I even said it audibly. I'm like, ooh, I just got chills in the video. And I remembered it. Like, I was like, yeah, I remember I felt funky as soon as I hit that concrete because I was walking on the grass. But as soon as I got to the concrete that separates the grass from the apartments, it was like I could just feel this feeling. And then everything still looks creepy and dilapidated. Like the staircase, like the railings that go up the staircase on each side that you hold on to, they were like all warped and rusted, and the stairs were all warped and rusted. And it was just like they have probably never, ever like painted. I mean, that's how bad it looks. They're on the back side of the apartments. I don't know if I ever like screen showed the back side of them, but there was like tinfoil in the windows. And then when I was back out in the front, right before I closed out the stream, the person that was living in his apartment was like peeping out the windows. And I'm like, oh, I just want to go. I just want to go. Yeah. It was weird. It was, yeah.
Can't believe it's not like bulldozed.
I can't believe that I can't I mean, the Idaho 4 case, they're destroying that house. Like, I can't believe they left that building there. I mean, they could have mucked out that one and built a new one or something, or at least not rented that apartment anymore. But I don't know if it was low income housing then. And if it was, he took advantage of an already in a bad situation family. Because she was being raised by her dad. You know what I mean? And to me, that was just, yeah. I don't know. It just hits me a type of way. Maybe because it has to do with kids. I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to get in my feels about that. I'll have nightmares about it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you have lots of nightmares of over all the cases you've gone over.
Yeah, not so much no more. Dylan's was really bad, but I think it was just because of all the extra
but
stuff that
you guys got really close. Like you deep dived the Dylan Rounds case like daily.
right, yeah. And I've
I
realized now moving forward, like it not healthy for either side. You know, the families involved and just and personally, like it's too
well,
much. You know,
we become a like kind of like to a point. Okay, so I'm printing all this out, right? And I'm like, wow, I'm kind of obsessed over this. But I consciously thought of it like I want to know every aspect of this man's brain and why he was thinking the way he was. That's why I wanted to like research his background, his family and stuff like that. I'm like, what made him tick to think that way? Like I would love, I know it sounds horrible, but I would love to interview him and be like, what were you thinking? What was
yeah.
going through your mind?
The author that I had on my channel a couple weeks ago, that she's that's what she does is kind of she's what goes and interviews like um specifically fathers that murder their children, and and Chris Watts is one of them, but she did this book that I haven't read yet. I'm waiting on it to get here, but it's called she's got 16 different cases of them, and most of them she's went and visited them in the prison and interviewed them, and just to try to like see what they have in common and see if there's anything that could be done like preventatively, like anything that makes them just weird things, like maybe they all have the same birth month or just something to say, okay, well there's something they had in common. And she said for the most part they all were different, they just had a very 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 narcissistic personality that was misconstrued as being like quiet, like almost just it didn't show until after the fact, but after it's almost like nothing you can see coming in all of them. It's like they had this normal life and they were they had this, they're like wolf in sheep's clothing, and you don't know until like they blend in very well, and that's terrifying because it's
It
like
is. Like
what
if you
triggers them,
looked
what
at
sets
him,
them off. And for the most part, it's another prettier, shinier life, like girl, mistress. That's she said that was the only thing in most of them that they had was they didn't need their family anymore, and they discarded them because it was a hindrance in their new, shinier, prettier
so
life.
okay, so he's a Sagittarius. Now, I know a lot of Sagittarians. So if you're a Sagittarian and you're one of the 4 people that are watching this right now, please don't take offense. Sagittarians typically have really kinky sex lives. Like I've dated a Sagittarian before, and I remember they thought of some weird kinky shit. Like if you could think of the grossest thing, like the grossest time of the month, like they're into that kind of thing. Like they don't care. They like kinky stuff. They are funny. They are funny people. They are very comedic, but they do carry a lot of depression and stuff also. I wonder when Robin Williams was born. Hold on. Because I know um, he was a Leo. No, he was a Cancer. July 21st. July 23rd is the cutoff. So he was a Cancer. So a lot of like domestic violence crimes, if you think about it, a lot of them are like really passionate signs, like water signs or fire signs. Matter of fact, Underwood, he's a Sagittarius, he's a fire sign. They have a hard time controlling their temper. Yeah. So I will tell you, hold on. So the top 4 signs. What did I just say? You're going to laugh. What signs did I say? Can you still hear me? Did I lag
Yeah.
out? Okay.
No, you're good.
What signs did I say?
Sagittarius,
Mm-hmm. What else?
Scorpio.
And
You said
water
the air.
signs.
Yeah,
Water
and
signs.
right.
Okay. I'm gonna share this screen. You're gonna laugh. I nailed it. If I don't lag out. I added it to stage and I'm frozen for a second. Oh, sweet. Okay. Come on, girlfriend. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Let me know when it pops up. Both of my phone is dead. So I can't see. Let's see.
It's still loading.
It's still loading. Okay, hold on. Let me restart it. My screen. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Okay, present, share screen. There we go. Okay, so the most common zodiac signs of serial killers. 4 signs: Cancer, Pisces, Sag, and Scorpio. Water, 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 and fire account for almost 40% of serial killers. Gemini and Taurus combine the account for only 11%. Killers born under the sign of Capricorn accounted for more victims total on the average of those in any other sign. They killed more than 800 people, or 19 on average. The lowest average was for Virgo, with only 7 victims each.
Wow.
Cancer,
I
Pisces,
don't have to look forward to being a serial killer.
right? Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpios accounted for the highest number of killers and victims in our analysis. 28% of the killers were 27% of victims. Because water signs are super emotional, and fire signs have a hard time, especially Sagittarians. And I said that have weird kinks. They like blood. I don't know.
And usually it ends up when the serial killing. There's majority of the time there's some kind of sexual,
Yep.
gratitude or that's goes along with it.
Yeah, it's the gratification they get from it, sexual gratification, which is very weird to me. I don't know. I don't get
Yeah, and once you scratch that itch, nothing else does.
DK.
DK conspiracy.
He says, I'm a Scorpio. Hi. Okay,
Sorry, you
well,
little hoe.
so you're a hoe, and yeah. But see, they now see Scorpios, but they're the investigative kind. Remember what I was saying? They are really good at investigators. They are a natural investigator. Where like Virgos and stuff, like we're cool. Like my son, he's cool chilling at home with the computer. He don't need to go out. He don't need to party. As long as he has home, his computer, games, and his kids, he was good. And dinner, food. He had to have food. I'm a guy.
Right, and that could be delivered. I'm with you there.
Yep, that's what he does too. One of the first times I'd ever seen like DoorDash was because of him. I was
Heck
like, did you
yeah.
really just order Jack in a Box to be delivered? Like you didn't want to drive to the store? Yeah.
I hate driving to the store.
Scorpio girls are mental. Yes, they are. They are. And I'm telling you, they're natural investigators. Um,
Which means you ain't getting no woo on them because
no.
they 10 steps ahead of you.
Yep, they are. They are. Crazy. I nailed it. It's like, I don't know. It's just because I kind of
There's
like
got to be
know that
something to
stuff.
it though, right? Like there's got to be something to it that plays into it. Like if, so that if you know this about yourself, then you could prevent it by, not putting yourself in like, whoa,
Look at that. Cancers are top. Or
46,
actually
40. So poor
40
Pisces, Sagittarius, Scorpio,
Aquarius.
and then Aquarius 44, Libra
Mhm.
44. Wow.
Which the least is
Capricorn.
Taurus.
Gemini, second, like 27, and then Aries, Leo. So Virgo is 40, right on the middle.
Mm-hmm. See, I'm a Scorpio and I like Scorpio girls. You like craziness.
Yeah, you
He likes crazy, passion, and if he
kaboom.
dated a Scorpio woman and she's the digger too, like she's the digger investigative part, like they know they can kind of trust each other, or they're not trust each other, but they're always like questioning, like, what are they doing? Which keeps them aroused in a way. Yes, yes, me dear.
I guess.
How many people did they do? Okay, so it says the killers on our list accounted for 5,125 murders. It's important to note that here we use the legally proven or generally agreed upon numbers when it comes to how many people each killer murdered. But many serial killers are suspected. I bet you those cancer ones were out of like some type of relationship, like emotional tie to that other person. Wow, look at it says Capricorn 813 victims by killers. Is the Capricorn gets it the most. The least victims was Gemini. That's probably because they couldn't make up their mind. Gemini didn't know if she was coming or going. They couldn't keep track of them. Victims per killer by sign. The least is Virgo because Virgo don't leave the house.
Yeah, but you fuck around and come piss me off at my house, and that's why we on that list halfway. Cause
That or you were protecting your kids.
yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm saying. You come and meet me at my home and fuck around and find out.
Yeah. So killers and victims by element. Okay, account for the highest number of killers in our list, and the highest number of victims was earth signs. So the water signs were mucking out the earth signs. I'm not trying to laugh. It's not funny. I promise. I get nervous when I laugh. Okay.
Yeah, we know I do.
Okay, Capricorn, Virgo, and Taurus account for the lowest number of killers, while fire signs, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius accounted for their lowest number of victims. So Aries, Leo, and Sag, they were like, oh, you don't want to have sex with me tonight? Okay. Cancer's like, you were cheating on me and you were cheating on me with this 5 women and I'm taking you all out. That's why.
Or you were on YouTube and not in here.
we should ask him, huh? Where
Yeah,
is he
he
when you
probably
need him?
wouldn't. Yeah, where'd he go, the little booger?
So it says killers and victims by element. So now element is earth signs, that would be the Taurus, the Virgo, and the Capricorn. Those are earth signs. And then you have air, which is Libra, Aquarius, and
Aries.
no, that's a fire sign.
Really?
Gemini. And then you have fire signs, which is Leo, Sag, and Aries. Then you have earth, fire,
Water.
air, and water. Oh, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Okay. So we have, whoa. Oh, yeah, we were
1,300 in the air?
1,400 in water. were the victims.
So wait, what's
So
the
water-
first one? Kill. Okay, so that. Whoa.
Okay, so the highest killers are water signs, and the highest amount of victims are also water signs.
Oh my god. So
The next
you're
highest,
you could be more prone to being a victim
yeah,
based off of this. Clearly, like maybe because you're naive. I mean, how would you factor that?
because we become emotionally involved. Kind of like, I'll use you as an example. Like, you were the first person I was really able to open up to that I didn't know personally, that wasn't that close to me, that I was able to open up and share my story with, which would make me vulnerable. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, I get it. So like you let your guard down.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotcha. You're a
We
simp.
we trust too easy, simp. Yeah. And then we become emotionally involved, even if we're not getting it reciprocated sometimes, and that can be very hard on us because we feel a type of way, we expect the other person to feel a type of way even when they don't, and then that gets our emotions all up in a rough.
So your emotions kind of overrule your
Lot.
your threat, to know you're in danger, or the
Yeah.
gotcha.
Like, I don't know how I made it this long. I really don't know how I survived this long. I've driven all the way across the country at 18 years old by myself for a damn man. Yeah. Okay. And that was my oldest dad. Okay, so the deadliest killer included on our list is Harold Shipman, a UK physician who is believed to have killed more than 200 of his own patients between 1975 and 1998 by injecting them a form of medical heroin, and then falsify their medical records to make them seem like he was doing it for money. That doesn't sound like a cancer thing to do. I was going to say, because we're too emotional. That's a money thing. It says Capricorn. Shipman was one of the 42 Capricorn serial killers on our list. Samuel Little is the deadliest American serial killer on our list. Before his death in prison, in 2020, a little confession to 93 murders between 1970 and 2005, though only 61 victims have been confirmed because Little frequency targeted vulnerable groups such as sex workers and people addicted to drugs. Many of the murders were not thoroughly investigated, making it, they even state it right there, making it difficult to definitively link the killings to Little. Little is one of the 46 killers on our list who was a sun sign in Cancer. He must have had a hate streak for hookers. Probably because hookers are so not emotionally involved. They have to be not emotionally involved with their, what do they call them? Tough it found. Okay, so we have Gary Ridgewood, who was the next highest. He's an Aquarius. Donald Harvey, he was an Aries. John Wayne Gacy, he was a Pisces. Bill Longley. Hey, there's B. He was a Libra. B's a Libra too. Dean Coral, is that how you say that? Coral was a Capricorn. Ted Bundy was a Sag. Okay, now I don't know anything about Ted Bundy. So I'm going to assume that he was into the gory stuff because he's a Sagittarius. Was he into the bloody stuff?
He was into there was sexual element to it for sure. I'll say that.
So,
and he got off on the trust, getting, being trusted, and then the dominance. And he was so arrogant. He represented himself in court.
Really?
Yeah, because he was the worst case scenario of the wolf in sheep's clothing, because he had a family, wife, and everything, and very good looking, very just draw you in personality, and had the silver tongue and talk game, and to the point he could have talked himself out of it if it wasn't for all the physical evidence, and he got the one victim that lived, and she faced him on trial. And if not, I think he'd have got off on it.
Really?
Yes. And I
I'm
mean,
gonna have to go back
he
and watch that.
did it. Oh my God, it's so fascinating because he
Isn't
has
that
a wife and
sickening
kids that
that
you
we
wouldn't
have?
even know. Like, and didn't even know he had a double life. And this woman gawked over him all the way up until he died in prison, like wanting to just wanting to marry him, and supposedly he birthed a child while he was in prison. Make that make sense?
What?
Yeah, like because the guard looking the other way, like it was contact visit, like because he was
So they
able
had
to.
conjugal visits.
Hmm.
Wow.
And same thing with Chris Watts. He gets so much fan mail of women that want like are it's disgusting. What the hell is wrong with you, biatches?
I don't
Like I
know.
thought I had daddy issues.
Think about Kroger, whatever his name is,
Yeah, but he's
with the Idaho
weird. Like I don't
4.
think he's getting a bunch of fan mail. Like I mean, these women are like gawking over like wanting to be his wife,
Ugh.
putting money on his books and shit.
Well, they're probably making money while he's in there. Think about it. They're
Ugh.
probably cash apping him.
It's disgusting. Like, how are you not repulsed by just what he did, much less like aroused by it? It's disgusting.
Wow,
Like
this
that's some
Gerald
sick issues.
Stano.
Who's that?
He looks
Virgo? Oh my
so
God,
he's a Virgo. He looks familiar too.
that name doesn't sound familiar though. Jeffrey Dahmer? What's he? Gemini?
Gemini.
Imagine that.
Was he an eater?
Yes.
Why did I don't know why that triggered my brain. I just for some reason I heard that name and I thought of him eating people.
Yeah, because that's it sticks out. You know, it's not not an everyday thing.
See, I've never really followed these type of cases. I've followed, abuse cases. So I'm not familiar with a lot of this stuff. When we got into the forensic part of school, it's like anything that had to do with blood is just really grossed me
Yeah,
out. I'm a
yeah.
really squeamish stomach. And so, I mean,
Me
that's
too.
why I quit med school. I'm like, yep, I'm good.
I don't like blood and guts and gore and
Mm.
I'll pass out.
Now, if it's a movie, I can stomach it because I know it's fake. When I listen to, for instance, like when I listen to Kevin's, like I know that shit's real, so it affects me completely different. It hits me way different. I know it's real. Belle Guinness, she's a Scorpio. Earl Nilsson, oof, he got one ear bigger than the other one, kind of like someone else we know. He's a Taurus. Gerald Stano, Virgo. Jeffrey Dahmer was a Gemini. Joseph Christopher William. Oh, they're two different people. So both of them are Leos. Joseph Christopher and William Suff. Okay, so let's see what the state is the worst, other than Florida and Mississippi. 100,000 residents in each state. Is Alaska with just over 7 per 100,000. Louisiana, Kansas, Missouri, and Indiana rounded up at the top 5. Alaska is the highest.
What?
Like, aren't they too cold to even go anywhere?
Maybe that's why it's so bad, because that's where all the killers go. Because so I don't know. That's crazy. That makes
The
sense when
next
you think about it, though, because a lot of indigenous, women, I see it all the time. There's like little series. I think they're on what's that show called, or the History Channel or whatever, like where truck drive, they just go missing on these routes, like truck stops and stuff. And I mean, there's a lot of truck drivers that just go missing. It's almost like a freaking the Bermuda Triangle, just like you just go there and just disappear. It's weird shit. It's called the Alaska Triangle. Weird
Wow.
disappearances and stuff, and like in the wilderness, like in the state national parks and stuff. It's super sketch.
So Alaska, Washington, Louisiana,
Washington? Wow.
Kansas,
Shit.
Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana
Wow.
are the top. With
That's
it says
all
5
spread
plus.
out. Like that's not a like a certain, that's, wait,
Well-
spread out.
Well, this is victims per 100,000.
Wow. Oh, wow, wow.
Yeah. Okay, which one is the least? It's gonna be probably like Rhode Island, or is this New
Yeah,
Hampshire,
'cause
Connecticut?
Nobody's going there.
Because this is Rhode Island, I think. So which is this one? New Hampshire. What's next to New Hampshire?
Girl, I'm not good at geography. I don't even know what's.
Is it Connecticut? Is Connecticut next to New Hampshire? Okay,
Hold
so
on,
that
let me-
one's in the light gray, and then you got like Wyoming. I think this is Wyoming. Wait, what's above?
Montana.
It might be Montana. Wait, that's South Dakota. North Dakota, South Dakota. That's South Dakota. This is Nebraska.
Ain't nothing
and
out
this
there
is
but
Kansas.
bison and fucking mountains.
And then DC, Washington, DC, because Washington, DC is right below Maryland. And then whatever this is on the outside. Oh, New Jersey. This is New Jersey over here. And then I don't know what that one is. Is it written? Yeah, it's not written down. So we had to guesstimate. Okay, so it says the list of things must go wrong in a person's life for them to become a serial killer. You think? Is long, and none of it really has anything to do with what sign they were born under. That said, it's clear that a few sun signs are greatly overrepresented when it comes to known killers throughout history. We gathered the data set of 485 individual serial killers whose birth dates were available. That excludes killers who murdered in pairs or groups, as well as those whose birth dates were unknown. How did they not know what their birthday was? Maybe they didn't know who they were. Okay, we used FBI definition of serial killer, which is a person who commits 2 or more murders in separate events. The definition includes those who have committed mass murder events, as well as governmental or political leaders. Our data came from a variety of sources, including Wikipedia, Murapedia, there's a Murapedia, and several news organizations that we conducted our analysis in using each person's sun sign. It says trauma in Uranus, in Taurus, and separation from body. And then he has like fire coming out of his butt.
Yeah, I bet Uranus.
Yeah. Look at the picture and tell me what you see. He has diarrhea. Okay. So this one is artificial intelligence and astrology. Oh, look at those are the Leo lion. Tame the beast within. Interesting. That was pretty cool. I didn't know there was a such thing as Murderpedia.
Yeah, there's like a whole thing like with crime charts and like death charts and stuff. I'm actively learning as we're talking because I'm messaging with Danielle and she's like, "Oh yeah," like she knew exactly what I was talking about. She's like, "I did one on, her, the situation, her ex-boyfriend, and there's an accuracy to it because." She said she was on a panel right now or whatever, but so she would have to wait until she's got time to look it over and give a more accurate, but she knew what I was talking about.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
where's
I was
she
like,
at?
Elsie.
Oh,
Mm.
Elsie never comes over and visits me. He don't like me.
Yeah, well,
I think it's because I just don't feed into anybody's bullshit.
no, it's because you don't say that some certain person can't be here because he said so.
Oh, yeah, I don't do that either. I mean, there's
Yeah.
specific people that are just they know they're
Yeah.
not really welcome. They never come.
Yeah.
So,
Well, there's someone that comes and is polite in the chat and he doesn't like them, so YouTube YouTube antics.
so I can tell from this little graph that it's predominantly male that are murderers and females are less likely.
Is
by
that
like a bit.
Escobar?
a fifth of it.
I think that's Pablo Escobar, and I think Manson is, and Ted Bundy's right next to Manson. Wow, that's Dahmer. Wow, is that Hitler?
He should be in here. What,
The
this
second
one?
to the last one? No, the one next to the.
Oh, this one. I don't know. Is he in
or
here?
maybe it's
Let's
just the
look.
stash.
I know the porn stash. Okay, let's see. Okay, we'll do it by victims. Can we sort?
You can do it by country. It said, "Wow."
Okay, we'll do it by country.
Unbelievable. Encyclopedia of, is that what it said? Murders? Or
Yeah, it's Murderpedia.
so it's like Wikipedia
Crazy.
for
Yeah.
that is I mean, it's, if you think about it though, that's resourceful. I mean, but who would know, who would have thought? The internet has evolved so much. Holy shiznit. They break it down by state.
Oh, it's because there's so much of it here. Like the United
Yeah.
Arab Emirates only have one.
7 in Ukraine, that's just because they're not reporting it, because that is crazy.
Yeah, that's
Uganda.
impossible. 422 in the United Kingdom. 1 in Uzbekistan.
What the hell?
Uzbekistan. 5 in Thailand. 1
Syria,
in Syria.
1.
That's such bullshit.
Switzerland, well, that's just because they're Switzerland, you know. They just want to be neutral.
Where's the next highest place?
Ireland, 6. Egypt, 3.
France was 80. At least they're trying to be somewhat legit.
Dominican Republic, 1. China, 65. Iraq, 11. My beepity.
Guam has 1. Puerto Rico has 1.
My butt.
Is any other states like totally lying? Okay.
They're
North
all
Dakota has
lying.
9. Okay. So I guess we'll have to go by, I don't know how you want to do it.
Yeah, how does this even get you on the list? Or is this like you've got the death penalty, or like what gets you on this, in this database?
Okay, so this is A for or Alabama. A. Just Alabama.
18 plus victims. Stop.
How do we not know about this guy? Joseph Dewey Aiken.
1990
Alabama.
to 91. Well, that's before I was born, so.
Number of victims 18.
Hospital nurse who killed victims.
Only 1. 1 year.
What? 90 to
By
91.
Poisoning them with lidocaine.
Oh my God, Alabama and Georgia pled guilty to manslaughter. He received a sentence of 15 years, March 1998. What? He's probably out.
Oh my God.
Code Blue Junkie.
He
What a
only
way to
got
word it.
15 years.
That's not even a year for every victim. He had 18 plus victims. And he pled out to manslaughter. How is that not murder?
Maybe they asked him to do it. Like, what's his name? Kevorkian? Kevorky?
Yeah, but how did they talk themselves into that being manslaughter when he's...
Okay, well, let's find out. Code Blue Junkie. Nurse Joseph Dewey Aiken, 35, who worked Cooper Green Hospital in Birmingham, Alabama, was tried in September 1992 for killing Robert J. Price, 32, quadriplegic, with a lethal dose of lidocaine. Investigators suspected Aiken in over 100 deaths.
What?
In the area over the past decade in the 20 different facilities where he worked. However, many of those facilities had thwarted investigations. Aiken had long been suspect by causing many code blue medical emergencies, both in Alabama and the hospitals around the metro Atlanta area. The number of such emergencies at one hospital in Georgia was unusually high when Aiken was working there, and colleagues noticed that at least 4 types of heart drugs had been stolen. In the incident in which Aiken was arrested, the amount of lidocaine found in Price's body was twice the lethal dose and 4 times the therapeutic dose. While defense experts attempted to explain it as something other than murder, prosecution experts had a ready counter explanation. At Atkins' trial, Marion Albright, Price's assigned nurse, testified that when she came back from lunch break, she saw Aiken walking out of Price's room. She attempted to enter it to check on her patient, but he had tried to prevent her from doing so. Aiken's defense lawyer stipulated that the initial cardiac arrest was caused by a blocked ventilation tube, and that the amount of lidocaine found in his body was given to Price when the emergency team was trying to save his life. Yeah, but they don't give lidocaine to bring somebody back. What'd they do? Grab the wrong drug? The defense points out the inconsistencies in the nurse's testimony in the hospital records, as well as the fact that the hospital had originally billed Price's family for the lidocaine, indicating that it had been ordered for him, and if not, they had billed falsely. In the end, just over an hour of deliberation and only 2 votes, the jury decided that the circumstances warranted a conviction. The verdict was read. Ekin put his hand on his face. When the verdict was read, it said to put his hand on his face. One juror, when interviewed, the guy did that. Atkin put his hand on his face. Okay, never mind. I thought he meant he suffocated the guy. One juror, when interviewed for the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, said too many people all placed him at the scene of the crime and nothing said to explain it made sense. On appeal, Atkins' conviction was overturned, yet when he was tried again, the jury was unable to reach a verdict. Another retrial was scheduled for March 1998, but 2 months before it began, Atkin pled guilty to manslaughter. He received a sentence of 15 years. So he basically pled down. So he would get out, so he wouldn't get life, I bet. Nurse charged in patient's death trial. Craziness. William Glenn Boyd, Bradley, Brown, Butler. Let's see. So where's that one guy from?
Which one?
The one that eats people.
Dahmer?
Yeah.
Hold on.
West Virginia only had 6. Hawaii had 4.
Milwaukee.
Rhode Island, Milwaukee. Okay, let's look for Milwaukee.
The Milwaukee cannibal.
Milwaukee would be Minnesota. No, Milwaukee,
Wisconsin, right?
Wisconsin. Yeah.
I think. Yeah, he was prominent in between 1978 and 1991.
How do you spell Dahmer? D-O-M-E-R?
Dahmer. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Born May 21st of 1960. Died November 28th of 94.
Oh, right here. He was a good-looking dude.
Yeah, you wouldn't think he eats people, for sure.
No, his eyes kind of give it away. Look at his eyes. Hold on.
Looks like a people eater?
Look at it's that glazed over look. Have you ever noticed that a lot of them have this weird glazed over spacey look?
Yeah. Almost like it's like gray or like, like a...
Yeah, like they're soulless.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've never seen it in real life, but I do notice it with them.
He said he pled not guilty for reasons of insanity. 957 years. Sentenced to life, prison in Ohio. Oh, he did it in Ohio and in Wisconsin? Wow. Wow, these are all his victims. Stephen Hicks, Stephen Tuomi, James Jamie Doxter. 14? Conorick, I don't even know how to say that last name, was 14. Mostly guys. Matt, Jeremiah, Oliver, David, Eddie, Anthony, Ricky, Ernest. They're all guys. I don't see any girls in there unless Earl Lindsay is a girl. Those are all guys. He only did it to guys. And that's what I mean. Like, I wish I could like get in their head, be like, what were you thinking? Wow, look at all these FBI files. I bet you this is all the court record. Wow, there's so much information in here. I could be on here all day. This is good. That's going to be a new addiction. OMG.
Yeah, what's the link to that?
Here, I'll give it to you. Let me go back to the main page. Here.
There
Copy.
goes the next freaking week of my life. I'll be done deep to all of them in America, and before you know it, I'm gonna be like, did you know this such and such in Sweden?
I know. It's going to be our new, you know how you do the quizzes?
Yeah.
Like Jeopardy? But it's
Trivia. Yeah.
Murder
Oh my
trivia.
God. We're sick.
Murderivia. I know. Murderivia. Murderivia.
I mean, hell, they got a Murderpedia.
Yeah.
Spin the wheel.
Yeah, then we need a murder trivia.
With all the people that are fascinated with true crime, you'd probably like be the next biggest thing while you're bullshitting. We joke, but it'd probably take off. You'd be amazed at the people that know shit about this kind of stuff that are like, what the heck? Why do you, because it captivates people.
It's because it's a mental illness. This is how I kind of look at it, is like, I think it's like a mental illness that we don't get. We don't understand it. We don't think
right,
that
and
way,
we try to make it make sense.
If it don't make sense, it don't make dollars.
Right. And Dr. Phil, I watch a lot of him, and he's like, there's no, you'll make yourself crazy because you're not going to be able to put yourself in that mindset because our brains aren't wired like that. There's nothing that we can say that we're, you know what, I'm just going to go kill a bunch of people and eat them. Like, it's not in our DNA, so to say. And apparently there is a factor to it. Like the studies that are done on them after they die is really, really interesting. I've seen a couple of for instance, the Robin Williams thing, like the shit that they found in his brain, after he died, it's crazy what is in your DNA and your literally like the way your brain is wired and what you can tell. But if you're not going around getting brain scans, it's like, how do you know? But there is factors and things that are, after the fact, but what can we do preventatively?
Right.
That's kind of where we're at.
Well, so there is certain things that are trigger points. So for instance, I'll use my daughter as an example. Because of her extreme amount of trauma, I have to keep her in therapy and things like that because there is like a disassociation that she can end up having. It's called I'll have to look it up. I can't remember what it's called, but it's how their brains flip like that. And it's from extreme amounts of trauma.
You mean like disassociation disorder?
Kind of, let me look it up.
Like where they have no, like, detach, almost in a sense, and
kind of like they don't feel remorse for like Say they accidentally hurt like an animal or something. It's like they almost don't feel emotion for it.
Yeah, because
No
it's
remorse.
you know, in their brain, like where was my sympathy? I get that, and it almost makes them where their level of you know what is it makes it where it's hard to judge because they're like, okay, well, I endured this, so you should be able to endure it. I think is a type of like disassociation.
It's not PTSD. It's called something else, and it starts with a P, and I cannot remember what it's called. But there's a little girl, and I watched it. There's an acronym for it too. I'll figure it out, and I'll probably end up like, you know, messaging you in the middle of the night and be like, that's the word. And so they end up, reactive attachment disorder. It's called RAD. Says RAD, children with reactive attachment disorder are aware of what happens around them, but they don't respond emotionally to what's going on. They may not show or seek affection from caregivers or others and prefer to be alone. Yeah. And it says they withdraw from social situations and
Yeah, they seek attention
don't
from nearly everybody.
kind
Excessive
of just
dependency, lack of a preference to parents or other people, indiscriminate sociability.
Oh, are you looking it up? It's crazy.
Yeah.
And it triggered me so bad. I'm like, yep, I need to make sure I stay on top of this.
There's less than 20,000 cases per year in US, very rare. But it is diagnosis. Wow, treatment is that's intense.
It's intense treatment. Like,
Yeah.
basically, they have to start back over like if they're a year old. This is good, this is bad, and like cut off from everything. Like they live like, you know, like the little clogs and no
All the way down to their
electricity.
diet.
Everything. They have
Specific
to ask for
foods can
everything.
trigger. Wow. It says there are no specific foods known to especially help, but associated eating disorders that may be addressed. A balanced, healthy diet consisting of protein, carbohydrates must be taken into effect. If too much too much sugar, sorry, can cause what is an episode? What does that mean?
Where they just disassociate from everything. Pain, everything. No remorse.
Wow.
Yeah.
What in the world? That is doesn't require treatable by medical, common for ages 5 and younger, can last for several months or years, very dangerous or life-threatening.
Life-threatening to those around them.
It's the severity graph. It's like everything is at highest level. Anxious
There was
mood.
a little girl that was sexually abused by her father. Okay. And she was I believe with her little brother and her mom. And she would intentionally like hurt him, put things up his butt, all kinds of weird shit. And after she attempted to off him a few times, they finally, when she went in for questioning, I think she did do something to him. And if I remember correctly, she did. And when she went in for questioning, she just sat there like, yeah, this is what I did, and this is why I did it, and everything's just fine. Like she had that glazed over look. And she was only like 9, 10, if that.
Yeah, it says if not treated for prolonged period of times leads to develop of callous, unemotional traits which may include cruelty towards people or animals.
Yep.
It's terrifying.
I'll tell you the girl. I'll pull up her name. Beth Thomas.
Does that happen to Monkey?
So this is the little girl. Hold on.
Like she's never mean to Roro, right? Like
Not that I know of.
he would tell. He's just ninny.
Let's see
Whoa.
if it'll load or if it'll block me.
She murdered her brother?
This little girl right here.
Oh my god, I didn't know like he died. I thought she was just torturing him.
It said terrorized her younger brother and her adoptive parents. Yeah, she was adopted. Like she would go after him with the kitchen knife.
What the heck?
Oh, have you
Is-
not heard her story?
Oh, I've never even heard of this disorder.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me go to YouTube.
Was this in the US?
Oh, since here.
This case led Mr. Black down a long, unexpected path of darkness. The initial objective of the video was thrown off.
All about Beth and John, it was a dream come true, and one that came quicker than expected. People can wait up to 10 years to adopt a child, yet miraculously, they were being offered two.
She's so
while seemingly getting
cute.
to skip the queue. But just months into the adoption, Tim and Julie's dreams were swiftly shattered as soon as it became apparent that 19-month-old Beth and her little brother John were not normal kids. They had serious problems.
Oh,
Problems
sorry.
their new parents weren't aware of. Problems specifically affecting the behavior of Beth. As the tenants began to ask questions as to the origins of Beth's actions, they made a startling discovery. Beth and John's early life greeted them with nothing but suffering. Their mom had a kidney disease and was constantly in the hospital. She would end up dying when Beth was about 1, leaving the children in the exclusive care of their biological father. It seems clear to me that the abuse started before this tragic event, but I think it seriously ramped up its intensity after Beth lost her mother. When social services stepped
Beth
into
lost
the
her.
picture,
I'm going to pause it.
allegedly following a
So Beth lost her mother, and so there was no one there to watch her but her dad. Okay.
report by a doctor, the neglect and abuse they discovered was haunting.
Oh god.
Oh, now you know why it was triggering.
But Philip is a problem. At school, at home, to himself. Philip is an overly aggressive child. What can be done? We can say, oh, this is just a phase, he'll outgrow it. Or we can recognize that he needs help.
So typically when you see kids like this that are overly aggressive at this young of an age, it most likely is probably ADHD. And if it is ADHD, that they need to be put on medication to help tone down the aggression. When it's not, they will have a tendency to end up hurting things to get a reaction out of them.
And that something can be done to help him.
John was found in a bassinet, covered in urine and feces. His diaper hadn't been changed in days. There was a bottle at his feet that contained curdled milk. The
Oof.
back of 7-month-old John's head was flat and oddly shaped due to him never being lifted or moved. The front of his head had become
I can't even
bulged.
imagine.
The poor boy couldn't raise his head, let alone roll over on his own. Tim described John as a child who simply had no stimulation whatsoever. But Beth's behavior in Tim and Julie's house was the catalyst to discovering what was really happening to John. Beth's disturbing actions seemingly began when she started targeting pets and other animals she came into contact with. According to her, she had 4 domesticated animals at the time: Clyde, Shuggy, Darcy, and a dog named Annie. 6-year-old Beth openly discusses with Dr. Majid just what she does to the animals in her company when no
Trigger
one's looking.
warning. I'm going to pause it for a second. I am going to put out a trigger warning because it's going to be graphic. Not as bad as Kevin Underwood, but it will be graphic.
Do you have animals, Beth?
4 of them.
And what do you do to the animals, Beth?
Stick them with pins.
Do you stick them a little bit or a lot?
A lot.
What are you trying to do to the animals, Beth?
Kill them.
What do they do when you stick them with the pins?
Well, Annie cries. She's a dog.
She got baby birds down out of the nest, and we thought maybe she was just curious. So we explained that she could hurt them, put them back, and went through a whole sitting down and talking to her about.
Are you still there, Kaylee?
Yeah, I'm listening to this. She's
Okay.
how old?
I'll Google it while you're watching it.
The problem. And the next day we went out to check the baby birds, and they were on the ground dead with their necks broken.
Let's talk about what happened once when you were smaller, when you found some baby birds in a tree. What did you do then?
I took them out.
Mm-hmm. And what did Mom say to you?
She was 6 years old, 6.5-year-old.
The mother will not come back.
Oh my God.
Daddy touches her baby.
Mm-hmm. Are the baby birds kind of small? Can you describe them for me?
Well, they don't have their eyes open, but they can hear me, and they look up.
Are they kind of helpless? Little baby birds? Can they fly?
No.
Can they run away?
Yes.
They can? Are they easy to catch or hard to catch?
Hard.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to remember. With the baby birds, what did you do?
Took them out of the tree.
And what did you do with them?
Played around too rough. Also, when at the end, I picked it up and I thought it was Dad, and I came to say, Mommy, is this bird dead? And she said, she called Daddy and said, Tim, and Daddy came and I think I remember that they said yes.
Mm-hmm. And so did the little baby birds die?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I just remember that I think I remember that Mommy and Daddy saying the last bird we got was dead.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what Mom said to me? She said that all of them were dead. Did you squeeze them? Did Baby Beth squeeze them? You're doing a good job, honey. Go ahead and tell me what happened.
Do you realize how hard it would be to be the investigator investigating this case?
Yeah, because what do you do? Like lock her up in a? I mean, how do you punish that? What is justice in this something like this?
This is caused from severe trauma. She doesn't intentionally do it.
Right, exactly. But she's not. Nobody's safe around her.
Right.
So what is the right thing to do?
They locked her up and did extreme therapy.
Is she normal now?
They said that at the end of this video that they did, they discussed that, yeah, she was learning what compassion was, and like, like when you have a conscience and regret, like they had to retrain her brain basically from childhood through like really serious intervention. Like she had to learn to ask for everything, like from to go to the bathroom, to eat, to watch TV, everything. So when someone has trauma like that, from what I've learned by reading, is that, you go back and teach them, that this is good and this is not good, and this is acceptable behavior, this is not acceptable behavior. But the way they did it was very humane, I guess. You'll have to watch. It's not very long. There's a lot of I guess a review that the guy did on this video. This is not the original video, but I think it's only about maybe an hour long. Okay, we're at 9 minutes 42 seconds. Okay, so right here, let's see. It says, I don't take anything from the kids. They can come into my house. I say, sit. They go sit on the chair. I say, excuse me. Okay. Yeah. So basically, like, they have to ask for everything. Like, everything. Let me see where I was at. I was like right here somewhere. Like, maybe right here.
I think I remember that they said yes.
Mm-hmm. And so did the little baby birds die?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I just remember that I think I remember that Mommy and Daddy said the last bird we got was dead.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what Mom said to me? She said that all of them were dead. Did you squeeze them? Did Baby Beth squeeze them? You're doing a good job, honey. Go ahead and tell me what happened.
I squeezed them.
And what happened?
They died.
It's chilling to see a 6-year-old go from pure forgetful denial to complete admission of guilt without so much as a second thought. Beth's attempts to mislead Dr. McGitt are poorly invested in. It's like the very second she realizes he's not buying it, she completely confesses to avoid the hassle of manipulation. A new disturbing bar was set when the little girl started exhibiting uncontrollable urges to masturbate. If Tim and Julie weren't fully aware that Beth had severe psychological problems before, they certainly were when they discovered her sexual promiscuity. Behavior, it appeared, that linked
Trigger
back
warning.
to a recurring nightmare Beth had frequently. Only her looping dream of terror was based on true events caused by her birth father.
The nightmare was about a man who was falling on her and hurting her with a part of himself.
She started to masturbate at inappropriate times. I remember one time when we were at the hospital waiting for Tim to come out. He was there visiting, and Beth and John were in the back seat, and I turned around, and she had her legs spread and was masturbating in a public parking lot. And I had tried to explain to her numerous times before that that's private area. You don't do it in public places. And gone over that with her, and it never seemed to faze her. And
Julie, how often would your daughter masturbate?
daily, constantly.
Have you ever rubbed your private parts?
Mm-hmm.
Do you do it a lot?
A lot.
How much do you do that?
Not every single day, and that's into. I did it every single day until it got real bad and messed up, and I had to go to the doctor, and I did not like it.
What do you mean by real bad?
Well, it looked real raw, got all kinds of boo-boos on it, germs, a lot of stuff on my hand.
And it bled?
Mm-hmm.
But herself and animals are not the only thing that Beth took her rage out on.
I do have to question, I don't know if Kaylee's still listening, that
I'm trying
it
to
does.
put into perspective a 6-year-old masturbating. Like, that is crazy.
Yes, they do. They do. They do. I've had to deal with it myself. They do. But like, did her adopted dad have anything to do with this, and it was blamed on her real dad? That was my question when I watched this the first time. I'm just saying. Did he escape that?
I wonder.
I wonder too.
I wonder if, like, the brother too, because I mean, if it would be hard to say that he wasn't subjected to it too, and did he consequently? How did it affect one and not the other?
Oh, the brother was littler than her.
Yeah, but I'm saying, was she doing it? She was doing stuff to him?
Yes, she was.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
She not only desired to cause the deaths of Tim and Julie, but she desperately wanted to kill her little brother, Jonathan.
So why would she want so think about it. If it was her real dad, if it was her stepdad that was doing it, that would make sense of why she wanted to hurt them. Because the mom, the stepmom, or the new mom, adopted mom, was in denial. The adopted dad was the one that was abusing her, and she wanted them all gone. Get
Why
me?
the brother though?
I don't maybe because it wasn't happening to him by the dad.
Mm,
So she was envious.
yeah, like
That
he
makes
was
way more sense
favorited.
to me. Yep, that makes way more sense to me than her wanting to hurt the adoptive parents.
But why did they take her from her dad? What did he do something?
I don't know.
Mm,
I don't think he was coping when her mom died, and so he just let them, you know,
just
it
let the
was
system take him.
bad. Yeah, it was like a bad situation, and I think he wasn't coping well. Um, but when I watched this video, my own gut feeling, and I'm gonna say this is just from my gut feeling. I think it was the adoptive dad and the mom was in denial, and that's what triggered her. I don't think it was her real dad.
Mm, that would make more sense than just
Mhm.
because why would she not be like, oh, you got me away from this, and you're my saving grace. What would trigger her to not do it to him, the one that did it,
Mhm.
and do it here? Like,
Yeah. And why would it start later on in life? You know what I'm saying? It started later on, like, after they had already had her for a while, and then all of a sudden she's doing it anywhere in the car with both of them in there. She doesn't know any better, right? The mom's in denial, saying, "This is an appropriate place for you to be doing this." And she's probably thinking to herself, "But my new dad does it all the time. What are you talking?"
doctor though, who knows how she was really handling her? Like, she's probably shaming her or making her feel disgust. You
Mhm.
see it on her face. She was disgusted by it,
Yeah.
and she
So
probably
I
let her feel that way.
so you have a good gut instinct. Now from what she said or, like, how she says it, how she explains it, um, do you think it was the stepdad or the adopted dad or the real dad? Just from that small clip.
Possibly both, but I think what's
Could be.
triggered her to snap was something more present. Because
Yeah.
I don't know that she would have necessarily had any memory of it to that degree. Not about not I don't not enough to where, oh, I had a flashback of my dad doing it to me and it's going to cause me to kill the people that are my saving grace. That just doesn't make sense.
Mhm. And I was thinking, I'm like, she could have okay, so it could have
And
been happening at
stabbing,
night.
that's like a rage.
Well,
That's like
think about what she said. They said that she was having nightmares about it, and they came to find out that it was about her real dad, right? But what if those weren't nightmares and he made her go, "Oh, that's just a nightmare. It really didn't happen." Pedos do that shit. That's what I'm saying. He could have been telling her it was just a bad dream when he was really doing that to her.
right. And she was
Are you
so openly like, sexualized. Who's to say that it wasn't still ongoing? And he's just going to say, oh, well, it was
It's just a
her
bad
dad.
dream.
Her dad's already did it. She's already, so what damage am I going to do?
Exactly. They couldn't prove that she was being abused because they were saying that she was doing it to herself, so they can't do forensic interview on her because she had already
And maybe
admitted to
she was
doing it.
doing that to herself to say, "Hey, mother, look down here. You're not listening to me. So let me just." Kids have a weird way of getting attention and getting.
Yep. Yep.
Because I don't think she was
Shakes
getting
my soul.
sexual gratification from it if she was to the point she was causing it to tear.
That's what she said. She goes, "It was having
Yeah,
spores and stuff."
right.
She wouldn't do that.
Almost like she was trying to get
Cut
someone
it
to look
off?
down there. Yeah,
Yeah,
or just you're not paying attention. Will you pay attention now, or forcing it to have to be addressed by a doctor or something?
exactly.
to hear this poor 6-year-old.
Or if it's all sore and like
lost,
blistered up,
lost,
maybe he wouldn't touch her
describe these
then, you know? Think
awful
about
and
that.
Yeah,
undeserving
maybe.
He would leave her
with
alone,
such
you know?
emotionless detail.
Yep.
She was only 19 months old when it stopped. 1 year and 7 months.
19 months old.
She wouldn't even remember that.
Bam.
That's a memory. She's being told that.
Yep. I'm that's what I'm saying.
And if she was like a toddler, like 3 or 4, she would have vague memories but her brain at that much, you don't remember anything. It's just not possible. She
There
might
was
have had
no
some
one to
physical
comfort her.
damage or whatever if
She
it
never
really
saw
happened, but
beyond
she
the
would
above.
not have no
Yep.
memory of it
The
unless it was
6-year-old
being
Beth
told
Thomas,
to her.
love simply
Exactly.
didn't exist. And in place of love,
See, this
she
is
was
why
forced to
I enjoy
experience
having you
this.
on panel with me.
Tell me about your birth father. What was that nightmare like?
When he touched my vaginas
She's shrugging her shoulders like she's
until it
guessing,
bled.
looking
a
up.
lot until it bled.
That's not from memory.
Wouldn't feed me a lot. He'd hit on me.
She keeps looking to the
He'd be
right,
very nice to me.
shaking her head, yes, no, which means she doesn't
Yeah.
believe it.
Exactly. She's shaking her head no. So she's trying to tell a story of the truth, but she doesn't even believe it herself.
Right. And when she's looking up like that, like that's not recounting from memory. That's recounting from like, remembering, let me get this right. That's not, you wouldn't have to think about it if it was memory. She's thinking about, you have to remember what was told to you. You have to think on it. Like, oh, what did this person say? How was it said?
Yep.
And she keeps looking. I wonder if that's where the mom is sitting.
I don't know. The mom shouldn't be able to be in there during her forensic interview like this. Should not be able to be in there. I wasn't allowed to be in there with my daughter. So
I wonder if she was.
I don't know.
I hope
I
not.
would be I would be shocked. Actually, I wouldn't be because I don't believe this story. I mean, I believe the story. I don't believe it was who they claimed it was. I think it was her adopted dad.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
she being so young, you can manipulate her into believing.
I get real scared.
That's
where are
sick.
you in the nightmare? What happens in the dream?
I'm in the house upstairs.
Now, does their current house have an upstairs?
Right, I bet you. I bet you it does.
Because I know that she threw her brother down the stairs.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens there?
When he comes upstairs and hurt.
How do you feel when you talk about this?
Scared.
Why would she be scared?
Trauma from the age of 1. This trauma has completely infected and consumed her life, as you're about to see, and she absolutely remembers some of it. You may say, but Mr. Black, maybe someone told Beth her history. Well, I don't
That's
doubt
what I
that
think.
as a possibility that's probable, but when they show her childhood drawings on the screen, I think it becomes all the more evident that Beth Thomas is definitely recalling her past.
Where's your birth father? What's he doing?
He's right there, and there's his hand. His hand's right there.
Where?
Right there. You can't hardly see it because it's green.
What's it touching?
My vaginas.
And what is your birth father doing?
Hurting it.
Your face looks sad. Can you tell me about that?
Mm-hmm. It's crying because there's dots of the tears.
It makes me want to cry.
When Jonathan started waking up screaming in tears at night, complaining about his stomach, the tenants couldn't figure out why their adopted son was in such pain. But quickly, the cause of his agony was discovered. John wasn't sick, and he wasn't having nightmares. He was literally being attacked in his sleep.
But this kind of aggression at our animals and even at her brother Jonathan
Who
was
is that?
beginning to.
So this is her adopted dad.
Oh man, he's got a look. I don't like it.
Yeah.
The
Let me
stash.
scroll back. Yeah. Let me scroll back and watch how he's explaining things. Look at his facial expressions when he's talking.
At our animals, and even at her brother Jonathan, was beginning to grow to such an excess that our life was miserable at home.
What the
Anytime
fuck?
John would cry.
Why would you
in the
say
morning and
that?
his stomach
He keeps looking at his wife like you're going to agree with me, right?
Why would you say that it was making you miserable? What heaven forbid you said that to her. That's fucking terrible. That is the worst way you could have worded that. I couldn't think of a worse way to word that.
Look at his eye, the way it's squinting right here.
Like she's
I
making
know.
you miserable? Whoa. Sorry, excuse me that her trauma is so inconvenient for you, you douchebag. I don't like it at all. They had no business
Nope.
being adoptive parents because they should, if they wanted a kid that came from, they should have had one of their own, because you don't adopt a kid that age with the background like that and think that she's not going to come with some baggage, you douchebag. And you're probably the one who made it. You're probably the real abuser. You got to look.
You got to, yeah, you got to watch his face.
occurred. For the longest time, we thought
I could never think of something my son did saying that he made me miserable. I don't care what it is.
area, or maybe he has allergies, and so we're trying to get all that checked out. Come to find out,
Why weren't you doing all this to find out what was wrong with her? Why are you doing all this for the brother, but why weren't you having all these tests done to find out what's going on with her? Instead of just saying, tearing her down. What the fuck?
Yep. Trigger warning.
For
Super Lady,
serious.
welcome in. Thank you for that 20-second like. I appreciate you. Mwah.
And hitting him in the stomach. And so, as a last resort, just to protect him, we had to tie our door shut. So I guess for
What?
Yeah.
3 or 4 months now, we've had to tie her in at night.
Are people afraid of you, Beth?
What the fuck?
Who's afraid of you, Beth?
John.
Your brother. And why is your brother afraid of you?
Because I hurt him so much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And at nighttime, what do your parents do to your door?
Lock it shut.
Why do they lock it shut?
Because they don't want me to hurt John.
Right. And they're kind of afraid of hurting John?
Look how small her pupils are.
Okay. Are they afraid that you might hurt them?
Yep.
Would you, Beth?
Mm-hmm.
When would you do it?
Nighttime.
Okay. Why would you do nighttime?
Because I don't like them seeing me do it. But
Wait, what did she say?
Mm-hmm.
What did she say? She doesn't like them what?
I think she said, because I don't like them seeing me do it. And it's dark, I think she said.
When would you do it?
Nighttime.
Okay. Why would you do nighttime?
Because I don't like them seeing me do it. But they can feel me do it.
Mm-hmm. And what would you do to him, Beth?
Stab them.
Okay. What would you stab him with?
A knife.
Do you ever stick pins in people?
This was before she did it?
My brother.
Okay. Do you do it a little bit, or?
This is
before she killed him, obviously?
This is her, basically her forensic interview, her testimony.
Right, but but the dad and stuff was in the interview, so this had to have been like an evaluation before they killed him. So this could have been prevented.
This could have been prevented at day one when they noticed that she was like hurting animals.
Right, or her brother. I mean, not locking her in the room. How about like getting her some help?
I really think that the adopted dad had something to do with her behavior and her acting out.
Yeah, because if he would have did more to get her help. I think he was worried about her telling.
I think so too, because they would have got her help sooner.
Right.
Unless he was hiding something.
Right. Instead of just locking her away and trying to keep her away from her brother and addressing the problem, I think addressing the problem would have mean being accountable for your role in it.
Yep.
And the mom just, oh, my husband's not going to do that. You're just being, you could just tell she's got the vibe of, oh, she's just a little whore. Look at the way she does to herself. Like she probably would have had that mentality, like, oh, she was asking for it, rather than your husband's a sick fuck.
Yep. And a lot of women do that. You would be amazed.
It's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting.
I'll say this. My kids know when they do something wrong, they have to be accountable. Yes, I love my children, but if my son came to me and said, "Mom, I did A, B, and C," he knows I would be quick to be on the phone with the police and be like, "You need to come get him. He needs to be accountable." I'm still going to love him and support him, but he still needs to be accountable. I've gotten a lot of shit over that thought process. They're like, "Oh, no, moms are supposed to be, you know, their protector and this and that." But then that's not edifying is not the word. That's enabling bad behavior.
Right. And unaccountable kids create entitled adults.
Yep.
Actions have consequences, and the best way to prepare them for real life is to show them that early on, because if not, they're just going to find a world of trouble legally and on all aspects of life, because then you're going to go through and think, oh, well, my mom's going to bail me out of everything. And what's going to happen when you're going to create a monster?
Mm-hmm.
Entitled kids is what not much worse.
Everyone gets an award.
Fucking participation trophies.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
The worst.
Oh my gosh.
A lot.
A lot.
Okay. And what are you trying to do to your brother?
Kill him.
Why do you want your brother to die?
Because I was hurt so bad, and I don't want to be around people.
Because I was hurt so bad, I don't want to be around people. She wouldn't have remembered it.
That's
not
current.
It's got to be. Maybe this will be my next deep dive story.
Something happened to her at nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And in the house they lived in, I thought he said that they lived in an apartment. They mentioned nothing about a 2-story.
No, I think the house she lives in now is 2-story.
Yep. And they would say, oh, that's just part of her nightmare. She doesn't remember it accurately.
Yeah, well, what if he's convinced her that she's dreaming when when it's not hard to alter a kid's reality, especially when they already have no sense of who they are and where they come from. You could tell them whatever you wanted and make them believe it. Write yourself as the hero while you're being the villain. I mean, they have no sense of good and bad at that point anyway. That's messed up.
So it says 1990, HBO released a documentary on Beth Thomas, a 6.5-year-old girl. The documentary, called Child of Rage, was extremely shocking. It included video footage of Beth describing in detail, without emotion, abuse that she had experienced and she inflicted upon others. She stuck her brother with pins, like pin needles, like sewing needles. She killed baby birds. She even had intentions on killing her parents. You can still access the documentary on YouTube, but you should be warned, it's hard to swallow. Child of Rage gave an insight into serious disturbed children before true crime became trendy. As psychologists look at Beth's case then and now, we can see how just how dangerous abuse and neglect can be when experienced as a young child. But we can also see the possibilities that develop a consequence and overcome even through horrific struggles. Now, I believe she's still alive. The picture of the girl and the woman side by side in the beginning of this video, that's her in 2017.
Wow.
It says Thomas experienced severe trauma in the first 2 years of her life. At the age of 1, her birth mother passed away. She and her younger brother were left with her birth father. The birth father neglected the children's well-being, leaving them with little food. He also routinely physically abused Beth. At 19 months, Beth and her brother were adopted. There's no way. No way. It's the stepdad. It's the, yeah. There's no way.
Physical abuse doesn't mean sexual abuse, and they worded
No,
it would have been worded differently.
It said sexual abuse.
But the brother, I mean, how 19 months? How old could the brother have been? Jesus Christ! Did she get pregnant when she gave birth?
That means that she was a year and a half old.
Golly. And the brother is what?
He had to
9
be
months younger?
He must be 6 months old or something.
Like 9 months younger than her? I mean, holy crap, she had to have still been healing. I'm just trying to think of that in perspective. Like, oh, no way. That I didn't want my husband nowhere near me. Like, ah.
Are you ready for the trigger? He was
Oh
a
God, there's
pastor.
worse. Who, this guy?
The adopted dad was a pastor.
No. What religion?
Doesn't say. It just says was adopted. Her and her brother were adopted by a pastor and his wife. The couple did not know the extent of the abuse until Beth started displaying psychopathic symptoms. She did not appear to have a conscience. She acted out sexually and abused her brother as her father abused her. So she looks at Tim, whatever his name was, as her father.
Why would she not?
Why would
she probably doesn't even remember her real dad or mom.
I don't think she did either.
And he probably manipulated her with the whole birth father, especially with him being a pastor. Can you imagine the manipulation tactics and the wordplay? I don't like it at all. That's not very godly. Just saying.
Especially if they were tying her door shut. That's not very godly either.
No, what the hell? You couldn't think of ask God what to do? I can't guarantee you he wouldn't say that. Wow, unbelievable. You would expect more from that.
I would really like to talk to her and be like, she probably couldn't even admit this is a case. Take this case. A 4-year-old adopted child had been displaying symptoms of RAD for over 18 months. 5. Yeah. So at 4 years of age, she didn't start displaying symptoms until 4 years of age.
And she got adopted by this family immediately after being taken from her dad?
Yeah, a year and a half.
So she was with this family for 2.5 years before this started.
3 years. Maybe 2.5 years, because it says 4 years old. So that's 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 2.5 years.
If it was from the dad, it would have surfaced immediately as soon as she was away from him.
I think so too. Man, they had her on all kinds of medication. We'll get to that. Hold on.
You can tell. Look at her eyes. Look at all glassy.
Yeah. Yeah, wait till you see everything they had her on. Said alongside RAD, the child was given a diagnosis. Okay, well, she probably got the aggression from ADHD. Remember I said that earlier? So
yeah, you can't take an ADHD kid and lock them in a room and expect something. What the fuck?
It said diagnosed with ADHD. Additional psychiatrist diagnosed the child with DMDD, PTSD, anxiety, and mood disorder. The professionals believe the medication would relieve the child's symptoms. The child began to take guaifenesin, fluoxetine, methylphenidate, amphetamine salts, quatapine, arizole, ARIPIPRAZOLE, and thorazine.
My God.
Medications were not all taken simultaneously. They did not alleviate the child's symptoms. Imagine that.
Yeah, probably because she's misdiagnosed.
Exactly. It says risperidone appeared to work, but only after increasing the dosage multiple times after the child stabbed another child at school. They were taken to inpatient care and another child treatment was considered. The study ends with the child's admittance to an inpatient child psychiatric unit. That's where she had to go. It says children don't develop the sense of empathy until about the age of 7 to 8. Children with RAD may not develop a sense of empathy at all. They're delayed. That's bullshit because my daughter was always very empathetic with me, making sure mama was okay. As she's gotten older and started showing symptoms of what happened with her, she has become less empathetic, more segregated, introverted, with those type of symptoms. What does this mean for an adult with RAD, et cetera, et cetera? Okay, anyways, I'll stop. I digress here.
Okay.
I can ramble.
Who else would you like to stick pins into?
Mommy and Daddy.
What would you like?
Mommy and Daddy, not their names.
Does your brother have private parts?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is his private parts?
Penis and butt.
Mm-hmm. And what do you do with your brother with his private parts, Beth?
I heard it.
Tell me about it. What do you do?
Well.
Trigger warning.
Squeeze it. Kick it.
When you do things to your brother's private parts, what does he say?
Stop.
Okay, tell me that.
Well, he says stop, but I don't stop.
Do you hurt him?
A lot.
Okay.
Now, if he can say stop,
why can't he scream for help?
Well, if he can say stop, that means he's old enough to understand. You know what I'm saying? So he had to be like 6 months old or something because she was a year and a half. He could have been 9 months old. I mean, if she had him back to back. So
yeah,
he
there's
had to
no
be
way that
6.
he
That
can't
means
be much
he was
older.
like 4 or 5. Yeah, that means that he was 4 or 5.
Right.
Or maybe 3. I think this was 4.
Yeah, when it started, he was 4, and so he had to have been what, maybe 2.5, 3.
Yeah, and he would have known the word stop then.
Right.
I still think I think that was a small town issue where he was the pastor. They didn't want to think that he would do anything like that, and
Oh, of course not. It's against
it's
the
being blamed.
religion.
It
And
would
they
be
would
blamed
rather
on.
deal with not deal with that than to deal with the embarrassment of having a husband like that. You know, that them old. Oh, that ain't nothing that can trigger me much more than that scenario right there. Your reputation is more important than. Oh, fuck off with that.
Okay.
And would you like to do that to other boys?
When I caught her with Jonathan one morning, she was molesting him. He was crying and his pants were down, and I said, Beth, what's happening? And she said, I pulled his penis and put my finger up his anus. And I said, didn't he say to stop? And she said, yeah, he did. And I said, did you? And she said, no.
What? Why would you ask? What the fuck?
Do you see the
Why
look
would
on
you
Mom's
ask
face?
that?
Well, did he tell
First of
you to
all,
stop?
Yeah, like why? It's pretty clear to see what's happening, and why would you say that? Like, did he ask you to stop? Does that matter at this point?
Like, what did he say? No, keep going. Come on.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
I
would
don't
it have
know if
mattered
it's
if he
upper.
didn't? Like, and why use the word molestation? That is not a word you use when the child and another child. Like, that's what you should be using for the sick fuck right here.
I'm telling you, there's something wrong with this. This whole thing. Like, this poor little girl has probably been mentally, like,
They all lack empathy.
psychologically fucked up.
Yeah, they're talking about shit that should have them like beside themselves to talk about. And they're talking about it like it's another fucking Sunday at the church dinner or something.
And I don't know any 5, 6-year-olds that. I mean, back then we really didn't call it the vagina.
Yeah, we
and
don't use
penis.
verbiage like that. Yeah, my husband or my son calls his dinky.
That's funny because I
And he's
call it a
sick.
winky.
Yeah, and he's 6 and he wouldn't even know what to call girl parts. I mean, I wouldn't even that's weird.
Yeah.
But he calls his his dinky and and that's he wouldn't even know what penis and vagina meant. Like,
Right? Well, also, I also warn people in a precarious situation to make sure that they teach proper lingo, because if something ever does happen, it can't be justified by court if they say, "Oh, someone touched my peachy."
all right. Yeah, well, I kind
They
of get the,
go,
he's at home with me more,
yeah,
so,
it's the safest place he can be for you. I'm telling
right.
you. I'm telling you. I'm to the point that I just don't trust anybody.
Right. And it's the shit that they're teaching in school is just, I can have control over it whenever I have to be the one to give him the curriculum. And if there's something that I don't agree with, it's just not going to happen. I don't get that say if I'm sending him to school for 8 hours and come back and it's already in his brain.
Yep.
I refuse to send my son to school with a bulletproof backpack, and that's where we're at today. And I can't, my anxiety, I would be a nervous wreck.
I
You never
can't
know,
believe that.
and what's going to happen, and kids are just bringing stuff to school, and my kid just being like, oh, okay, sure, let me try. I think of the worst case scenario about everything.
Well, I don't blame you. You have to be protective, because if not, then you're just naive, and then we end up a statistic. Come
Right,
on,
and
I was
people,
naive.
they're like the bus drivers and shit, and like the videos that I see that are going around on TikTok and stuff, like the way that they're talking to the kids and treating the kids, like I will go to prison. They don't treat them like it's their kids. It's no longer something that is a passion. It's a job, and it reflects.
Same with medical. I can tell you that
Yeah.
for sure.
Do
you know I just got my referrals to the oncology and the endocrinologist and the gastroenterologist?
What the freak?
Yep.
I thought you were putting it off. I thought you were being a little weasel.
No, I finally just got it.
And that's just standard procedure, is that normal, like wait time?
No, I already saw the vascular surgeon, and they have me on a medication, hoping that works. And I go back in January. I think it's 26th. I'd have to look at the calendar. Like January 26th ish, so they can do the ultrasound on my inner groin where the arteries are in there. And then I finally just got for the tumor on the adrenal gland and in the colon. I finally just got those. Yeah, and it states right on there like malignant. And I'm like, wow, you guys are really pushing the envelope. Yeah. This bullshit. But anyways, that's why
That's
one of the reasons
ridiculous.
why I haven't been around, because I've been so stressed out. So, but I know this is better for me. This keeps me busy, and I need to stay out of my head. Matter of fact, I told Get to Know, I'm like, if you see me kind of vanishing off, just be like, hey, stay on track. Stay on track. Yeah. So I don't get too much up in my head. Okay, I'm pushing play.
Occasions and
Yeah, now you're just in serial killers' heads.
Yeah, I'd rather be than mine.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, wait, hold on. Go back to this damn mom.
Did. And I said, did you? And she said, no.
Watch her eyebrows.
She looks like she's high on meth.
Occasions and openly admitted that.
She's probably
In the
taking the girl's
basement, she was
meds.
hitting his-
So he goes, she openly admitted that. Watch his facial expressions again.
Did. And I said,
Watch
did you?
her
And she
eyebrows.
said, no.
She had tried to kill John on several occasions and openly admitted that.
In the basement, she was hitting his head against
Why are the kids in the basement?
I heard his screams and ran down and had to literally pull her hands off, and she looked wild-eyed.
Did you get real mad at him?
She looked so traumatized, right?
Real hard? Tell me about it.
Why are you allowing them around each other without supervision at any point for this to keep occurring? At
Right.
what point do you become the parent?
Why did they not get her
And
help
what
yet?
happened to your brother? Tell me about
Why,
it.
or at minimum, keeping them separated. Clearly,
It hurt real bad. But his chin, he had to have stitches.
are you locking them in the basement and just letting them fight it out? What the fuck are you doing?
And he already had to go to the hospital and get stitches in his chin.
Why didn't Foster the system take them intervene?
I don't know.
Clearly, because they weren't protecting the boy. I mean, how many times did they have to? Heaven forbid, were they sharing a room?
I don't think so, because they locked her in her room. They may have been in the beginning, but I believe they separated them.
I would have him in the room with me.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just easier to lock her in the room. That's so much easier. So much more Christian. Like, are you freaking kidding me?
I mean, I really want to dig and be like, where was mom all day? Was she working? How often was dad left alone with her?
Was she going to school? Like,
For fuck's sake, this is every school day.
what? What are you talking about, Willis?
I don't know.
Could you stop? Use your words, Beth.
No.
Okay. What was your brother doing when you were doing this?
Playing with the toys.
Okay. Was he asking you to stop when you were doing it? What was he saying?
He said, Beth, stop.
And what did you do?
I didn't stop. I just kept on hurting him.
What were you thinking when you were doing that?
Thinking of killing him.
How did you stop? What made you stop?
When I heard Peter walking across the kitchen,
Mm-hmm.
it made me stop because I thought Mommy and Daddy would come.
Okay.
So she
Did Mommy
knows.
come? What did she do?
She sent me to my room.
She sent her to her room.
It might be nothing, just a stumble, but I swear that in that moment, you can hear it in his voice when Dr. Magid becomes overwhelmed by Beth's story.
And what if Mom didn't stop you? What would you have done?
Kept on doing it.
This is what zero love looks like when it's worn by a child that's been abused. From birth to 5 years old, a child's brain develops more then than any other time in their lives. It seems likely that Beth's trauma may have left her with psychopathy. I mean, it seems pretty clear, right? It's hard not to characterize Beth's behaviors as psycho. And one of the likely risk factors of becoming psychopathic is early exposure to a dysfunctional environment. According to
Well, for fuck's sake.
Early exposure to a dysfunctional environment, but yet she was taken from that dysfunctional environment and brought
And
into
put
a
into a
functional-
worse one. Yeah. No, fucking A. There was nothing functional about that shit.
I still think it was the adopted dad. Especially because she didn't show symptoms until later on. When this happened. This is when that she was removed. They put her into therapy. That's when this happened.
Of course, they didn't put her in therapy.
DK Spiracy says, what happens to kids every day? Well, it shouldn't happen to kids every day, but it does. It just goes unacknowledged.
The foster system is the most broken system in America. It is, and it should be the most protected, but it's the shit that happens and it's just normal. It's disgusting. Oh, Lady O's back. She took a nap.
Yes, I'm still live. We're going on 7.5 hours. But this is a really good story. Not good as in cool, but good as in like it teaches a lot. But if you go back and watch it and you just look at facial expressions, like mom looks like she's zoned out on methamphetamines, and dad looks like straight pedo city.
Both of them they're not nurturing or loving, and you could just tell in the way they speak about her in the situation, they were not equipped to handle her
special
and
needs,
didn't want to. You know, they put more in effort into the boy than they did her, and how does a child not interpret that into self take that and it's something they did?
Yeah.
And resentment, like, why are you loving him more than me? Of course that's why she was attacking him, because you know, maybe if you're not here, they'll love me.
Exactly. Well, I also think like maybe he wasn't being abused by them, by the adopted dad like she was, and so she had that resentment, like, no, if they're gonna do it to me,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
because
do it to
listen what she
you.
said. Yeah, she's like, oh, he tells me to stop, but I don't. That's probably because she tells him to stop and he don't.
I think so too.
So if I do it to him and they think it's so bad, then how come they can't put that into perspective for whenever I told mom about him doing it?
I
Think
bet you
about
she
that.
did, and she probably didn't believe her.
She probably blamed her and said, well, if you did, you were asking for it because of your masturbating all the time. You know, you could just tell by the way she talked about that.
By her promiscuity, yeah.
Yeah, like you were asking for it, and it was probably something you did, and you're just making it up and interpreting it bad. Or why would he ever want you? You know, like I can just imagine the range of things that she could have
It must
said.
have been a dream. He would never do something like that. And when
He's
you're
a
a
God-fearing
child,
man.
yeah, he's a God-fearing man. Why would you say something like that? I could just hear it.
Do you
I
want
could
to
hear it.
ruin this family and this community, and God will never forgive you? Can you imagine? Sick. We saved you from your abuser and we gave you a life. How dare you be so ungrateful?
Yeah, exactly. I love you, Lady O. DK Spiracies, I'm glad you're still here, super lady. I'm glad
Or
you're
we're going to
here.
send you back. We're going to give you
I
back.
know,
You know,
right?
I can imagine.
Family.com.
Children who have been physically abused, neglected, and separated from their parents are more likely to develop psychopathy. Poor bonding with a parent is also thought to be a factor.
The study relied on callous unemotional, or the CU scale, to rate a child's behavior. The children used in the study were all between the ages of 2 and 4 years old, and the scale was based on 5 simple statements. Number 1, your child doesn't seem guilty after misbehaving. Number 2, punishment doesn't change your child's behavior. Number 3, your child is selfish or won't share. Number 4,
What?
your child lies. Number 5, your child is sneaky and tries to get around you. Later on,
Now, that says that was tested between the ages of 2 and 4. I saw less of that behavior between the ages of 2 and 4 than I do now.
At 2 and 4, they don't even concept what that is. You know, like that's just crazy that you could, as a parent, how do you judge if if a 2-year-old's guilty because you tell them not to do? They're just barely learning how to talk. Like what? My son's just now learning like what caring, you know, what those things mean in his kindergarten class, like what it is to see how
Just share
how
and
the fuck yeah, like, and what it is to make somebody feel sad and you know, and share, you know, what are the words, the how to be kind and stuff. Like, he's just
Mhm.
now learning what those words mean. And are you kidding me? Like, how I don't know, something about the way this narrator is triggering me. I don't like him.
I know. Well, it's this case study
Yeah,
is
but his opinions are really just misguided, and he should keep him out of it. Or give a trigger warning, because he's pissing
I
me
am.
off.
Yeah. Well, I did put a trigger warning down there.
Yeah, but he
On in
should before he
life,
says
when the
shit
I know.
like
kids from
that.
the study were 9, they were tested again and discovered that the children who rated poorly on the CU scale were the ones who were most likely to later show signs linking them to
Poorly.
psychopathy.
Like, why word it
It's
like that?
important
That's
to
very
remember that there is no
derogatory.
real psychopath test for kids, only tools for assessment or
You
measuring.
should say, like,
Another
scored
quote from
higher a
very
level,
wealthy
not
Army
poor,
Dr.
like
Arm
it's a matter
says,
of good
Poor
or
bonding
bad.
with a
That's just
parent is
bad
also
way
Right.
thought to be
to look at
effective.
it.
A parent with mental health issues or
Dickhead.
substance abuse problems, or one with little contact with an infant, for example, may never bond with a child. Children who have inconsistent caregivers may also be unable to successfully attach to an adult.
It also says that studies show that male adolescents with psychopathy are most likely to have been victimized at a younger age. Adolescent females with psychopathy, on the other hand, are more likely to have come from a dysfunctional background, such as frequent changing in foster homes. Some studies suggest that the children with callous and unemotional traits may be hardwired a little differently. Their brains react differently to fear, sadness, negative stimuli. They also have difficulty recognizing people and their emotions, or recognizing other people's emotions. So, like, being able to read if they're happy, upset, sad, glad.
Sounds like a lot of same symptoms as Asperger's.
Yeah. To
Hell,
me, that looked
even
like
breastfeeding is touted to help reduce the risk of unwanted antisocial behaviors in a child. With all these things taken into consideration, it's no wonder Beth
that was
acted the
my
way she
favorite part
did.
of having
It
kids
was
was
the
the
only
breastfeeding part.
thing she'd ever learned. She was clearly exhibiting psychopathic behavior, but Beth was not a psychopath. Beth was experiencing something that we'll talk about in a bit. People often think that the opposite of love is hate. But I think rage is a pretty good contender as an opposing emotional force. It's a fellow 4-letter word that typically carries the same red-shaded intensity that love does. Beth Thomas was filled with rage, and it seemed like her predatory nature was turning into some kind of twisted game in her mind. But when knives went missing from Tim and Julie's kitchen, the family realized that Beth was truly capable of evil.
Well, I noticed several, like paring knives in the kitchen missing. And my first thought was Beth. And I felt a little guilty about it at first. I thought, no.
How does she talk with her mouth so closed? She talks like this, like. Oh, okay, never mind. I digress.
But I really didn't even mention it to her.
I
It
fucking
had been
found
gone
Squirty.
several weeks. She was sitting at the table drawing and mentioned to me.
Where's Swirty hiding?
Motor City.
Oh,
Drunker than Cooter Brown.
That are gone, Mom. And I said, what knives, Beth? And she said, weren't they kind of silver and about this big? And I knew then. And then this little smile that's not a sweet smile, but a malicious type of smile. And I knew then. I thought, she's got them.
Tell me about the knives. Where did you get them?
From the drawer.
And where else? Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it.
so did you see that look that she just gave? If you looked at the look if you saw the look that she just gave, that was her trying to recall a memory versus earlier, like you were stating, where you were like,
She was looking up. Yeah.
she was not. Watch, I'll rewind it.
Got them.
Tell me
Oh.
about the knives. Where did you get them?
From the drawer.
Watch her look.
Where else?
She's like,
Do you remember?
Mhm.
Tell me about it.
I got them from the dishwasher.
What kind of knives?
See the difference in the direction?
Yeah, she doesn't look up.
And what do you want to do with those knives?
Kill John and Mommy with them and Daddy.
And when Mommy asks you about where the knives are, what do you?
You notice she said daddy last.
Yeah.
Wouldn't she just want to hurt him?
Yeah, why is it always
John, the
the
whatever his
brother?
name is. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
John, mommy. Oh, she said the little boy first then.
Yeah.
John, mommy, and then daddy.
Yeah, but she like there was a pause between mommy and daddy. You know, it was very like detached. You know, like oh yeah, I almost forgot. You know.
So, oh lady O, you just popped in. How much of an 18-month-old's memory do you think they retain? Let's see if she says anything. I hope she's still in here. Do you think an 18-month-old, or sorry, a 6-year-old can have memories of when they were only 18 months old? I guess I'll put it that way.
You say?
I don't know where they are.
In April of 1989, Beth was moved to a place that was designed to help children with attachment disorders. Children.
That
like
was
Beth.
what I was talking about,
But
attachment
this would
disorder.
be no easy road to recovery. The children in this home are a danger to themselves and society. If these kids don't get the help they need, the chances of them hurting or killing someone is extremely high. Nancy Thomas explains this in a chilling way.
I have children that have killed numerous times. Cold-blooded family members, neighbor children killed them.
So, Lady O says it depends on the trauma, not very many. So, I'll let you ask her, Kaylee, because you'll probably say it much quicker and easier than I will, because I'll get all winded about it. About if she would have remembered being abused. Well, I'll let you ask her.
Yeah, specifically down to the details, like in the terminology as far as her daddy coming upstairs and touching her vagina and her being sad about it and her daddy not giving her food. You know, would she remember that at 19 months old?
18.
But and only started acting on it when she was 4. And specifically words it as her birth father. You know, that just the verbiage that I don't know that unless told to her, why would she even know about having another daddy unless she's being
told that she did.
Told that or taught that. Why would you know any different? That would be mommy and daddy. And she calls them mommy and daddy. Why
I
would
will
you
tell you
even
this.
tell them about the parents if they were so abusive? Why would you even want her to know?
Right. I'll tell you this, Kaylee. I showed a picture of donor to victim. And she's like, who's that? That's why I question it.
Right. And she was older.
She is older. She's 10.
Yeah, I'm saying she was older when it happened, right?
No, it happened from a year and a half to 4 years old. 3 years.
Yeah, so she would have had more
She was older.
likelihood to remember it.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Older than the 18 months old. I just don't see my earliest memories that I can remember as a kid, the traumatic ones, because that seems to be the only ones that I remember. I have
Mine is
very
3.
vague ones from like 5, and it's literally like one scenario, 2 scenarios, and then I don't remember anything until 8, and then from 8 on, I remember it very, very vividly. like little stupid petty minute details about stuff. But other than that, I only remember one specific thing, and I was like between 5 and 6, and other than that, like I can't remember anything.
I can only remember back to about 3 because I do remember my mom. So I was like between 2.5 and 3.
But it seems to like I
It
only
was
remember
one.
when it got bad, you know? Like I can't it's like the good stuff is cloudy.
Right, right. Well, normally happy things we don't retain. Like there's
Right.
certain things like I remember a Christmas here and there, like maybe 2 Christmases before the age of 10. That's it. I don't remember anything else. And I only remember one instance with my mom. That's it. But it might be a memory that was told to me, and so I kind of remember it, but because you have to remember when you're told something at a very young age like that, you're told something, and this is why law enforcement doesn't want you doing suggestive questioning with your kids when they've said something like this, is because you could plant that idea in their head, and then their brains will make up the story to go along with it. So you have to be careful about when you ask your kids, did so and so do this? No, you say, who did it? You don't put a name in there because then they'll just relate it to, yes, that's the person that did it. It's called suggestive questioning. Or like, did the dog chew up your homework? Or you just say, where did your homework go? You know what I mean? So Lady O says correct at Pinky. I'm not sure what she's correct at. I'm not sure what part of that. Okay, I'll go back to playing the video. It's almost over.
And they can do it. Makes my blood run cold just thinking about 9 years old. People don't think a 9-year-old is capable of cold-blooded murder, but they are. That attachment break does severe damage to the heart, the ability to care and the ability to love. If they don't care and they don't love, they're capable of anything.
So what condition did Beth have? She's not a psychopath, and she isn't considered evil. So what exactly is wrong with this 6-year-old? Well, Beth Thomas has something called reactive attachment disorder, or RAD, which in short is a collection of symptoms or behaviors rooted in a child that has often been passed around from home to home, where they missed out on affection by way of a primary caregiver. Abuse and neglect are also prime catalysts for RAD. Beth Thomas had experienced all of the above. So how do you fix a child with reactive attachment disorder? Well, Nancy Thomas explains how.
We're very strict about everything. Everything is completely monitored. We take complete control because a child who's unattached does not trust. And because they don't trust, they don't allow anybody to be boss of them. So we take complete control. They are not boss of anything. They have to ask to get a drink of water. They have to ask to go to the bathroom. They have to ask to leave our sight. Part of that is because we cannot trust them because of the damage that they've done before.
Beth, would you like to say grace, please?
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this good day and everybody doing good. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. They believe that they're evil. They believe they're from the devil. They believe that they are not a person of value. And we have to change that, and we have to build that from a child who's nothing, who's a bad kid in their own mind, to a child who's valuable and loving, and they see themselves as that.
Oh, look at the little goats.
You don't have to bite this.
When they do a chore well, we can say, you did a good job, you're a good worker. And then it just builds that self-esteem little by little so that they change the way that they see themselves.
Aww.
Several months into treatment in this
She seems so
controlled
happy.
environment, Beth had made progress, and her therapist decided to loosen some of the controls.
Anybody wants some more? I've seen that.
Beth continued to show signs of improvement. She began to develop a sense of right and wrong.
Now, how many months did he say before she started showing improvement? Let's go back.
I don't like. I'm so confused because I don't see a That's not the same kid that was just being interviewed.
No, it's
Like
not.
her whole demeanor is different.
She's away from the covering up mom and the abusive adopted dad.
That's the scary part. Look at the night and day.
I mean,
And she has to wait until they're sleeping.
Yeah. Did those parents have any repercussions for how they treated her? Probably not.
I doubt it. They probably being praised for, oh my God, you did such a noble thing for taking this, saving this child. Really? And locking her in the room and forcing her to keep your reputation clean?
Let's see how many months it took for her to show a
Mm.
change.
How's that?
You don't have to bite this.
When they do a chore well, we can say, you did a good job, you're a good worker. And then it just builds
Good
that
worker?
self-esteem little by little so that they change the way that they see themselves.
They need to feel worthy.
Yeah, but not worker. What the hell?
Shh, 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 shh. What did she
Several months
say?
into treatment in this
Several
controlled
months. Several months. Not years. Several months. She switched like a light switch. That's what I was trying to hear, is what he said, several months. Okay, so good worker is like this is her chore, her duty. So it's like work for a kid. That's what chores are. Chores are work for kids. And so she feels edified. She feels gratified.
Or she feels like a slave that's got to ask permission.
No, this is in her new home.
Oh.
This is not the old place. This is her new home where she's given chores to where she feels useful. She feels
So they did
needed.
eventually take them from this family?
Yeah, that's where she's at. She's in a
group home?
Kind of like a group home, but it's where it has
with medical staff and stuff.
Yes, and it's intense
Okay.
there where she's going to counseling, therapy, plus she has chores. They the beginning part of it said, they had to take away everything. She had to ask to drink water, go to the bathroom, everything.
No, that was still the mom talking.
No. That's here. Remember I told you when they start intensive therapy, they basically have to start over like they're one all over again. And
And did they keep? They obviously kept the brother. Did the brother stay with these people?
I don't think so. Only her. Only her.
So they're still with the preacher. The brother is.
I think so.
Oh my God.
I know. I feel bad for him too.
Beth had made progress, and her therapist decided to loosen some of the controls.
Just in several months.
Anybody wants some more?
Oh, Lady O
Beth
wants a link.
continued to show signs of improvement. She began.
There you go, Lady O.
So she even stopped hurting the animals and all that stuff?
She
Yep.
seemed to respond to affection.
She responds to affection.
She went to public school,
Went to public
made
school.
friends at the local church, and even sang in the choir.
Go into Sunday school.
Mhm.
Holding hands?
In the beginning, we couldn't trust her with anything. She was locked up at night. We had alarms on the door at night, so she wasn't sneaking around doing things with the other children. We don't worry about that anymore. There's no alarm on her door at night now. She sleeps in the same room with my own daughter, and I trust her that much. She brushes the dogs, and I trust her that much. Because she has earned that trust. She's learned it. She has a heart, and she has a love inside, and she feels bad when she does something now. In the past, because she didn't have a conscience, she didn't feel anything when she did something bad. There was just no feeling there. And now she does feel bad, and it shows in her face.
She's like happy. Like,
I believe that Beth can make it. She's got a really bright mind. She's got a good heart now, which has done a lot of healing. She's got a really super set of parents. They're powerful. They're knowledgeable.
welcome in, oh Lady O.
Thank you. When children's brains are being developed, different parts of our brains are developed at certain stages of our birth, from birth on. First, we are born with all the things that help us to breathe and some sensations and stuff like that. We're born to actually hear every single sound when we are born. And then around age 2, the sounds of, if we don't hear all the different language sounds, they start disappearing from our hearing and stuff. So depending on when the trauma, when the parts of the brain that are developing our skills and everything, our what's going on in our body, the social, emotional, the language, whatever is being, wherever the is being. That's why you can get some children who can talk at very young ages, children who can read at very young ages, because they've been super exposed to some of that stuff. And it's not that everybody, but they've been super exposed. When you have a child in a classroom, you have your expectations. And instead of just telling them, you tell them specifically what they accomplished. So it's not like you're just saying you did a good job. I like the way that you picked up the pail and helped pour the into the trough for the animal or whatever like that, depending on where you're at, but you're complimenting them for specific skills. When I'm trying to, it's like when we just tell kids you're doing a good job and stuff like that, we don't they don't get the intrinsic, and that's what they're having to rebuild in that little girl. They have to build the intrinsic part of her to understand what is proper behavior and what is not proper behavior. And so that's why they restricted her so much. And then as she earns, they can lessen a little bit less control of the child, because she is making wiser choices. But the problem with most of our world is we don't deal with the early childhood intervention. We deal with.
So I have a question.
Later. Yeah.
Because you just came in. So this little girl was supposedly sexually abused by her real father after her mother passed away, which was a very short period of time. So I would assume maybe a few months after she passed away. She was adopted into a new family at 18 months old. At the age of 4, she started showing symptoms of aggression, abuse, and she would masturbate in public, in the car, etc. Like blatantly in the open. And she was telling them that, it was a nightmare, that she was remembering it from when her dad had done that to her back when she was only, 18 months old.
Yeah,
Now, I mean, I have a child that was abused. And she didn't even start talking about it until she was 3. 4, sorry, my bad, 4. So even with her and the things that was in her forensic interview did not date back that far. I myself, I could only remember back to about the age of 3. Kaylee said that she could remember, things from when she was 5. So for her at that age to remember something from 18 months old, I'm having a hard time choking that down. I'm I think it was more the adopted dad and them preaching to her that it was a dream from her past.
And that could be true. That's what we don't really have all the facts. We have hearsay from, well, we have adults who have confessed to stuff, but not.
Yeah, I don't even think that her dad was locked up for it. So,
right.
He wasn't, her real dad wasn't arrested. Has no bearing on that. She was just removed from the environment. And I mean, this was years down the road, 6 years down the road. She was 6.5. So 6.5 years down the road, is when this was brought to light. And she didn't even start doing these things until she was 4. So to me, I'm like, this seems more triggering that it would be something that was happening in her current, and they were telling her, oh, it was just a bad dream, messing up her head.
Yeah, with my experience in my classroom with children when I saw acting semi-sexually acting out stuff, say some kid says, somebody says he's kissing my booty, and then I say, kissing booty, and I never heard. I've heard kissing faces and kissing hands, but I've never heard of kissing booty. And then have a child say, my dad kisses my mom's booty. Well, that meant that child had been exposed to something that maybe he shouldn't have been exposed.
Correct.
I also had a child one time that he put his hands down a girl's pants. Now, I'm talking preschoolers, because that's what I taught. And so I've got, children who are between ages 3 to 5, get ready, who haven't gone to kindergarten yet. And he told me he was playing mommy and daddy. Well, turns out that, he had been exposed to his dad, seeing his dad put his, hands down mommy's pants. So he thought it was okay. So
right. And that is at an age that they would remember something like that. That's at a mentally conceivable age at 3 years old that they are starting to put one and one together, not at 18 months or before.
Right. No, they're not.
He was adopted at 18 months, so it had to have happened in the first year of her life.
Right.
So I highly doubt that she would have remembered something at a year old.
Not specifically where she could say, when I was a certain age, I this happened and stuff like that. It had to be kind of implanted and
that's what
suggested.
Mm-hmm. And when she says it, like if you look at her mannerisms, the little girl, when she's talking, like when she's thinking about something that she knows is legit, she's like staring off onto the left of the screen, which is my right, but her left. And then when she was talking about what had happened with her real dad, supposedly, she was kind of glancing off to the upper right. And she was just like kind of like looking up and around, like she wasn't sure if that's what she was supposed to say. Kaylee could, probably explain it just as well.
Right.
And that's what her and I were discussing. And I'm like, man, something's just fishy. And to boot, he's a pasture. The mom talks without her mouth opening and her eyeballs are huge. It's just like, it seems kind of like,
mom's eyes. Weird. I saw that mom's eyes. Those were really weird.
Yeah. I'm like, she's probably brushing it under the rug, and he's probably said to her, oh, this was a dream or a nightmare. And that's where she picked up the nightmare thing from.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because at that age, like, she wouldn't know what a nightmare was. You know what I mean? Like, I just, it's not computing in my brain. I don't know how much of it you caught, but if you wanted to go back, it's about the 7-hour mark.
Okay,
when I
I'll
started,
go
or
back
maybe
to
the
you.
6-hour mark when I started this video. And it's just very interesting if you watch her mannerisms and then you watch his mannerisms. And he always looks at his wife for confirmation of his statement. So typically when they're questioning people or they're having discussions, that's why they don't have two people in there. But when they do, if they're not talking directly at the interviewer and they're looking over at their partner, they're waiting for that confirmation of the statement they just made.
Right,
And
so
that's
that they make sure they're on the same page,
yes.
hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So what they did was, because she was abusing her brother, and was attempting to, cause extreme bodily harm, they put her in an intensive care therapy where they started her over back like she was 1, and she had to start asking for everything. And they said within months, within many months, I think is what their word was verbatim. She had showed, tremendous uh amount of growth and her ability to have compassion, and which she did not before.
Right.
And that again tells me she was taken from an environment. I mean, they were locking her up, like tying her door shut so she couldn't get out. And this was a Christian going family with a pasture. And they were using the excuse, well, we did it because we were afraid she was going to hurt us in the middle of the night. Well, that's abuse too.
Right. If you have a fear of your child, you go for help. You don't
Exactly.
just lock up the kid and everything. And I will tell you, just because somebody is a pastor does not necessarily mean that they are really born again and
Exactly.
everything. They just chose it as a career, and
Or they
it
chose it as a crutch to get away with shit.
right. It doesn't, and there's a lot of, and it depends on the um
But could you imagine being
domination.
her? Could you
Oh,
imagine being her and being heavily medicated as they had medicated her, putting her in this place, which was good for her, granted, that was good. They got her away from that situation. Um, but thinking your whole life, what she may know for real in her brain
mhm.
and was told was a lie could possibly be the truth, and she has had to live with that unknowing and being
Right.
heavily medicated.
Right.
Now, from what I read, now she works at a hospital with children.
Because she's been through it, so she can relate to the kiddos.
I don't know what type of, um let's see. Um let's see. Both children had been removed from their father's home. Department of Social Services then told 2 prospective adoptive parents that they had 2 young children up for adoption. Okay, so I'll go back. It says details about Beth Thomas are scarce. But it is believed that she was born around 1982. Somewhere in the United States, she was just a year old. Her birth mother died, leaving her and her newborn brother, Jonathan, alone with her abusive, violent birth father. Beth's biological father sexually abused her for months, not years, months. So it's not something, I don't think she would remember that at a year old, honestly. Um, When he wasn't physically harming her, he was neglecting her. Also, he abused Jonathan by February of 1984. Both children had been removed from the father's home. The Department of Social Services told 2 prospective parents that they had 2 young children up for adoption. The prospective adoptive parents were Tim Tannett, and sometimes spelled Tennant, a minister at a small Methodist church in America's South, doesn't say where. And his wife Julie with his wife Julie. Married for over a decade and unable to have biological children, Tim and Julie were delighted to welcome in 19-month-old Beth. So they brought her home at 19 months old, and 7-month-old Jonathan. So he was a newborn when it started. So within those 7 months, she went from being abused by her dad into foster care and then being adopted. So maybe a couple of months. I don't think she would. I swear, I think it's the adopted dad. I just feel it in my gut. It says there was little to know about the children's background. As they were told, they were normal and healthy. But shortly after Beth's Thomas was adopted, she began displaying psychopathic behavior. As a toddler, she moved a nest of baby birds from a tree. As a toddler, how did she get up in a tree? Where did she go? She dropped off, or did I lose service? Anyways, I'm with Kaylee on this one. I'll finish playing the video. I digress. I'm sorry.
They're motivated. She's done a lot of good work with you in therapy, with Canal and with myself. She wants to heal, and that's the number one key. And she wants to heal because she has a family that really cares about her, and she wants to be with them.
Do you know where that anger came from?
That's when my birth dad hurt me. I had it all inside, and I remembered it, and I started doing it.
And what did that do when it was inside?
It made me want to hurt people really bad.
And who did you hurt?
My brother, my mom and dad, and animals. And the animals.
Who did it hurt the most?
My brother.
Who did it hurt the most?
Me.
Why don't you tell me that?
It hurt me the most.
How did it hurt you the most?
Because when I hurt other people, I'm hurting my good self.
How do you feel right now, Beth?
Bad.
It's kind of tough to talk about, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, I can't watch anymore. Oh, Kaylee. Where did you go?
I'm here.
Oh. Breaks my heart. Like, she was crying. She was just like she's feeling the pain. Oh, Lady O said she had to drop down and chat because someone woke up and talking. Oh, maybe from her talking. So what do you think?
I have no idea that
I'll have to read more about her.
Yeah, I want to like learn more about, maybe if she's done an interview or, how she feels about it as an adult, like if she still feels that way, like I would be interested in like how she's dealt with it, and if she, maybe even if she's had like what do you call it, like the hypnosis where, or if she's just done, not remembering, or if she thinks it's her bio dad, or, I would be interested in that. Maybe she's written a book or something.
Right? I'm curious. I'm very curious. But that she was so young, even if it was her stepdad, I mean, would she even remember? She would remember that, but she was so medicated they could have, I don't know, brainwashed
Convinced
her.
her otherwise, yeah, and it
Yeah.
altered her reality for sure.
Wow. This is what she looks like now. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to pop up without it kicking me off. Or maybe not. Oh, there it goes. Come on, little screen. I'm going to
Say
reload.
8 hours, you getting all you're getting out of me.
I know. It's like, nope, not going to do it. Dang, come on. I even hit redo on StreamYard. I hate it when it kicks me off. Okay. This is her now. Beautiful young woman. It said that she needed to be temporarily separated from her adopted family, and she still required intensive therapy to heal.
Currently?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It said Beth did not return to the home that she spent her early years with, and instead was readopted by a different woman, Nancy Thomas. Good job. She had graduated from University of Colorado with a degree in nursing. She's a registered nurse at Stag Flaf Medical Center in Arizona. Now she takes care of babies. She's also a volunteer at a second adoptive mother Nancy program, Families by Design, which aims to help families with their adopted and foster kids. And I think that's her book. Oh, or is that the story? It says 2001's Walken was found guilty of negligent child abuse in relation to the death of a 10-year-old girl. The girl was fatally smothered during pseudoscientific attachment therapy practice called rebirthing. Wow. Very interesting. We'll have to catch up on that. Yes,
For sure. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is. I'm curious too if she has written a book about her experience, and she has made great strides in life dealing with what she's dealt with. Beautiful woman right there. Thank you, oh lady yo, for being here. DK Conspiracies, love you muches. Mwah. Kaylee, as always, it's always been beautiful having you up here with me. You're amazing, amazing.
Yeah, we got to do some more of these.
Yeah, I know, definitely. You got to keep me on task. Just send me a message. Be like, are you flaking out on us? I know. I got to keep my head in a happy place. So, but I will do.
Well, yeah, when you charge your phone and turn it on, just message me back on Messenger after you read that and see if the legal aspect of it, if you know your advice will shift on who to contact after you read that.
Okay, I will do. I will
Okay.
definitely do.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, my phone is dead. Dang nabbit. I'm gonna have to charge it. Mwah. To you too, oh lady Oshi, giving you kisses. I love
I
you
don't know why
muches.
that shows up super weird on my computer. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a heart. I see.
It's a what?
It's like
It
a
looks like a
hand
heart
giving a
with a
heart.
little bow. Oh, okay.
Oh.
I thought it was a little
Okay.
heart with a little ribbon on it. But I don't have my glasses on. Maybe I
I
should
don't
go get
either.
one. I don't know. I can't see shiznit. My other glasses look like, you're gonna laugh. They look like safety goggles. They're clear. I hate them. Yeah, I know. They're funny looking. But I'm gonna hop down. I love you guys. I will check in with you all tomorrow. Maybe I'll do some research on her and see if there's any information, Kaylee. If you come across some, we could check it out. And I promise it won't be 8 hours.
Yeah, every time we say that on it'll be 10.
You know, this is the first time I've gone this long, probably since I moved. So, since we did
So
bingo.
friggin'
Bingo
yeah.
days.
8 hours with no bingo. That's something.
I know. Entertaining. And there's still people in here watching. That's great. I love it. I love you. Mwah.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, baby. Thank you so much. And if you haven't checked her out yet, please check out Kaylee's channel. She does true crime. Oh, Lady O. Can you drop the links for me? DK Conspiracies. Drop your link if you can. I love you all. Stay for the outro.